I had clearly awakened the power to control lightning, yet my classmates mocked me, calling me a useless waste who was a hero in name only. All because the sparks I summoned were no bigger than caterpillars, and the voltage I produced was weaker than a household battery. This led to me being relegated to the bottom tier of awakened ability users. Seeing this, my fiancée chose to break up with me in public, and even the Iron Brothers I was close with daily cut ties with me. However, I wasn't angry in the slightest. Instead, I sneered inwardly. As a transmigrator, I knew exactly how powerful lightning abilities could be. There was the Five Thunder Rectification from the Taoist sects, the Golden Light Curse of Mount Longhu, the Shadowless Lightning Step for movement, and the soul-piercing Purple Lightning Needle for control. In my original world, lightning was a top-tier magical element. There was no way it could be a harmless, trash-tier ability. As I sat in the classroom pondering this, a cold, sharp voice from the podium interrupted my thoughts. I'll emphasize this one last time. The martial arts college entrance exam has a high mortality rate. If your awakened ability is below Earth grade, I suggest you don't choose the martial arts track. There's still time to change your application. As the homeroom teacher, Chen Fan, finished speaking, his gaze lingered on me. I understood exactly what he meant. Almost everyone who died during the exam was an Earth grade awakened or lower, and I was the first student in history to attempt the exam with a supposed F-grade ability. Yet, I stubbornly met my teacher's mocking gaze. At that exact moment, a system notification rang out in my mind. Deep Blue system activating. I'm sticking with the martial arts track, teacher, I said firmly. Chen Fan immediately took a sarcastic tone. You're really not going to change to the liberal arts track? With the ability you awakened, you're just going to be cannon fodder. You should choose the safe path and live as an ordinary person. I ignored Chen Fan's veiled ridicule. To survive in this world overrun by ferocious beasts, the only way out was to pass the martial arts exam and constantly grow stronger. Moreover, I had just activated a system. Although I didn't know its functions yet, I was certain it wouldn't be weak. After school, I rushed home without stopping. Since my parents had perished in a beast tide years ago, I lived alone, which made it convenient for me to explore the system. As I initiated the Deep Blue system in my mind, countless blue arcs of lightning began to crackle around my body, making me look like a ball of living electricity. Accompanied by the piercing scream of electric arcs, endless lightning spread through the center of the living room. In an instant, everything it touched exploded. Such a massive explosion naturally drew the attention of the other residents. Many people called the fire department, and some even fled the apartment complex in terror. However, I noticed none of this. I was completely immersed in the transformation of my ability. It seemed that the fundamental nature of my power was shifting. Outside, the originally clear sky began to fill with dark clouds. In an instant, it looked like night had fallen. Muffled thunder rolled as purple lightning snaked through the clouds like dragons. This eerie meteorological change threw the entire city into a panic. People wondered if a beast capable of controlling lightning was invading, and the Jiang City Skywatchers immediately entered a state of full combat readiness. Meanwhile, my transformation reached its climax. A bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, pouring into my body like a dragon. Then, the lightning surrounding me was absorbed back into my skin like a receding tide. With a roar, the transformation was complete. Purple lightning flickered from my body, making my eyes glow faintly. My lightning power was no longer the simple spark it once was. I had awakened one of the 10 ancient origin thunders, the purple cloud divine thunder, a power capable of slaying immortals and gods. When I finally reigned in my joy, I realized I had caused quite a scene. The living room looked like it had been hit by a missile, not a single piece of furniture remained intact. Fortunately, I had managed to control it at the last second, or the wild lightning would have blasted through the entire building. Just then, a frantic knocking came from the door. Before I could react, the entire door was kicked off its hinges with a loud bang. A group of firefighters burst in, only to freeze in their tracks when they saw that there was no fire, just a very much alive teenager standing in the ruins. I gave the firefighters a simple explanation, claiming I had a lightning-related accident. I didn't tell them the true origin of the lightning. Seeing that there were no casualties, they left in a hurry. Once they were gone, I grabbed the long spear leaning against the wall and followed them out. Tomorrow was the day of the exam. Before then, I had to understand exactly how much my strength had increased after awakening the purple cloud divine thunder. My destination, the Lightning Martial Arts Hall. It was said that the founder of the Lightning Martial Arts Hall was also a lightning-type ability user. I wondered if, one day in the future, I would be able to establish a martial arts hall of my own. I soon arrived at the hall's lobby, where I spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Sister Chi? What are you doing here? I greeted the tall girl with a smile. She was my cousin, Tang Chi. Since my parents passed away when I was young, my aunt had raised me, and she visited often. Naturally, I grew close to my cousin. However, after Tang Chi awakened a B-grade ability while I only managed an F grade, our contact had dwindled significantly. Tang Chi was clearly stunned to see me there. She nodded slightly and said, "I'm just here with a friend." After a few brief pleasantries, I took the initiative to leave. In her mind, we probably lived in two different worlds now. As soon as I walked away, the tall girl standing next to Tang Chi asked curiously who I was. When she learned I was Tang Chi's cousin, her eyes lit up. Does this mean I can finally end my single life? But Tang Chi's next words killed her interest instantly. Xiaoya, my trash cousin only awakened an F-grade ability, yet he's insisting on taking the martial arts exam this year. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya immediately reverted to her usual cold, aloof self. Everyone has their own social circle, and people within those circles usually have similar strengths. Even if she was a fan of good looks, she couldn't bring herself to be interested in a loser. An F grade and he still dares to take the martial arts exam? At least his courage is commendable, even if he's just going to his death, a young man in their group joked. Tang Chi sighed and shook her head, clearly unwilling to continue the topic as she walked in the opposite direction. I had no idea I was the subject of such gossip. I was already inside a training room. First, I wanted to test my raw physical strength without using my ability. I gripped my spear and lunged fiercely at the circular target. With a piercing metallic crash, the target, made of memory metal, dented at an exaggerated angle. The smart screen next to it flashed a number, 321 kilograms. My eyes brightened. In terms of raw physical strength alone, I was several times stronger than before. Most Tier 1 low-rank awakened users only produced about 300 kilograms of force even when using their abilities. And this wasn't even my full power. I tossed the spear aside and extended a single finger. Instantly, a bolt of purple lightning shot toward the target. The memory metal buckled deeply and failed to spring back. The screen jumped to a staggering number, 3,012 kilograms. I sucked in a cold breath. As expected of an S-grade ability. My current attack power was comparable to a Tier 1 high-rank ability user. No wonder people in this world worshipped high-grade abilities, the gap between ranks was simply too vast. But 3,000 kilograms still wasn't my limit. I took a deep breath and let the purple cloud divine thunder flow into my spear. Lightning Gale Pierce. A flash of electric light filled the room. The spear seemed to transform into a purple-black dragon as it lunged at the wall. Rumble, under the massive impact, the entire training room began to shake. When the light faded, the memory metal target had melted into liquid, beyond any hope of repair. The smart screen beeped incessantly, unable to display any data. My only combat skill had undergone a qualitative transformation. Looks like tomorrow's exam will be interesting, I muttered to myself as I retrieved my spear and calmly walked out. Just as I had been testing the lightning gale pierce, Tang Chi and her friends happened to be walking past the door. The massive energy fluctuation left them stunned. I remember this room is reserved for high schoolers. Could one of Jiang City's geniuses be training in there? Xiaoya asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Let's go see who it is. The sudden commotion piqued their interest, and they turned toward the room. However, they ran right into me as I came around the corner with my spear on my back. Tang Chi was surprised to see me again. She recovered quickly and asked, "Heading home?" "Training's over." "I want to get back and prepare some more," I said simply and walked past them. Tang Chi didn't say anything else. Even though I was her cousin, if I was foolish enough to take the exam with an F-grade ability, it just meant I didn't have a clear understanding of my own limitations. The group didn't stop for me, they continued toward the source of the energy blast. Since there weren't many rooms in this section, they quickly found the one I had just used. When they saw the spiderweb of cracks on the walls, their eyes widened in disbelief. Even the usually cold Tang Chi gasped. Even the memory metal was shattered. How powerful was that attack? The young man who had mocked me earlier had an exaggerated expression of shock. I can still feel a terrifyingly violent power in the residual energy. Whoever did this, even if they aren't a Tier 2 ability user, they must be at the peak of Tier 1. Xiaoya stood by, her face full of wonder. This kind of strength, it's impossible for a high schooler. Even at the peak of Tier 1, no student should be this powerful. At that moment, a faint suspicion flickered in Tang Chi's mind. She had just run into her cousin. Could he have caused this? Was he a pig eating a tiger? But she quickly dismissed the ridiculous thought. How could a trash with an F-grade ability produce destructive power comparable to a Tier 2 expert? The next morning, I woke up early, donned my gear, and headed toward the military zone for the martial arts exam. At the same time, in a famous villa district in Jiang City, Tang Chi was also preparing to leave. Suddenly, she was called back by a woman who looked remarkably like her. Chi, your cousin is at the same testing site. If you run into him, you must help him. He only has an F-grade ability, the exam is too dangerous for him. Tang Chi gave a perfunctory agreement. Even though she had a special B-grade ability, she couldn't guarantee her own safety in the exam, let alone look after a trash cousin. Besides, the exam map was huge, the chances of them meeting were practically zero. On my end, I soon arrived at the school's assembly point. The place was already packed. I found the bus for Jiang City's second high school and climbed aboard. As time passed and the last student checked in, the buses moved in a synchronized line toward the military zone. Upon arrival, we were greeted by a temporary podium set up in an open field. Behind the podium was a vast area enclosed by wire fences, the ruins of a broken town. Shadows of ferocious beasts flickered among the debris, accompanied by faint roars and snarls. This triggered a heated discussion among the candidates. Was that a one-horned lizard? They even have those here? This year's exam is heartless. Complaints like these were everywhere, but suddenly, a spirited voice rang out from the crowd. So what if it's a one-horned lizard? If you can't even handle a beast of that level, you'll never amount to anything even if you luck into an ability university. The speaker was a youth holding a long sword. His face radiated sharp confidence, and his eyes were like an eagle's, exerting a powerful pressure on those around him. Many students turned around in anger, ready to argue, but when they saw who it was, they immediately shut their mouths and looked away. Watching this from the sidelines, I found it fascinating. I nudged a tall student holding a saber next to me. Who's that? He's got quite the mouth. The saber-wielding student pouted in annoyance. Who else? That's Zhou Yang, the Clear Breeze sword from First High. I realized who he was then. Jiang City First High was the most prestigious school in the city, and its students were notoriously fierce. Every year, almost all of the top 10 scorers came from First High. Zhou Yang was one of their best this year. Not only did he have a B-grade wind-type ability, but his swordsmanship was so good he had earned a nickname. Good. A swordsman needs that kind of unstoppable momentum, the principal of First High noted with a satisfied nod. The principals of other schools looked on with envy. If their schools had a student like that, they wouldn't be crushed by First High every year. Soon, all the students from the 40-plus buses were lined up in the field by school and class. A middle-aged man in a military uniform stepped forward. With a single glance, he silenced the chattering crowd. If Zhou Yang's gaze was pressuring, this officer's gaze was like that of a predatory beast, just meeting his eyes made one's heart skip a beat. I am Wan Haiyang, the commander-in-chief for this Jiang City martial arts exam. I will reiterate the rules. The exam begins at 9 a.m. and ends at 9 p.m. The testing ground is the town ruins behind me. The outskirts and middle sections contain unranked or Tier 1 beasts. The core area contains Tier 1 and above. As for the innermost zone, that area is occupied by Tier 2 beasts. Wang Haiyang's voice echoed across the field. Though he didn't use a microphone, his voice reached every student clearly. In the ranks, a smirk played on my lips. The rules were simple: the higher the grade of the beast killed, the higher the score. The more you killed, the more points you got. Previously, I would have only dared to hunt in the outskirts. Now, I not only had the confidence to enter the core area, but I could even take a look at the innermost zone. After explaining the rules, Wang Haiyang waved his hand, and a large truck drove up. When the back opened, it revealed rows of black tactical backpacks. Each contained 3 items: a smartwatch for tracking scores and location, a map of the ruins, a compressed energy bar for quick recovery, and a safety orb. Activating the orb would create a high-voltage shield that common beasts couldn't penetrate, but using it meant immediate disqualification. It was 8:40 a.m. Once the students received their packs, they began to mingle. Does any team need a tank? I have a D-grade enhancement ability. I can take hits and deal damage. This exam is too hard to go solo. C-grade mental ability here. I can stun beasts for a moment. Any teams? The exam didn't forbid teaming up. However, the points earned from a kill would be split among all members, so most people still preferred to go solo. But after seeing the one-horned lizards, everyone realized the difficulty was on another level. Those who hadn't planned on teaming up were now searching for partners. Do you want to join our team? We need an auxiliary damage dealer, and your lightning ability would fit perfectly. A pretty girl approached me. I was surprised that anyone would invite me. An ordinary student would have agreed without hesitation to an invitation from such a beauty, but I just frowned. The girl was Lin Qingyuan, the class president of Class 5. She was known for her kind and gentle nature, often helping students in need. She was likely trying to look out for me, but this was the martial arts exam, no one wanted a burden on their team. As Lin Qingyuan's teammates' faces turned sour, I firmly declined her offer. First, I didn't want to make things difficult for her. Second, my goal was to be the top scorer in Jiang City. To be honest, I was afraid they would hold me back. Time flew, and it was soon 9 a.m. sharp. With a shout from Wang Haiyang on the podium, over 1,400 candidates swarmed into the town ruins like a cloud of locusts. Caught up in the atmosphere, I drew my spear and charged in with the crowd, laughing. The town ruins were like a giant abyss, swallowing all the students whole. The field outside was soon empty. Activate the ruin cameras and follow-up drones. Prepare to start the exam livestream. At Wang Haiyang's command, countless drones flew into the ruins, and tens of thousands of cameras went live. These feeds weren't just for the Education Bureau and school leaders, even the younger students back at the high schools would be watching. Although the town was just a small settlement under Jiang City's jurisdiction, it covered a vast area. Over 1,400 students entering it was like drops of water in an ocean. However, the influx of so many humans caught the attention of the beasts. Instead of attacking immediately, they went into hiding. The teams and solo hunters began to move deeper into the ruins. Zhou Mingyang from First High immediately used his wind ability to speed toward the core area. For him, the trash in the outskirts weren't worth his time. I also picked a direction and ran with my spear, activating my smartwatch to check the map. As soon as it turned on, a leaderboard appeared. At the top was Zhou Mingyang with 10 points. As expected of First High star, he had already made a kill. I checked the map and headed straight for the middle zone. Before long, a leopard-like beast blocked my path. Its crimson eyes locked onto me as it let out a low growl. Having studied the beast encyclopedia, I recognized it instantly, a shadow cat. Though it was a common beast, it wasn't easy to handle. Every year, many candidates fell to its claws. Before I could react, the shadow cat, unable to resist the lure of prey, let out a bloodthirsty growl and lunged at me. When it was 3 meters away, it raised its claws, aiming for my head with a force that suggested it already anticipated a successful kill. A human-like glint of cruelty appeared on its distorted face. However, in the next second, a black spear flashed like a rising dragon, pinning the shadow cat in midair. Asterisk killed unranked beast, shadow cat. System points +3 asterisk. I jerked my right hand back, using the momentum to pull the spear from the cat's body. This shadow cat probably hadn't seen a spear before, jumping straight at me like that was a death wish. Unlike other clumsy monsters, shadow cats were agile and fast, reaching speeds of 17 meters per second. If an awakened user couldn't beat one, they couldn't even run away, they'd just be hunted down. That's why the shadow cat was known as the newbie killer. Normally, I wouldn't have been able to kill it in one hit, but it made a fatal mistake by charging me head-on.
It clearly didn't know that the spear is the king of all weapons, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Moreover, the system had just notified me that I gained system points. This meant these points were the currency the system used to upgrade my abilities. In other words, as long as I killed more monsters, I would keep getting stronger. This discovery fueled my desire to reach the middle zone. I gripped my spear and pushed deeper. Compared to Zhou Ming Yang, who used elemental abilities, my travel speed wasn't as fast, but I was killing beasts along the way. During these fights, I didn't use my ability, I relied entirely on my raw physical strength. On one hand, I wanted to hone my spear techniques and gain combat experience. Using the purple cloud divine thunder on these unranked beasts would result in an instant kill, which wouldn't help me improve. On the other hand, the higher the grade of the ability, the more energy it consumed. I could use my old F-grade weak electricity for 3 hours straight, but the S-grade purple cloud divine thunder might not even last an hour. The exam lasted 12 hours, if I exhausted my energy early, I'd have no trump cards left for the end. With every battle, I felt my combat awareness and spear skills improving. I felt like I was approaching the state of man and spear as one, a feeling I'd never had before. Had my spear technique broken through without me realizing it? I stood with one foot on the corpse of a beast, talking to myself. The beast beneath me was the size of a car, with a sharp horn on its head. Even in death, it radiated a fierce aura. This was the one-horned lizard that candidates dreaded. 3 hours had passed since the start of the exam. Although I hadn't been looking for them, I had already encountered over 40 beasts. My system points had reached 213, and 2 new options had appeared on my system interface. Spear technique, intermediate, upgrade available. Lightning Gale Pierce, basic, upgrade available. After a moment of thought, I couldn't resist the temptation to increase my strength. I clicked the plus sign next to spear technique. Instantly, a flood of spear-related knowledge poured into my mind. These weren't just fleeting images, it felt as if I had personally practiced the spear for decades. Once the knowledge was integrated, I thrust my spear forward. In a single second, the black spear lunged 4 times in succession. It looked like a black dragon, and the friction with the air created a sound like a faint dragon's roar. With this spear technique alone, I could kill tier 1 beasts. I expected an upgrade, but I didn't expect such a qualitative leap. However, upgrading to advanced left me with only 13 points. To go further, I needed more kills. I was now at the edge of the outskirts, about 30 minutes away from the middle zone. I believed my point harvesting speed would increase there. But as I shouldered my spear to leave, a group of candidates appeared at the end of the road. It was a 5-person team led by Lin Qingyuan. "What are you doing here?" Lin Qingyuan asked, walking over with long strides when she spotted me. "What a coincidence, President." I hadn't recognized any of the other candidates I'd seen so far, so seeing a classmate brought a smile to my face. "I'm surprised to see you here alone," Lin Qingyuan said, looking around. Her 4 teammates were also surprised. 3 hours in, many D-grade awakened had already been eliminated. Yet this F-grade trash was standing there perfectly fine. I didn't say much. I've been lucky. The beasts I've run into haven't been too strong. Time is tight, President. Let's talk after the exam. With that, I turned and left. Lin Qingyuan knew every second counted and didn't stop me. She just watched my back, lost in thought. She really hadn't expected me to make it this far. "Captain, come look. This one-horned lizard looks like it just died," a teammate shouted, snapping her back to reality. The group gathered around the lizard's corpse. "The blood hasn't dried yet. It died within the last few minutes. Look at the wound, it looks like a spear thrust." "No way this was killed by that F-grade waste, right?" one boy said, his expression strange. They had only dared to fight a one-horned lizard because they were a team of 5. No one would believe an F-grade solo hunter could kill one. "Check the rankings and we'll know." Another boy opened his smart watch. To their shock, they found my name quickly. Rank 46, Su Jingming, 256 points. Seeing this, the teammates rubbed their eyes in disbelief. A single question rose in their minds: are F-grade awakened users this fierce nowadays? Even Lin Qingyuan stared wide-eyed. The weakling she wanted to help had been hiding such terrifying strength.
Meanwhile, outside the exam grounds, the Education Bureau officials and school leaders were reviewing the top students.
First place, Zhoming Yang, 412 points. He must be slaughtering beasts in the middle zone already.
His wind ability is great for travel.
It looks like the top 10 will belong to First High again.
Unlike the envious expressions of others, Principal Lu of First High looked proud.
Currently, 9 of the top 10 were from his school. Zhoming Yang is our ace. He might break into the top 100 of Jiangnan province this year.
The short, stout man in the front row, Education Bureau Chief Zhang Wanshan, nodded.
It's been many years since Jiang City had a student in the provincial top 100. Principal Lu sighed.
Jiang City was in a remote part of the province with scarce resources. Among the 24 cities in Jiangnan, it was always near the bottom, and the funding from the provincial capital was minimal. Because of this, their martial arts exam results were usually mediocre.
Zhang Wanshan summarized the situation. I'm always satisfied with First High. Third High is doing well this year too. But what's going on with Second High? Your best student is only in 18th place.
The principal of Third High beamed with pride. We have a few talented students this year. Principal Zhao of Second High looked embarrassed. Usually, Second High beat Third High. This year, the roles were reversed. He scanned the rankings and saw only 8 of his students in the top 50. But then he noticed someone else. Who is this student? I have no impression of him. Principal Zhao knew all his top students by heart, but this one was a total stranger. He dismissed it for a moment, but in the back row, Chen Fan, the teacher of Class 5, was stunned.
He knew me well.
I was an F-grade trash.
How could I be in the top 50? More absurdly, I was the highest-ranked student in his class. Chen Fan couldn't figure it out. Could an F-grade ability suddenly turn into an S-grade?
The main screen only showed the top 10. I had encountered other examinees, but none I knew. This was the first time I'd run into a classmate, so a smile naturally appeared on my face.
I didn't expect to see you here. Are you alone?
Lin Xingyuan asked, looking around and seeing no one else. His 4 teammates, seeing me by myself, also looked surprised.
To be honest, 3 hours had passed, and many Earth-tier Awakened had already been eliminated. This E-tier trash in front of me should have been eliminated long ago. Yet, here he was, standing perfectly fine before everyone.
Facing Lin Xingyuan's confusion, I spoke more than usual.
I got lucky. The beasts I encountered along the way weren't too strong. Time is tight, class. Let's chat after the exam. With that, I turned and left.
Lin Xingyuan knew this was a race against time, a crucial college entrance exam, so he didn't stop me. He just watched my retreating back, a little lost in thought. I never thought he'd make it this far.
Captain, come quick.
This unicorn lizard seems to have just died.
A sudden shout pulled Lin Xingyuan's attention back to reality.
He saw his teammates gathered around the unicorn lizard's corpse, chattering excitedly. The blood on the wound hasn't dried yet, meaning it probably died in the last few minutes.
Looking at the wound, it seems to be a spear wound.
Could this unicorn lizard have been killed by that E-tier trash? One of the boys asked, his expression strange. They knew they only dared to fight a unicorn lizard because there were 5 of them. No one would believe an E-tier nobody could solo a unicorn lizard.
Whether he killed it or not, we'll know if we check the score rankings, another boy said, opening his smartwatch.
To their surprise, he quickly found my name, 256 points, 46th place. Seeing this ranking, the other team members rubbed their eyes in disbelief, a question rising in their hearts: are E-tier ability awakened this fierce these days? Even Lin Xingyuan, as the captain, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He never expected that the weakling he wanted to help had been hiding such terrifying strength all along. Meanwhile, outside the examination hall, in the audience seats, officials from the Education Bureau, school leaders, and teachers were commenting on the students in the rankings. Zhoming Yang, ranked first with 412 points, must have already started a massacre in the central region.
His Azure Spirit Gale is indeed excellent for traveling.
It seems like the top 10 this time will mostly be from First High again. Unlike the envious expressions of others, Principal Lu, the center of the conversation, looked arrogant. Among the current top 10 on the leaderboard, all but one student from 3rd High were from 1st High School. Zhou Yang, our Jiangqing's ace, should be able to break into the top 100 in Jiangnan province in this martial arts college entrance exam. A portly middle-aged man in the front row of the audience seats nodded slightly.
He was Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau.
Speaking of which, it's been many years since Jiangcheng produced a student who entered the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Principal Liu, sitting next to Zhang Wenshan, said with some emotion. After all, Jiangcheng was located in the most remote part of Jiangnan province, with extremely scarce resources. Among the 24 prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan province, it was at the bottom, receiving very little educational funding from the provincial capital. It was precisely because of this that the annual martial arts college entrance exam results had never been very good. Zhang Wenshan, looking satisfied, summarized the exam situation.
I've always been quite satisfied with the education at your 1st high school.
This time, 3rd High School is also very good.
But what about your 2nd high school? Your best student is only in 18th place.
The principal of 3rd High School immediately beamed with a chrysanthemum-like smile upon hearing Director Sheng's praise. Indeed, we have a few talented students this year.
In contrast, the principal of 2nd High School looked a bit awkward.
In previous years, 2nd High had always suppressed 3rd High. This year, the situation seemed to be reversed. He carefully scanned the score rankings for a long time, finding only 8 2nd High students in the top 50.
What surprised him even more was that 7 of them were from the elite rocket class.
But who was the other student? He had no impression of them at all. Principal Zhao knew all the outstanding students in his school by heart, but he had never heard of this last student. After a moment of thought, he didn't pay it much mind. However, Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Grade 3 at 2nd High, sitting in the back, was utterly bewildered.
He knew everything about me.
He's clearly just an E-tier awakened trash, so how could he possibly break into the top 50? The most outrageous thing is that the highest ranked student in my own Class 5 is him. Chen Fan was completely baffled.
Could an E-tier ability suddenly transform into an S-tier ability?
He didn't realize that the main screen above only displayed the top 10 students by score. As for the smaller screens, there were thousands of them. Finding my feet among them was nearly impossible. Without seeing the footage, no one knew how I was getting such a high score. Chen Fan's face looked like he'd swallowed a fly. The curiosity was killing him.
Inside the town ruins, I finally reached the middle zone.
Compared to the outskirts, the beasts here were clearly more numerous and powerful. I walked down the debris-strewn streets with my spear. This was where the beast destruction had been most severe. I realized the exam wasn't just a test of strength, it was meant to show us the devastating power of ferocious beasts.
The government's protection of its citizens was truly absolute.
As I was lost in thought, a tiger-like beast lunged from the ruins. The main difference between it and a normal tiger was the numerous skeletal growths protruding from its body. Tier 1 beast, dagger-toothed tiger.
My eyes narrowed.
Like the shadow cat, it was a common beast, but its aura was significantly more powerful.
The tiger approached steadily.
Instead of retreating, I dragged my spear and charged. The spear scraped against the broken concrete, creating a piercing screech and a trail of sparks. I'll use you to test my spear technique. As a Tier 1 beast, the dagger-toothed tiger possessed a basic level of intelligence.
Seeing a seemingly weak human dare to attack first, its naturally violent temperament flared.
It let out a furious roar and charged like a tank.
I showed no fear. There wasn't a hint of panic in my eyes.
With a surge of strength in my right arm, I swung the trailing spear in a massive arc. With a wet thwack, the black spear pierced the tiger's belly before it could react, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. Normally, such a heavy blow would incapacitate a beast, but the dagger-toothed tiger only let out a pained howl before lunging again with even more ferocity. Without using my ability, I didn't expect a one-hit kill. I engaged the tiger in a melee. In less than a minute, the Tier 1 beast that could have killed 99% of the candidates was reduced to a mangled corpse. Asterisk killed Tier 1 beast, dagger-toothed tiger. System points plus 10, asterisk.
My eyes lit up.
As expected, the beasts closer to the core provided more points. I had to hurry. I shouldered my spear and sprinted toward the densest sounds of roaring. The ruins were divided into 4 zones: outskirts, middle, core, and innermost.
Most candidates could only survive in the outskirts. Only a few could enter the middle zone. The core area was so dangerous that even the genius students from First High's rocket classes would hesitate.
As for the innermost zone with Tier 2 beasts, almost no one in Jiang City would dare set foot there. That was a playground for the prodigies of the provincial capital. However, with my S-grade Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, I certainly had the right to be there. But since my ability's duration was limited, I decided to stay in the middle zone for now and save the core area for the final 2 hours to make a final push. And so, I began a frantic slaughter in the middle zone. I didn't use a single drop of my ability, relying entirely on my enhanced physique and refined spear skills. I didn't stop for a second. I was either fighting a beast or on my way to find one. As I killed more beasts, the points on my system panel skyrocketed, and my exam score climbed with them. Unbeknownst to me, this was causing a massive stir in the outside world.
During the exam, all principals and teachers remained on site. Since the Education Bureau chief was there, they couldn't leave. Moreover, the exam results determined the following year's education funding, so everyone was glued to the scores. Since the exam was long, the military provided lunch for the staff. The principals and teachers were just finishing lunch and heading back to the stands. First High is as dominant as ever. Almost the entire top 10 is theirs. It's not surprising. First High gets the most funding and the best students. Our Second High is doing okay. We have 8 people in the top 50. Usually, we only have 5 or 6. It's a shame Third High is even stronger this year. They broke into the top 10. It's an awkward spot for us. The teachers of Second High discussed the situation with grim faces. They weren't surprised by First High's dominance, but Third High's performance was hard to swallow. Unlike the others, Chen Fan was secretly grinning. The F-grade waste he had looked down on was now in 46th place. It looked like his bonus for being an outstanding teacher was secure. He wanted to check my rank again to make sure his bonus was safe. In the next second, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. What happened? How did he suddenly jump to 25th place? Asterisk rank 25, Su Jingming, 372 points. Jiang City Second High asterisk. Chen Fan stared at the screen in shock. How could his rank jump so much in an instant? There were over 1,400 candidates in the Jiang City exam. Rank fluctuations were normal, but a sudden jump of 10 or more spots usually only happened in the lower ranks. In the top 50, the students were powerful, and the point gaps were larger. Even if scores changed, ranks usually only shifted by 1 or 2 spots. A jump of over 10 places was extremely rare. It wasn't just Chen Fan, other teachers from Second High noticed it too. Wait, Su Jingming's rank went up. He's in 25th place. 25th? Are you serious? We just went to lunch. How did the rankings change so drastically? Is he really from a regular class? This is insane. On the leaderboard, Second High now had 9 students in the top 50. Aside from those in 18th and 22nd place, the highest was Su Jingming at 25th. He had jumped from 32nd to 25th, and his score had leaped from 328 to 372. In the front row, Principal Zhao Yao narrowed his eyes. As a C-grade mental ability user, even though he was only Tier 1, he could memorize every detail on the leaderboard. He paid special attention to his own students. Su Jingming's sudden surge was impossible to miss. According to the scoring system, the principal calculated, killing a peak unranked beast gives 6 to 8 points. A Tier 1 low-ranked beast gives 14 to 16 points. The smartwatch updates every 4 seconds. Su Jingming gained 44 points in one go. That means in just 4 seconds, he killed 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 Tier 1 low-ranked beasts. Either way, it proved Su Jingming's formidable strength. This level of performance was on par with the top-tier students like Zhou Mingyang. When did our school get such a fierce student? Principal Zhao was bewildered. By law, all high school principals and education bureau officials had to be Tier 1 ability users or higher. Although Principal Zhao couldn't see the footage, he could estimate Su Jingming's strength based on the score jumps. The other principals and bureau chief Zhang Wanshan noticed as well. Principal Zhao, it seems your school has a hidden gem. This Su Jingming didn't seem to be trying earlier, but now that he's started, his rank is soaring, Zhang Wanshan noted with a nod.
This student has the potential for the top 10, Principal Lu of First High added.
By the way, what's his awakened ability? I haven't heard of him before. Zhang Wanshan was curious. A student with this kind of strength shouldn't be anonymous. To be honest, Su Jingming only exploded in performance today.
I'll have to ask his homeroom teacher for the details.
Teacher Chen, come here for a moment.
Principal Zhao called Chen Fan over. Under the envious gazes of the other teachers, Chen Fan sat down next to the principal. To a regular teacher like him, the bureau chief and the principals were absolute titans. He looked understandably nervous.
Principal, Chief, as far as I know, Su Jingming only awakened an F-grade ability, weak electricity. Principal Zhao frowned. Teacher Chen, are you sure you're not mistaken?
I'm sure, Principal. Before the exam, I even specifically warned him not to take the martial arts track.
Chen Fan gave a bitter smile.
He was starting to wonder if there had been a mistake during the ability registration. It seems the Su Jingming must have extraordinary talent in other areas, Zhang Wanshan mused. It's a pity he's not in the top 10 yet, so we can't see his combat footage.
The live stream system followed a set program, even the bureau chief couldn't interfere. Finding Su Jingming's feet among thousands of fixed cameras was like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Let's wait. With his strength, he should break into the top 10 soon.
Zhang Wanshan was patient.
Principal Zhao agreed and told Chen Fan to stay seated with them. Chen Fan was delighted, not every teacher got the chance to be this close to the top brass. As time passed, the rankings shifted constantly. But one name kept rising.
Rank 25, Su Jingming. Rank 21, Su Jingming. Rank 16, Su Jingming. Rank 12, Su Jingming. Rank 9, Su Jingming.
In less than an hour, Su Jingming had broken into the top 10.
He did it. He's in the top 10. Chen Fan was ecstatic.
As a teacher of a regular class, he never dreamed one of his students would be in the top 10 of Jiang City.
Principal Zhao breathed a sigh of relief.
At least they weren't being completely overshadowed by Third High anymore.
Now we can finally see how he's doing it. Zhang Wanshan looked expectantly at the screen.
After a moment, the projection for the 9th place spot flickered and was replaced by a tall youth. He wore a black tactical suit, his face was resolute, and his eyes were steady and sharp. He held a black spear about 2.1 meters long. The fresh blood staining the spearhead added a touch of ferocity to his appearance. Several dead beasts lay at his feet, and another beast nearby was cowering, afraid to attack. A lone youth, a long spear, and a pile of monsters. The composition of the image radiated a sharp and powerful aura.
In the next instant, the youth moved.
The spear lunged like a dragon. It was so fast that the remaining beast couldn't even react before being skewered.
Chapter 15, Regret and Renewed Strength.
That thrust was so fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. His speed is comparable to a wind-type user.
But isn't he a lightning type?
The teachers in the stands were stunned by the black-clad figure on the screen who had just one-shot a shadow cat.
Fast, accurate, and ruthless, that was their first impression of Su Jingming.
Chen Fan's eyes were wide. He knew the combat level of most of his students from their practical classes.
In those classes, Su Jingming's performance was merely average.
He had never shown this kind of skill.
Holy crap, he was hiding this from me the whole time?
With spear skills like that, he could have shown off earlier. He had to wait for the exam to stun everyone. But with that technique, even an F-grade ability can get a good score. Chen Fan nodded to himself. His earlier advice to skip the exam had indeed been unnecessary. Powerful physique and formidable spear skills, Principal Zhao noted, then shook his head. What a waste. Yes, a real shame, Zhang Wanshan agreed, sounding disappointed. A strong body and weapon skills were great advantages for a candidate, but as they leveled up, those advantages would diminish. Ability users ultimately relied on the quality of their awakened power. If he had even a C-grade ability to go with that physique and skill, he would be the undisputed number one in Jiang City.
But he only had an F-grade. Zhang Wanshan couldn't help but feel regret again.
Principal Zhao and the bureau chief's disappointment aside, Chen Fan was more optimistic.
Top 10 in Jiang City meant he would definitely get into a good ability university.
Even if he stopped killing beasts now, his current score was enough. This was already infinitely better than the failure or death Chen Fan had predicted. Inside the ruins, after killing the shadow cat, I listened to the system notification in my head. The middle zone had even more beasts than I expected. I had only been here for an hour and had already killed over 20 Tier 1 low-rank beasts. Additionally, I had killed over 10 peak unranked beasts. The system points I had accumulated reached 312.
Not bad. The efficiency in the middle zone is much higher.
I nodded in satisfaction.
Then, I heard the high-pitched hum of rotors.
A drone flew in from the distance and hovered dozens of meters above me.
A tracking drone.
My score must have reached the top 10.
I checked my smart watch.
Asterisk rank 9, Su Jingming, 607 points.
Jiang City second high asterisk.
A smile touched my face. The drone meant my battles would be broadcast to the outside world. My S-grade Purple Cloud Divine Thunder would eventually be exposed, as it was too distinct to be passed off as F-grade weak electricity.
But I didn't plan on hiding it.
The martial arts exam was meant to showcase a candidate's strength and potential.
The better the score, the more choices I'd have.
Only a fool would hide their ability and sacrifice points.
I focused and opened my system interface. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Awakened. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, S-grade. Physique, 141. Spirit, 160. Skills, Spear Technique, Advanced, Lightning Gale Pierce, Basic. System points, 362. Over 300 points and I still can't level up? I frowned.
There were only two possibilities. Either the cost to transition from Awakened to Ability User was more than 300 points, or there was a specific condition I hadn't met yet.
To transition, one needs to learn a cultivation method. I see. Because I haven't learned a method yet, I can't level up.
A cultivation method was the basic requirement for an awakened person to become a true ability user. However, even the cheapest method cost over $1 million, which I couldn't afford. I had hoped the system could bypass this, but it seemed I was wrong. But my combat power is already on par with a true ability user. I'll just wait until I get into a university and learn a method there.
I didn't dwell on it. The real question was how to use these 300 points.
I could upgrade my basic attributes or my skills.
I decided on attributes for now.
I put 200 points into physique and 112 into spirit.
Physique, 341. Spirit, 272. As my attributes rose, I felt a surge of power through my body. My mind became clearer than ever. The fatigue from traveling and fighting vanished instantly. Awesome! I laughed, spinning my spear into a beautiful flourish. My thrusting speed and power were significantly higher. With this physique and my advanced spear technique, I can easily kill tier 1 middle rank beasts in the core area even without my ability. I was now fully confident in my strength. The core area had more and stronger beasts. Since I had powered up, there was no need to linger in the middle zone. I shook the spear, flicking off the fresh blood. Then, I shouldered it and checked the map. I sprinted toward the core area. With my enhanced physique, my running speed was now slightly faster than even the wind-boosted Zhoumingyang. Behind me, the drone followed closely. Chapter 17, Beast Pack. In the middle zone, Tang Chi finished a kill. She slit the throat of a tier 1 shadow cat with her dagger. She stood over the corpse, her body covered in a purple-black cat-like energy shroud. Small cat ears flickered on her head. Her B-grade enhancement ability, Shadow Cat, significantly increased her speed, reflexes, and attack power. It was thanks to this that she could kill tier 1 beasts while still being an awakened. Of course, she had already practiced a cultivation method. Although she hadn't fully transitioned yet, her physical foundation was solid. However, a tier 1 low-rank beast was her limit. That's why she stayed in the middle zone and didn't dare enter the core area where tier 1 middle-rank beasts roamed. To save energy, Tang Chi deactivated her shadow cat form. The energy shroud vanished, and her slit pupils returned to normal. Asterisk rank 12, Tangchi 567 points. Jiang City first high asterisk.
She frowned at the screen.
Her rank had dropped by 1. She looked up to see who had overtaken her.
In the 9th spot, she saw a familiar name. Asterisk rank 9, Su Jingming, 607 points.
Jiang City second high asterisk. Tangchi froze for a long moment. The image of the youth with the spear flashed in her mind.
It really was you, Jingming. She had suspected it since the incident at the martial arts hall, but seeing the name in the school confirmed it. But how did you do it with an F-grade ability? She was filled with curiosity.
Her cousin wasn't as simple as he seemed. Holy crap, Ming is that fierce?
I should have called him daddy and clung to his leg. In the outskirts, Lu Jie, the boy who had grown up with me, stared at the screen in regret.
Compared to a good exam score, what was a little dignity? Su Jingming is in the top 10. That's insane. He's the highest ranked student in our school now. Lin Xingyuan's team was also watching.
They had been tracking my progress since they saw me at 46th. We need to work hard too.
Let's aim for the top 300.
Lin Xingyuan was amazed, but she knew they had their own goals.
When I was lower in the ranks, I wasn't very noticeable. But once I hit the top 10, everyone in the exam noticed.
Those who knew me had various reactions, but I knew none of it. I was sprinting toward the core area. My speed was much higher now.
It only took 30 minutes to reach the core zone.
This was the most prosperous part of the old town. The buildings were taller, and despite the decay, you could see their former glory. More importantly, the beasts here ranged from Tier 1 low to Tier 1 middle.
Most candidates who entered the core were in the top 5 of Jiang City. I was the exception.
Because I hadn't stopped to hunt on the way, my rank had slipped back to 10th. I just need to find a large group of beasts. I'll take the number 1 spot in one go. I listened for the roars. The core area was a paradise for beasts. I picked the direction where the roars were loudest and most frequent, the southeast. Most candidates moved through the ruins with extreme caution, afraid of attracting a pack. I, however, ran like a hunting leopard. The 50-kilogram spear on my back didn't slow me down at all. I sprinted past ruined shops, catching glimpses of lone beasts. I didn't even bother with them. Soon, the source of the roars was close. A rusted, broken bus blocked the road. I didn't slow down. Just before impact, I leaped 6 meters into the air. Thud, my boots landed on the roof of the bus. From there, I had a clear view of the scene below. It was a fitness plaza. Among the broken exercise equipment, a pack of beasts was resting. The air was thick with the smell of blood and the musk of predators. 1, 2, 3, 10 beasts. All dagger-toothed tigers. Looks like I found a pack. Beasts were either solitary or social. Dagger-toothed tigers were social. Ordinary candidates would have turned and run, but my eyes burned with battle intent. This was exactly what I wanted. A pack needed a king to keep them in line. I looked toward the center of the plaza. Next to the half-eaten corpse of a one-horned lizard lay a massive tiger. Its limbs were thick, and the bone blades on its forelegs were enormous. Tier 1 middle-ranked dagger-toothed tiger king. So you're the boss. I smirked. Killing this pack would net me a massive amount of system points. Chapter 17, Violent Aesthetics and Domineering Spearplay. Standing on the bus, I was immediately noticed. 9 of the tigers rose, their eyes glowing with malice as they stalked toward the bus. The king remained lazily by the corpse. The 9 tigers moved with a terrifying pressure, like a wall of muscle. Even a Tier 1 high-rank beast wouldn't mess with a pack like this. But I wasn't afraid. I leaped from the bus and landed with a heavy thud. Roar, at a low growl from the king, the 9 tigers fanned out. They charged from different directions, showing a basic level of tactical coordination. Not bad. They actually know how to flank. I gripped my spear. The tigers closed the 30-meter gap in an instant. 5 of them lunged simultaneously, their massive bodies blocking every path forward. The bus was behind me, I had nowhere to go. I didn't blink. I spun the 2.1-meter spear like a windmill. The weapon became a black blur, humming like a high-speed propeller.
The 5 tigers couldn't stop their momentum and slammed into the spinning spear. Asterisk slash.
Slash, asterisk. The sharp spearhead acted like a meat grinder, tearing through their heads and chests. They were sent flying back, crashing into the ground. They weren't dead yet, but they were heavily wounded and gasping for air.
Raw physical strength is still a bit lacking, I muttered, shaking my head. That move was pure muscle, not a skill.
If I had used a skill infused with lightning, they would have been vaporized.
Oh well, I'll just finish them off. I blurred into motion.
The remaining 4 tigers tried to stop me, but I danced around them. I systematically ended the lives of the 5 wounded tigers. Roar, the king finally realized the threat. It stood up and walked past the remaining 4 tigers to face me.
I'll finish you all together.
I flicked the blood off my spear. I stood alone against 5 tigers, my eyes cold and full of killing intent. The king let out a furious roar and charged, followed by its subordinates.
I met them head on. I became a black shadow, weaving through the gaps between the beasts.
They couldn't touch me, but every one of my thrusts found a vital organ.
In less than 2 minutes, every tiger lay dead. A tier 1 middle rank isn't much. I didn't even have to use my ability.
I looked at the king's corpse. I still didn't know the full extent of my power, but I knew the purple cloud divine thunder was my ultimate trump card.
These beasts just weren't strong enough to force it out. I checked my system panel. That fight alone gave me 110 points. A huge harvest.
I wiped my spear and headed for the next spot. Back at second high, the younger students were watching the live stream on a massive screen.
Look! Senior Sue found a pack. Dagger-toothed tigers. It's over, why isn't he running?
When the 5 tigers lunged, some girls covered their eyes. But instead of a massacre, they saw me swat the beasts away like flies.
Holy crap, he's so strong. Can a spear even be used like that? He must have a physical enhancement ability. That strength is insane. The students' disappointment from earlier vanished.
They watched in awe as I carved through the pack. It was a display of violent aesthetics, brutal, yet strangely beautiful. The teenagers were red-faced with excitement. They also possessed a certain level of intelligence, especially this group of daggerblade tigers, who had cooperated many times and had collectively killed countless powerful fierce beasts. 5 daggerblade tigers like these, if unleashed in a city, would be enough to wipe out an elite squad of 100 soldiers.
However, Su Jingming transformed into a black phantom, weaving through the gaps in the daggerblade tiger pack. The daggerblade tigers couldn't inflict any real damage on Su Jingming, while every thrust of his spear aimed directly at a vital point.
The daggerblade tigers were either instantly killed or severely wounded. In less than 2 minutes, all the daggerblade tigers lay dead beneath his long spear.
First-tier lieutenant rank beasts are nothing more than this. They couldn't even force me to use my ability.
Looking at the lifeless daggerblade tiger king at his feet, Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. Although his physique had been enhanced with the help of the system, he wasn't entirely sure how strong his combat power truly was. He dared to attack the daggerblade tiger pack like this because he had the purple cloud divine thunder as a backup. It was a pity these beasts weren't even strong enough to make him use his ability. Su Jingming then glanced at his system panel. This single battle alone had earned him a whopping 100 ability points.
What a huge harvest! Su Jingming's face lit up with joy. If this pace continued, he wondered how many ability points he could accumulate by the end of the martial arts college entrance exam.
Thinking too much now was useless, harvesting ability points was the priority. He quickly wiped the blood from his spear and headed to the next location. On this day of the college entrance exam, all middle schools in Jiangcheng organized their first and second year high school students to watch the live broadcast of the martial arts college entrance exam. On one hand, it was to let these students understand the brutality and cruelty of the exam. On the other hand, it was to allow students to familiarize themselves with the habits of fierce beasts in advance. At this moment, a virtual projection, similar to those in military zones, hung in the air above the Jiangcheng Second High School playground. All the first and second year students in the surrounding audience seats had been watching the live broadcast for a while. In previous years, the top 10 in Jiangcheng were always examinees from first high school, so they mostly discussed examinees from other schools. But this year was different, their school also had an examinee who broke into the top 10, Su Jingming. When Su Jingming, with his 9th place ranking, appeared on the big screen, the entire faculty and student body of second high school erupted. Especially the scene where he pierced in Shadowcat with a single spear thrust, which thrilled the students even more. Holy crap, that spear thrust was so cool. I hadn't heard of Senior Su before, but from now on, he's my idol. Senior Su is tall and strong, he's just too handsome. Unlike the size of the director and principals in the military zone, the students who saw Su Jingming break into the top 10 genuinely felt happy and excited for him. Many even took him as a benchmark and role model. However, because Su Jingming spent the next half hour mostly traveling and rarely attacking, the students felt disappointed. Especially after Su Jingming's ranking dropped to 10th place, some students became anxious, wishing they could transform into Su Jingming and go on a rampage to reclaim his ranking. Sigh, it seems our second high school still isn't good enough. We finally got a senior who broke into the top 10, but he's running out of steam. Although I really don't want to admit it, Senior Su is indeed losing momentum. Forget it, I'll just watch Zhou Mingyang, who's in first place. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Second high school finally had an examinee who broke into the top 10, so they naturally hoped he would achieve a better ranking. However, Su Jingming's performance led to some scattered negative comments from the audience, and a large number of students began to switch back to watching the live broadcasts of other star examinees. Look, Senior Su found fierce beasts. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere redirected everyone's attention back to Su Jingming's live broadcast. In the screen, Su Jingming stood on the roof of a bus, and below him were massive daggerblade tiger beasts. It's over, Senior Su encountered a pack of fierce beasts. Daggerblade tiger pack. We're doomed. Why isn't Senior Su leaving? If he doesn't leave now, it's really over. Forget it, the Daggerblade tigers have surrounded him. He can't leave. Senior Su still hasn't activated his safety sphere. This situation is very dangerous. Although Su Jingming's previous performance had somewhat disappointed the students, he was still a senior from their school. Therefore, when he encountered the pack of fierce beasts, all the students couldn't help but worry. And when 5 Daggerblade tigers pounced on Su Jingming, who hadn't activated his safety sphere, some girls even covered their eyes in fear. However, the imagined scene of being devoured by fierce beasts did not occur. Instead, Su Jingming wielded his obsidian spear, sending the 5 Daggerblade tigers flying with an invincible stance. Holy crap, he's that fierce? At this moment, everyone in the audience felt their hearts skip a beat. A long spear can be used like that? That strength is outrageous. If it were an ordinary person, wielding a long spear like that would not only fail to injure the Daggerblade tigers but would also result in being crushed by their massive bodies. That was amazing. Senior Su is the best. My blood is pumping. I want to go grab a spear right now. As the Tiger King fell, the students cheered. Then, my rank on the screen jumped. Rank 6, Su Jingming, 796 points. Jiang City's second high asterisk. What? He jumped to 6th? He was just at 634 points. How did he gain 160 points so fast? Even with 5 Tier 1 beasts, it shouldn't be that much. Wait. Look at the map. He's not in the middle zone anymore. He's in the core area. The students realized that the tigers I just killed weren't unranked or Tier 1 low rank, they were Tier 1 middle rank beasts from the core zone. Even the top ranked Zhou Mingyang would have had to kite a pack like that. I had just walked in and wiped them out. He's even more dominant than the Clear Breeze sword. Is he actually stronger than Zhou Mingyang? Outside the ruins, the teachers were equally stunned. Chen Fan was beaming with pride. Fast as lightning, that's advanced spear technique. Definitely advanced, Bureau Chief Zhang Wanshan said, his voice trembling with excitement. To reach that level at 18 was unheard of. But then he sighed again. What a pity. Even with an F-grade ability, his score was so high that top universities would still want him. But he could have been a provincial champion with a better ability. Principal Zhao, congratulations. It looks like the top spot in Jiang City might go to second high this year, Principal Lu of first high said graciously, though he was clearly stung. You flatter us, Principal Lu. The exam isn't over yet, Principal Zhao replied humbly, though he was glowing.
As Zhang Wanshan predicted, my score continued to skyrocket. In less than an hour, I overtook Zhou Mingyang for the number 1 spot. It was 3 p.m.
6 hours remained.
Chapter 19, The Lightning Type?
In a ruined housing complex in the core area, 2 groups of beasts were fighting over a meal. There were 8 dagger-toothed tigers and 4 one-horned lizards. Normally, the lizards would win, but the tigers had the numbers. They were locked in a bloody stalemate.
Suddenly, a tiger stopped and growled at the entrance.
The other beasts followed suit, turning their aggression toward the newcomer. A tall youth walked in, a black spear resting on his shoulder. His tactical suit was stained dark red. His eyes were like a lone wolf's.
12 beasts. Perfect. I lowered my spear. Just as I was about to charge, I sensed someone. Come out. I see you. Impressive.
Your senses are sharp, a youth with a long sword said, stepping out from the shadows.
Zhou Mingyang? I raised an eyebrow.
He looked a bit haggard compared to this morning, his suit covered in blood.
How did you know it was me? I asked. Only a few people are brave enough to enter the core area.
We're all familiar with each other, so a stranger could only be the new number 1, Zhou Mingyang explained with a smile.
I nodded and turned toward the beasts. Wait. You're going to fight them alone? Zhou Mingyang was stunned. There are 2 tier 1 middle rank beasts in there. Let's team up.
I looked at him, my gaze turning sharp.
Are you trying to steal my kills? Zhou Mingyang felt like he was being stared down by a predator. No, I just thought, never mind.
If you're that confident, show me what you've got. I patted his shoulder.
I'll be fine. Then I charged. Zhou Mingyang stood back to watch, ready to intervene.
But in 3 minutes, 12 beasts were dead. He was speechless. He had never seen such a one-man army performance.
I enjoyed the flood of system notifications. I had to keep moving. I waved to Zhou Mingyang and sprinted away. Wait. Is your ability a physical enhancement type? Zhou Mingyang shouted after me.
No, it's lightning, my voice echoed back as I vanished from sight.
Lightning? Zhou Mingyang muttered. That didn't look like lightning at all. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. What a jerk. Break into the top 50 in Jiangnan province. However, Su Jingming's E-tier ability was destined to leave him lacking stamina. Advanced Spear Arts. No wonder he's so fierce.
Su Jingming is barely 18, yet his spear arts have already reached the advanced level.
What kind of comprehension is that?
Even geniuses from the provincial capital couldn't master advanced weapon techniques. Hearing director Zhang Wenshan's sigh, the many teachers finally reacted, again filled with surprise and emotion.
Principal Zhao, congratulations. It seems this year's top spot in Jiangcheng will go to your second high school. After that battle, anyone with eyes could see that Su Jingming's strength was greater than Zhou Mingyang's. Getting first place was only a matter of time. Principal Lu Hang of First High School, though unwilling in his heart, still generously offered his congratulations. Yes, congratulations, Principal Zhao. Principal Lu, you flatter me. The exam isn't over yet, so the final results are still uncertain.
First High School was the best middle school in Jiangcheng, not only rich in educational resources but also gathering the most outstanding students from the entire city. Every year after the ability awakening, many excellent students from Second High School transferred due to the generous conditions offered by First High School. Therefore, it was impossible for Principal Zhao of Second High School not to harbor any animosity towards First High School. However, First High School was simply too strong, leaving no opportunity for Second High School to shine. Now, with Second High School's moment of glory over First High School approaching, Principal Zhao was instead not rushing, his tone very humble. No matter what, Su Jingming's strength is undeniable. It's good that our Jiangcheng can have 2 people break into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Zhang Wenshan, who had just managed to regain his composure, nodded to Principal Zhao. This time, your Second High School has done very well in cultivating a student like Su Jingming. After the college entrance exam, I will propose to the city to commend your Second High School. Thank you, Director Zhang.
Principal Zhao's face lit up with joy.
Ability users who chose to become principals no longer held much hope for improving their own strength, focusing more on their careers. A commendation like this would not only bring more resources to second high school, but he, as the principal, would also benefit. It wouldn't be impossible for him to advance further into the Education Bureau in the future. Su Jingming, you really gave me a huge surprise, Principal Zhao sighed inwardly. He had never imagined that second high school would have such a day. Just as Zhang Wenshan predicted, Su Jingming's score soared like a rocket in the following time. In less than an hour, he surpassed Zhou Mingyang and became the first place. At this point, the time also reached 3 p.m., meaning the martial arts college entrance exam would end 6 hours later. Chapter 19, Zhou Mingyang, the Lightning Element Berserker. In the core area of the ruined town, within a dilapidated residential complex, over a dozen fierce beasts were divided into two camps, treating each other as prey and fighting fiercely. The two camps were unicorn lizards and daggerblade tigers. If their numbers were equal, the unicorn lizards would completely overwhelm the daggerblade tigers. However, there were 8 daggerblade tigers here but only 4 unicorn lizards. In terms of strength, the gap between the two sides was not large. The daggerblade tigers only had a slight advantage. This was why, even though they had been fighting for a while, inflicting many bloody wounds on each other, no beasts had died. Fierce beasts were inherently brutal. Once they started fighting, they wouldn't stop until they had killed all their opponents. However, at this moment, one of the daggerblade tigers sniffed its nose and suddenly stopped its charge. It lowered its body and let out a threatening growl towards the complex's main gate. This growl, like a chain reaction, made all the daggerblade tigers and unicorn lizards present stop fighting in unison. They then turned their direction, their heads facing the main gate, their eyes fierce, their bodies poised for a charge at any moment. Under the gaze of the fierce beasts, a tall human youth slowly appeared. The youth wore a black battlesuit and combat boots, with a slender figure. His cold, clear eyes were sharp and piercing, like those of a lone wolf. A thick, dark long spear was casually slung over his shoulder, its sharp blade glinting with a chilling light under the sunlight.
12 fierce beasts, excellent. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction.
This was the largest group of fierce beasts he had encountered in the past hour. With a forceful slap to the spear's butt, the obsidian spear flew up and landed in Su Jingming's hand. Just as he raised his spear, ready to charge into the pack of fierce beasts, he suddenly frowned, stopped, and looked to his right.
There's a dilapidated old building over there. Come out, I've found you.
As expected of the first place holder, your senses are indeed keen. A handsome young man with a long sword strapped to his back emerged from the shadows of the building.
Zhou Mingyang? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow.
This person was none other than Zhou Mingyang, the Azure Wind Sword who possessed a B-tier wind element ability. Compared to his elegant appearance outside the martial arts college entrance exam, Zhou Mingyang now looked a bit travel-worn. His hair was messy, and his battlesuit was stained with dark red blood, whether his own or a beast's, it was hard to tell. Of course, most examinees in the arena were in this state. Su Jingming was in a similar state, though because he used a long spear, he was slightly less splattered with blood than the others.
How did you know it was me? Su Jingming asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. He didn't think a famous star student like Zhou Mingyang would recognize him.
There are only a handful of students from the second high school who dared to rush into the core area, Zhou Mingyang explained with a smile.
We're all old acquaintances here.
When a stranger suddenly shows up, it could only be you, the one holding the number 1 spot.
I see. Su Jingming nodded.
In the martial arts college entrance exam, candidates were strictly forbidden from attacking one another.
Any violation meant permanent disqualification.
Furthermore, with tracking drones hovering overhead, there was no need to worry about a sneak attack from Zhou Mingyang. Su Jingming tightened his grip on his spear and began walking toward a nearby pack of mutated beasts.
Wait. Are you planning to take on that entire pack by yourself?
Zhou Mingyang froze, reaching out to stop him.
Why? You want to steal my kills? Su Jingming's gaze turned cold and dangerous.
To him, these beasts weren't just points for the exam, they represented precious ability points. He had no intention of handing them over to anyone else. Meeting Su Jingming's eyes, Zhou Mingyang felt as if he were being stared down by a powerful beast king.
Goosebumps erupted across his skin.
What a ferocious aura, he thought, his heart racing.
He quickly snapped out of it and waved his hands. No, that's not it. There are 2 Tier 1 middle rank beasts in there. You can't handle them alone. If we team up, we might have a chance. Those are 2 different packs. Each has a middle rank king hiding nearby, waiting for us to tire ourselves out before they strike. Right now, even though the beasts are injured, they haven't lost any numbers. They're in a state of total frenzy. Going in now is basically a suicide mission. Realizing Zhou Mingyang wasn't trying to steal his prey but was genuinely offering to cooperate, Su Jingming's attitude softened considerably. He patted the other boy on the shoulder before charging forward with his spear. No need. I can handle it myself. Hey! Zhou Mingyang tried to call him back, but Su Jingming was already gone. He sighed and gave up. Fine. Since you're so confident, let me see what you're actually capable of. Zhou Mingyang stood to the side with his sword ready, his eyes fixed on Su Jingming. He was prepared to jump in the moment things went south. However, the scene that unfolded next made Zhou Mingyang's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Su Jingming tore into the pack like a god of war. His black spear was a blur of shadows, every thrust claimed a life. In less than 3 minutes, only 4 of the 12 beasts remained standing. Zhou Mingyang was stunned. 2 hours ago, he hadn't even known this person existed. Then, the guy rose like a comet, breaking into the top 10 and eventually snatching the number 1 rank from him just 10 minutes ago. Zhou Mingyang had been curious, imagining what kind of terrifying power he possessed, perhaps a top-tier A rank ability. Yet, the man was achieving a level of slaughter he hadn't even dared to dream of using nothing but a black spear. Zhou Mingyang swallowed hard, his throat feeling dry. Asterisk, does he have some kind of physical enhancement ability? I can't tell, asterisk. While he was lost in thought, Su Jingming finished the harvest. The last Blade Tiger King collapsed to the ground. Asterisk killed Tier 1 low-rank Blade Rhino. Ability points plus 15, asterisk. Asterisk killed Tier 1 low-rank Blade Tiger. Ability points plus 10, asterisk. Asterisk killed Tier 1 middle-rank Blade Tiger. Ability points plus 15, asterisk. Listening to the string of notifications in his head, Su Jingming looked like he was savoring a fine meal. The feeling was intoxicating. However, once the exam ended, such easy opportunities would vanish. He had to make the most of his time. Su Jingming snapped back to reality, gave Zhou Mingyang a quick wave, and sprinted off. By the time Zhou Mingyang reacted, Su Jingming was already several meters away. Su Jingming. Is your ability a physical enhancement type? He shouted. No, it's lightning type. Su Jingming's voice drifted back from the distance, though his figure had already vanished from sight. Lightning? Zhou Mingyang stood there, dazed. Asterisk, there wasn't a single spark of lightning just now. If you didn't want to tell me, you didn't have to give me such a half-assed lie, asterisk. What a jerk, Zhou Mingyang grumbled, his expression aggrieved. And that look he gave me, he was actually worried I'd steal his kills? Who else but a freak like you could handle a pack like that? Besides, the core area is crawling with beasts, why worry about running out? Come to think of it, I was waiting here for 10 minutes. Technically, you stole my kills. Even as he left the area, Zhou Mingyang couldn't stop muttering under his breath about the monster who had just cleared the field. Zhou Mingyang continued his hunt, but as the hours passed, he noticed something strange. The core area was becoming empty. By the 4th hour, he couldn't find a single beast. Where did they all go? He complained, kicking a stone. The stone hit a rusted sign with a loud clang. Instead of a beast, he attracted 3 other students. Oh, Mingyang? You're here too? A group of 2 boys and a girl approached. They were all from First High's rocket class, the top 5 of the leaderboard. Su Jingming killed them all, the bald boy said with a shrug. We couldn't find anything, so we grouped up. He killed them all? That's impossible, Zhou Mingyang argued. There were hundreds of beasts in the core area. Check the rankings. The bald boy projected the leaderboard. Asterisk rank 1, Su Jingming, 3,435 points. Jiang City second high asterisk. Asterisk rank 2, Zhou Mingyang, 1,103 points. Jiang City first high asterisk. Zhou Mingyang's jaw dropped. 3,435 points? Now you see why we say he killed them all, the bald boy said. He must have killed nearly 200 beasts in the core area alone. Between him and us, there's nothing left. Zhou Mingyang was stunned.
He had been trying to get a high score, but he never thought someone would actually run out of monsters to kill.
3,435 points, he's definitely in the provincial top 10.
Jiang City has never seen a score like this. He broke every record.
Outside, the teachers were in a frenzy. He's a monster, Zhang Wanshan laughed.
He killed nearly half of the core area's population by himself in 4 hours. His parents died in a beast tide, Chen Fan added.
Maybe that's why he's so relentless.
I see, Zhang Wanshan nodded solemnly.
One day, humanity will wipe them all out. Chapter 21, 2,413 System Points. You met him?
What's his ability? The others asked Zhou Mingyang.
I'm not sure, but his physique is insane.
His blood chi must be at least 180, Zhou Mingyang guessed.
180? No wonder he's so fierce, the bald boy noted.
Their blood chi was only around 130.
And he's still just an awakened, Zhou Mingyang added. The group went silent.
They were true ability users, yet they were being outperformed by someone who hadn't even transitioned yet.
So what do we do? There's an hour and a half left, the girl, Meng Di, asked.
She was small but carried a massive saber.
We can't go back to the middle zone, it's too far, Zhou Mingyang said. Let's go to the innermost zone.
The others hesitated.
The innermost zone had Tier 1 high rank and Tier 2 beasts.
It was suicide for a solo hunter, but as a team of 4, they might have a chance.
Let's do it, the bald boy agreed.
They headed toward the center of the ruins.
Meanwhile, I was walking through the desolate city center. I checked my system panel. System points, 2,413. I grinned.
That was a massive haul. I still couldn't level up, but I could upgrade my skills.
Lightning Gale Pierce, Basic Dash Advanced, cost 300 points.
Instantly, the skill felt like something I had practiced 10,000 times. I was ready for the Tier 2 beast in the innermost zone. I didn't spend points on attributes yet, I wanted to save them for university. I ate my last 2 energy bars and headed for the innermost zone, a housing complex called Jingyuan Apartments.
The complex was filled with dozens of beasts. Unlike other packs, these were mixed, shadow cats, iron bristle boars, and horned lizards.
They were all being suppressed by a single king.
Deep in the complex lay a massive gray bear. It was the size of a tank, with blood-red eyes. Tier 2 beast, bloodthirsty violent bear. Zhou Mingyang's team arrived on a nearby roof.
When they saw the bear, their faces went pale.
A bloodthirsty violent bear. Zhou Mingyang whispered. Its hide is tougher than grade 1 alloy. Even a missile wouldn't kill it easily.
And there are 30 Tier 1 high-rank beasts guarding it, the bald boy added.
We can't fight that.
This must be the work of old Lu, the heartless exam designer, the long-haired boy cursed. We have to try something, Zhou Mingyang said.
Maybe we can lure a few out.
Just as they were about to move, a black figure sprinted toward the complex.
Su Jingming? Zhou Mingyang recognized him instantly. He's here too? Meng Di watched with wide eyes.
He looks terrifying. My suit was almost entirely red with blood. My spear was chipped and battered from hundreds of kills.
He's going in alone?
That's suicide, the long-haired boy sneered. Roar, at my appearance, the beasts in the complex went wild.
A dozen Tier 1 high-rank beasts roared and charged at me. At this point, he no longer cared that Su Jingming was merely an E-tier ability user. After all, with such achievements, even an F-tier ability would have schools scrambling to recruit him. But Su Jingming is truly insane.
In just 3 or 4 hours, he's almost killed all the fierce beasts in the core zone.
It looks like he might be a battle maniac in the future. Zhou Mingyang and the others didn't know how many fierce beasts were deployed in the core zone, but as the director of the Education Bureau, how could Zhang Wanshan not know? A total of 450 first-tier lower-rank fierce beasts and 40 first-tier lieutenant-rank fierce beasts were deployed in the core zone.
Excluding those that died from mutual combat and the number killed by Zhou Mingyang's group of 4, Su Jingming alone had killed almost half of all the fierce beasts in the entire core zone. And this had only happened in 3 or 4 hours, which indirectly demonstrated the terrifying extent of Su Jingming's strength. Su Jingming's parents both died in a beast tide when he was young. Perhaps that's why he hates fierce beasts so much, class teacher Chen Fan added. I see, Zhang Wenshan nodded in sudden understanding, his expression turning cold. Sooner or later, we humans will eliminate all fierce beasts. Don't worry, that day will come, Principal Zhao added coldly, thinking of the brutality of fierce beasts. Chapter 21, 2413 Ability Points, Bloodthirsty Berserker Bear. Oh, you've met Su Jingming? Quick, tell us, what's his ability? Inside the examination hall, when they heard Zhou Mingyang had encountered Su Jingming, the surrounding few immediately became interested. I can't be sure of his ability type, but his physique is very strong. His chi and blood value is at least above 180 points, Zhou Mingyang shook his head, stating his guess. 180 points of chi and blood? No wonder he's so fierce. The bald boy clicked his tongue in wonder. Ordinary Awaken only had around 100 points of chi and blood. Even their first-tier lower-rank ability users only had a little over 130 points. 180 points of chi and blood was an unattainable goal for them. A strong physique, most likely an enhancement-type ability user. With his ability activated to enhance his physique, having that much chi and blood isn't too surprising, the long-haired boy said, feigning nonchalance, but his tone was a little sour. No, Su Jingming is just an awakened, Zhou Mingyang shook his head again. He didn't deny the long-haired boy's guess that Su Jingming possessed an enhancement-type ability, as he also believed it to be true. An awakened? The petite girl with the large saber gasped in surprise. So, we few ability users are actually inferior to an awakened? The girl's single sentence immediately silenced everyone present for a while. After a moment, Zhou Mingyang slowly said, I have to say, Meng Di, you're as good as ever at getting to the point. Meng Di was the only girl among their group of ability users. She had awakened a B-tier enhancement-type ability and was currently ranked 4th. Wasn't I just scared? Meng Di stuck out her tongue, her cute demeanor forming a strong contrast with the large saber she carried. However, Zhou Mingyang and the others were used to it. Su Jingming is truly a monster. He's only at the awakened stage, yet he's already so fierce. The bald boy's expression was complex. He paused, then added, but what should we do next? There's about an hour and a half left until the exam ends. The fierce beasts in the core zone have been killed off. Should we go back to the central region? In the martial arts college entrance exam, everyone was racing against time, wanting to kill as many fierce beasts as possible to get more points. They naturally couldn't continue to wander around for the remaining hour. It would take at least half an hour for us to get back to the central region, wasting too much time on the road. Moreover, most of the fierce beasts in the central region are peak unranked, and the points gained from killing them aren't very high, Zhou Mingyang said after a moment of thought. Instead of going back to the central region, why don't we go to the deepest core zone and try our luck? The deepest core zone? Everyone's heart sank upon hearing this. The lowest ranked fierce beasts in the deepest core zone were first tier upper rank, and there were even second tier beast kings. With such a lineup of fierce beasts, even they, as first tier lower rank ability users, would be taking a huge life risk by entering. Going into the deepest core zone alone was tantamount to suicide. But if the 4 of us team up, we might be able to give it a try. The bald boy hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. The martial arts college entrance exam was a make-or-break event. Although for ability users like them, failing the exam wouldn't be so severe, they wouldn't give up the chance to get into a better university. I have no objections, the petite girl, Meng Di, giggled. At this point, it seems like this is our only option. The long-haired boy also nodded. Alright, then let's set off quickly. Zhou Mingyang was also a decisive person. After deciding on the plan, he immediately led the 3 of them to quickly leave the core area of the ruined town. Somewhere in the core area of the ruined town, Su Jingming walked along the road with his long spear on his back. This was originally a city street, but now the concrete ground was cracked, overgrown with weeds, presenting a desolate appearance. The buildings and shops on both sides were also dilapidated. However, Su Jingming didn't pay attention to his surroundings, his attention was entirely focused on his system panel. Level, Awakened.
Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, S tier. Physique, 181. Chi and Blood plus Spirit, 182. Combat Techniques, Spear Arts, Advanced, plus Lightning Gale Break, Elementary. Ability Points, 2413. 2,413 ability points. Su Jingming's eyes gleamed. This was his total harvest since entering the core area.
Such a large number of ability points was astonishing. However, even so, no plus sign appeared next to his level, which confirmed that he couldn't evolve into an ability user because he hadn't cultivated an ability cultivation method yet. But this way, most of the fierce beasts in the core area have been killed by me. To continue gaining ability points, I must go to the deepest core area. However, there are second-tier fierce beasts there, so I need to strengthen myself before going. Su Jingming tapped the plus sign next to Lightning Gale Break. Ability points, 100. Lightning Gale Break, Elementary, Intermediate. Ability points, 200. Lightning Gale Break, Intermediate, Advanced. Su Jingming spent 300 ability points in one go, directly raising his combat technique to Advanced. Instantly, this combat technique felt as if he had practiced it thousands of times, becoming incredibly proficient.
Now I'm more confident in dealing with that second-tier fierce beast. Although he had many ability points, Su Jingming didn't use them extensively to boost his basic attributes.
He only raised his Chi and Blood to 180 points at the very beginning and now upgraded his combat technique, which was very economical. On one hand, ability points were precious. After the martial arts college entrance exam, there would be no such opportunity to harvest them.
On the other hand, these ability points would have other great uses once he entered an ability user university.
Of course, the most important thing was that his current strength was already sufficient to deal with the second-tier fierce beasts in the deepest core area, so no further enhancement was needed. After allocating his points, he quickly drank the 2 remaining energy bars in his backpack. After replenishing his stamina, Su Jingming glanced at the map and strode towards the deepest core area. Compared to the entire map of the martial arts college entrance exam, the deepest core area was pitifully small, almost just a tiny dot. However, in reality, it was more than just a small, it was an entire residential complex.
This was a complex called Jingsei Yuan.
Dozens of fierce beasts of various types inhabited the open space within the complex.
Unlike ordinary packs of fierce beasts, these beasts were of different species: shadow cats, iron bristle boars, and even unicorn lizards. It was important to know that fierce beasts were inherently brutal, and different tribes would often view each other as prey. For such a large number of different species of fierce beasts to coexist harmoniously, forming a hunting ground, there must be a beast king suppressing everything. And this beast king was a grizzly bear crouching in the deepest part of the open space. Unlike ordinary grizzlies, this one was massive, like a tank, and its eyes were blood red, as if containing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Just its mere presence, crouching there, exuded a terrifying aura. At this moment, Zhou Mingyang and his group had already arrived nearby, standing on the roof of a building, looking down. When they saw the grizzly bear resting below, everyone's expressions changed. It's a bloodthirsty berserker bear. Zhou Mingyang's face was grim. There were differences in strength even among different fierce beasts.
For example, a first-tier shadow cat could never defeat a unicorn lizard. This was racial suppression. The bloodthirsty berserker bear was also a notoriously rare and difficult to deal with species among fierce beasts. Not to mention its terrifying strength, its thick, matted fur was even tougher than first-tier alloy. Even missiles couldn't easily shatter it. Chapter 22, Su Jingming is indeed lightning elemental. This is troublesome now. Zhou Mingyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it were other ordinary second-tier fierce beasts, the 4 of them combined might be able to hold out for a while. But with the bloodthirsty berserker bear's strength, a single swipe of its bare paw, like a large iron pot, would kill everyone. They wouldn't even be able to withstand it. There's another possibility: as soon as we enter the complex, we'll be wiped out by these first-tier upper-rank fierce beasts swarming us, even before the bloodthirsty berserker bear makes a move, the bald youth pouted. The 4 of them combined could at most deal with 3 or 4 first-tier upper-rank fierce beasts, but there were over 30 first-tier upper-rank fierce beasts in the open space below the complex. This meant that neither the second-tier bloodthirsty berserker bear nor the remaining first-tier upper-rank fierce beasts were something they dared to provoke. The difference in fierce beast configuration between the deepest core zone and the core zone is too great.
The strongest in the core zone was only first tier lower rank.
Now, in the deepest core zone, not only has the strongest fierce beast become second tier, but even these ordinary fierce beasts are first tier upper rank.
How are we supposed to play this? The petite girl, Mang Di, pouted unhappily.
Before the exam, I heard that the examiner for this year's martial arts college entrance exam was old Lu. I didn't believe it then, but now it seems this kind of monstrous beast combination must be his doing, no doubt about it, the long-haired boy said through gritted teeth. The examiner for the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance exam rotated every year, and old Lu was one of the notorious examiners. The death rate for the martial arts college entrance exam he arranged was more than double that of other years.
First tier upper rank and second tier fierce beasts in the deepest core zone are a fixed pairing for the National Martial Arts College entrance exam.
Old Lu just replaced it with the more difficult bloodthirsty berserker bear. We can't blame anyone else, only our own lack of strength, Zhou Mingyang sighed. The martial arts college entrance exam was inherently about selecting the best of the best. The deepest core zone was like the final major question in a math exam, only those who could solve it were truly considered favored children of heaven. However, while he was a genius admired by all in Jiangchang, in the entire Jiangnan province, he didn't even have the qualification to touch this final exam question. Speaking of which, Su Jingming, that guy, worked so hard for half a day, painstakingly earning over 3,000 points, which is still not as fast as killing this second-tier fierce beast and 30-plus first-tier upper-rank fierce beasts, the long-haired youth said, his lips curling slightly, a hint of schadenfreude in his expression.
The points for fierce beasts in the deepest core zone were much higher than in the core zone. Killing a first-tier upper-rank fierce beast would yield 100 points.
If one could kill the final second-tier fierce beast, they could get 4,000 points in one go.
Humans need strong combatants. What's the use of killing more weaklings?
The long-haired boy clearly held some resentment towards Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang frowned upon hearing this. However, he ultimately said nothing, as it was a fact. The martial arts college entrance exam required fierce and powerful individuals, not mere killing machines who only knew how to kill low-tier fierce beasts. Just like launching now, although fierce beasts ran rampant, if all the 9th-tier beast emperors in the fierce beast tribes could be killed, the remaining fierce beasts would collapse on their own. But if the beast emperors were not all killed, killing more ordinary fierce beasts would be useless. It was precisely because of this that the martial arts college entrance exam set the points for the deepest core zone fierce beasts so high. This way, killing the second-tier fierce beast alone could earn enough points to dominate the entire exam, and the second-tier fierce beast was also a must-target for examinees aiming for the provincial champion title. But having said that, Zhou Mingyang silently added in his heart, Su Jingming is useless, so wouldn't those of us with lower scores be even more useless? He thought this, but since they would be fighting side by side soon, he didn't retort. Alright, enough talk. Let's go down and see if we can lure out a few first-tier upper-rank fierce beasts. We definitely can't directly enter the open area of the complex where the second-tier bloodthirsty berserker bear is stationed. Therefore, Zhou Mingyang's strategy was to lure them out one by one, killing as many as they could. Of course, it was also possible that they wouldn't be able to lure any out. If that were the case, then even with their group, they would only have to return to the central region. Time to work, time to work. Going to a place where a second-tier fierce beast is stationed to lure out fierce beasts, isn't that just asking for death? Even if it's asking for death, don't we still have to try? The few of them joked with each other as they prepared to go downstairs. However, at this moment, a black figure rapidly approached from a distance. The figure moved very fast, like a leopard. In just a few seconds, it arrived at the entrance of the Jingse Yuan complex from afar. Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he was on the 8th floor rooftop, relying on the powerful senses of an ability user, he immediately recognized the figure below as Su Jingming, whom he had met before. Su Jingming is here too? Where? Where? Su Jingming, huh? I want to see what kind of person he really is. Unlike Zhou Mingyang, Meng Di, and the others hadn't encountered Su Jingming. So, upon hearing Zhou Mingyang's voice, the few who had already reached the stairwell quickly turned back and looked down. When an Awakened transforms into an ability user, not only is their ability strengthened, but their physical qualities are also correspondingly improved. Therefore, a height of 8 floors was nothing to them, they could clearly see the person below. In front of the open space of the complex below, a young man stood there. The youth was tall, with a resolute face and eyes as sharp as an eagle's.
Having endured countless battles, the black battlesuit he wore was almost entirely stained dark red.
And the black long spear on his back, its originally sharp and keen blade, was now uneven, as if it had chopped too many bones, resembling a worn-out cleaver. It was precisely because of this long spear that the youth's steady and powerful aura gained an extra touch of ferocity.
What a handsome young man!
No matter when, women were always emotional creatures. So, the moment Meng Di saw Su Jingming, her eyes lit up.
An F-tier long spear, used to such a dilapidated state by him.
It's hard to imagine how many fierce beasts he must have killed. The bald boy marveled at the broken state of Su Jingming's weapon. It was important to know that F-tier alloy was incredibly hard. For it to be worn down like this was enough to indicate the frequency and brutality of the battles. But appearing in front of a pack of fierce beasts like this, isn't he just asking for death? The last long-haired boy snorted.
Roar! Woo! Sure enough, because of Su Jingming's appearance, the fierce beasts below quickly became agitated.
In the blink of an eye, over a dozen first-tier upper-rank fierce beasts roared and charged towards him. It was over. He had alerted the beast horde.
Meng Di gasped in alarm. How could Su Jingming be so reckless? Zhou Mingyang frowned.
At this distance, even if they wanted to help, it would be too late. By the time they rushed down, Su Jingming would likely be dead beyond revival.
Why was he so confident? Was it because he was ranked first?
The long-haired student scoffed, his gaze fixed below.
He's using a spear, huh?
But that spear probably won't save him, just as I said. Initially, Su Jingming could handle the few beasts that charged him, but he couldn't fend off the continuous stream that followed.
He was quickly overwhelmed, swallowed by more than a dozen beasts. Could Su Jingming really have died just like that?
Zhou Mingyang stared at the figure disappearing into the beast horde, finding it hard to believe.
The person who had risen like a comet in just a few hours was now falling like a meteor? More importantly, what was Su Jingming thinking?
He knew the core zone was filled with first-tier high-rank and even peak first-tier beasts, so why would he swagger in front of them? But then again, he really did lie to me. He never used lightning from beginning to end, Zhou Mingyang mused.
Forget it. A dead man tells no tales. A lie is a lie.
Zhou Mingyang and Su Jingming had only met once, so he didn't feel much about the other's safety, merely puzzled by his foolish actions. Just then, Zhou Mingyang and the others felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. A low, authoritative voice echoed in their ears, "Divine lightning." The next moment, accompanied by chaotic, piercing thunder, a purple shockwave erupted from the very center of the beast horde below them. Boom! All the beasts hit by the shockwave were struck as if by a heavy blow, their bodies charred black, sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. The previously dense beast horde was instantly cleared, as if a drawing had been lightly erased. In the center of the cleared space, Su Jingming's tall, slender figure stood like a god of war. Around his body, streaks of purple lightning swirled, as if cheering for the arrival of their king. It was only then that Zhou Mingyang and the others realized that it wasn't a shockwave at all, but a high-voltage electric net formed by condensed purple lightning. Staring at the figure in the center of the clearing, who resembled a thunder god, Zhou Mingyang was dumbfounded. After a long moment, he finally reacted, muttering, "Su Jingming really is a lightning-type ability user."
Chapter 23, Purple Heaven Divine Lightning, Dominant Clearing.
Crackling, in the center of the clearing, with Su Jingming at its core, the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning spread out more than 3 meters. The thunderous roar was as piercing as 1,000 birds chirping simultaneously.
The terrifying lightning seemed to turn the area around Su Jingming into a forbidden zone of life.
Beyond 3 meters lay charred beasts, while within 3 meters, only Su Jingming stood, enveloped in lightning, like a sovereign. Indeed, relying solely on physical strength is still a bit difficult against so many first-tier high-rank beasts, Su Jingming murmured. He raised his left hand, gazing somewhat entranced at the purple electric arcs dancing on his fingertips. Ability power is closely related to its rank and the 2 basic attributes. Sure enough, he was still just an awakener, but his 180 points in chi and spirit made his Purple Heaven Divine Lightning significantly more powerful than when he first awakened. It could even inflict great damage on some high-rank beasts. This was the domineering and formidable nature of an S-rank ability. Su Jingming looked ahead. The severe injuries and deaths of more than a dozen beasts had already attracted the attention of the Beast King here.
The bloodthirsty violent bear rose from its resting state, standing upright. Its 5-meter height, coupled with its 3-meter plus width, made it resemble a heavy tank. Imagine the oppressive feeling of a heavy tank standing upright. This was the scene Su Jingming faced, a rare beast, the bloodthirsty violent bear.
This year's 5-subject college entrance exam is indeed unusually difficult, Su Jingming licked his lips.
Because his landing in Jiangnan was a bit later, the setting sun cast a long shadow of the bloodthirsty violent bear onto the ground. With his back to the light, Su Jingming couldn't clearly see the bear's face, but its blood-red eyes exuded a powerful oppressive aura. Affected by this aura, the remaining dozen or so beasts, which had previously cowered before Su Jingming's might, once again became aggressive. They crouched low, baring their fangs, letting out roars and low growls. This scene would be perfect for a horror movie. But when the fight starts, these small fries might be a bit troublesome.
In that case, I'll clear the field first.
Su Jingming's gaze sharpened.
The purple heaven divine lightning, which had only been active on his body's surface, now, under his control, directly penetrated deep inside him. Buzz, as if injected with a powerful stimulant, Su Jingming's body trembled violently. Then, his clear, sharp eyes became filled with purple lightning. Simultaneously, an incredibly vast power surged from his limbs and bones.
This is the feeling.
A wild, unrestrained smile spread across Su Jingming's chiseled face.
Abilities were an inherent human power, as easy to use as an arm.
Therefore, besides refined ability applications like combat techniques, there were also cruder methods. For example, Zhou Mingyang's wind-type ability could be used casually to reduce air resistance and increase running speed.
Another example was Su Jingming's previous purple heaven divine lightning burst, which achieved an effect similar to a powerful plasma cannon.
And his current state was also a basic application of lightning-type abilities, guiding lightning into the body to stimulate all cells, thereby greatly enhancing his physique. Previously, Su Jingming had tried using his E-rank weak electricity ability to stimulate his body. However, it only made his body numb, with no other effects.
But now, with the S-rank purple heaven divine lightning, it was completely different. Su Jingming could feel the purple heaven divine lightning surging through his body like a mighty river, strengthening his physique to an incredibly abnormal degree.
Of course, this wasn't a combat technique, and lightning coursing through the body was extremely dangerous. A single mistake could damage his meridians. Therefore, Su Jingming couldn't maintain this state for long, but it was certainly enough to deal with these beasts.
A smirk played on Su Jingming's lips. The next moment, lightning flashed, and his figure vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside a first-tier high-rank one-horned rhino.
Then, his spear in hand, it streaked through the air like lightning, leaving a purplish-black trail.
Before the one-horned rhino could even react, a blood-red line appeared on its neck. Subsequently, the rhino's massive head fell to the ground with surprising smoothness.
Its skin, which was as hard as steel, offered no protection at all at that moment.
Pfft, blood gushed from its neck like a fountain.
With the tenacious vitality of a first-tier high-rank beast, it could still move even with its abdomen torn open. But without its head, there was absolutely nothing it could do.
The headless body of the one-horned rhino crashed into a pool of blood.
Roar, seeing the one-horned rhino killed right in front of it, the bloodthirsty violent bear could no longer hold back its rage. It let out a furious roar and charged at Su Jingming. Although the bloodthirsty violent bear was enormous, its running speed was not slow. With all 4 limbs on the ground, it covered a distance of over 30 meters in the blink of an eye. To say it was running was an understatement, it was practically flying.
However, while the bloodthirsty violent bear was fast, Su Jingming was even faster. With the enhancement of the purple heaven divine lightning, he transformed into a purplish-black phantom, weaving through the beast horde. With each strike, his obsidian spear, wreathed in purple lightning, would claim the life of a beast.
Ding. Killed a first-tier high-rank beast, one-horned rhino. Ability points plus 15
Ding.
Killed a first-tier high-rank beast, shadow cat. Ability points plus 13
Ding.
Killed a first-tier high-rank beast, blade tiger. Ability points plus 14 A series of system notifications rang out in Su Jingming's mind, accompanied by the bloodthirsty violent bear's frustrated roars as it failed to catch him.
What kind of lightning-type ability is this? On the rooftop, Zhou Mingyang and his group were utterly dumbfounded.
Just the ability burst alone had severely wounded and nearly killed first-tier high-rank beasts, and Su Jingming was merely an awakener.
Even an A-rank ability shouldn't be able to reach this intensity, right? The petite girl, Meng Di, swallowed hard. Thanks to the internet, she had seen A-rank lightning-type ability users before. However, even those high-tier A-rank lightning-type ability users didn't exude the same powerful oppressive aura that Su Jingming did now. Stronger than an A-rank ability? Could it be? Zhou Mingyang and the bald student exchanged glances, then spoke in unison, S-rank? No sooner had the words left their mouths than Zhou Mingyang shook his head, denying it. No, that's not right. If he really had an S-rank ability, the entire Great Xia nation would have been shaken from the day he awakened it. Moreover, it's impossible to conceal one's ability rank nowadays.
Ability awakening is arranged uniformly by the state. Every awakener's ability is recorded in the National Information Database. If there truly was an S-rank ability, the state would have long since intervened and sent them for elite training. Why would he still be stuck in Jiangcheng Second High, a place with scarce educational resources? Could it be an ability mutation? The bald youth tentatively asked.
Ability mutation.
Zhou Mingyang pondered for a moment, then nodded.
That is indeed a possibility. The world is vast and full of wonders. While ability mutations are rare, they are not unheard of.
There have been cases where a D-rank ability mutated into an A-rank ability under accidental circumstances. But no matter what, after today, the entire Jiangcheng will probably be shaken by him. Zhou Mingyang's expression was incredibly complex as he watched the black figure below, wielding a long spear, dominating and clearing the beast horde.
Chapter 24, You call this an E-rank ability?
Outside the exam hall, when Su Jingming appeared alone before the bloodthirsty violent bear horde, gasps of alarm immediately erupted on the military base's open ground.
What is Su Jingming doing? How did he just appear in the beast's line of sight?
Zhou Mingyang and the others knew to hide high up and observe, so why was Su Jingming so reckless?
Run! Run!
The Education Bureau director and the various principals, all second-tier ability users with sharp eyes, had long discerned Su Jingming's strength. He could handle 2 or 3 first-tier high-rank beasts simultaneously, but dealing with dozens of them was a pipe dream, let alone the even more terrifying second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear, which he couldn't possibly defeat. Thus, upon seeing Su Jingming appear without any concealment in the core zone, the director and principals immediately panicked. Many teachers from Second High were shouting for him to escape, but unfortunately, Su Jingming in the video couldn't hear them. Instead, he was engulfed by the beast horde after startling them. Su Jingming is too confident, daring to swagger into the core zone like that. The director shook his head, his expression grave. Even if Su Jingming miraculously survives, after the 5-subject college entrance exam, such reckless behavior will surely lead to a significant downgrade in his evaluation by the admissions offices of major ability universities.
It's over now. Is the prodigy our school finally produced going to fall like this?
Principal Zhao Yao of Second High looked ashen.
Doesn't Su Jingming still have a safety sphere?
Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher, quickly interjected. Leaving aside whether he can even activate a safety sphere in this situation, even if he did, the high-voltage electric net it releases wouldn't withstand the onslaught of this group of first-tier high-rank beasts. Principal Zhao Yao shook his head. He turned to Commander Wang, the chief commander of this 5-subject college entrance exam. Commander Wang, please arrange for the nearest ability user squad to prepare for rescue. To preserve the lives of the examinees as much as possible, in addition to the safety spheres, another measure was the ability user rescue squads distributed throughout the exam venue. Unlike the inexperienced examinees, these rescue squads were elites tempered by battle, and their team compositions were highly rational. Although they were all first-tier ability users, the entire squad combined could hold their own against a second-tier beast. Of course, such elite rescue squads were few and far between in the entire military region, usually reserved for rescuing examinees with immense potential in the martial arts college entrance exam.
Su Jingming, currently ranked first, clearly qualified for an elite rescue squad.
All right, Commander Wang nodded, opening his communication device to contact the rescue squad. I hope Su Jingming can hold on until the rescue squad arrives, Principal Zhao Yao sighed. It was at this moment that the projection screen showing Su Jingming suddenly lit up. With Su Jingming at the center, countless purple lightning bolts surged forth. All the surrounding beasts were charred black and sent flying by the violent lightning. Immediately after, Su Jingming seemed to transform into a thunder god, his eyes crackling with electricity, purple lightning dancing on his body. Wielding a long spear, he began to slaughter his way through the beast horde. The second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear chased behind him but could never land a hit, only able to watch as Su Jingming reaped lives among the beasts. The entire battle scene completed an incredible reversal in an instant. The director and principals were utterly dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. This is Su Jingming's lightning-type ability? Principal Zhao Yao gasped, sucking in a cold breath. Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan, beside him, was also stunned. Principal Zhao, you call this an E-rank ability? You must be joking. Meanwhile, in the core zone of the ruined town, with the enhancement of the purple heaven divine lightning, Su Jingming walked the bloodthirsty violent bear like a dog. The bloodthirsty violent bear also seemed to realize that its speed wasn't enough to catch Su Jingming and that it would only be led around, so it simply stopped chasing. Its massive body sat in the center of the open area, its blood-red eyes fixed on Su Jingming's figure. Every time Su Jingming killed a beast, its bloodthirsty aura intensified. There were a total of 34 first-tier high-rank beasts in the entire area. 13 of them, during their initial encirclement of Su Jingming, were already charred black and severely wounded by the electric burst of the purple heaven divine lightning. As for the remaining 21 beasts, they were all successively killed by Su Jingming, who had activated his cell activation state, within a mere minute. Crackling, with a flash of electricity, Su Jingming's tall figure, spear in hand and wreathed in thunder, appeared about 8 meters in front of the bloodthirsty violent bear. Quite smart, you knew I'd come for you, so you just waited here. Su Jingming's eyes, filled with purple lightning, gazed at the bloodthirsty violent bear not far away, truly an electrifying stare. At this moment, the bloodthirsty violent bear was clearly enraged to the extreme. It snorted heavily from its nostrils, and its muscular chest heaved violently with its rapid breathing. Its blood-red eyes were incredibly cold. Such a sight would likely cause ability users with weaker psychological fortitude to collapse in fear on the spot. However, Su Jingming's expression remained unchanged. He made a grasping motion with his left hand in the air, like a thunder god commanding all. The purple heaven divine lightning swirling around him quickly converged, forming a purple lightning bolt. *ZZZZT. The purple lightning bolt was hurled by Su Jingming. Boom, it accurately struck the bloodthirsty violent bear in front of him. This terrifying lightning, powerful enough to instantly kill a first-tier high-rank beast. At this moment, merely danced on the surface of the bloodthirsty violent bear's body. Aside from making its face even more ferocious, it seemed to have little effect. As expected of a rare species among second-tier beasts, its defense is very strong. Su Jingming's gaze narrowed. Unlike ordinary pets, the bloodthirsty violent bear never cleaned its fur, which caused it to easily clump together, forming armor-like protection. The strength of this fur armor could even rival a first-grade alloy. More importantly, it was non-conductive. Although the purple heaven divine lightning was powerful, Su Jingming was still just an awakener. To cross 2 major tiers and inflict damage on a second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear was indeed a bit difficult. It seems I need to find a way to break its defense first. While Su Jingming was deep in thought, the bloodthirsty violent bear opposite him wasn't idle. Roar, it let out a low growl, and a violent surge of chi and blood materialized around its body, like a super scion, creating an upward current of red energy. Immediately, its entire body swelled dramatically, veins bulging on its ferocious bare face. Under the influence of this powerful energy, even the scattered stones on the ground trembled slightly. Then, it pushed off with its legs, creating a deep crater in the ground, and its massive, tower-like form leaped towards Su Jingming. Holy crap! Do you know what it feels like to have a tiger tank thrown at you? Su Jingming had such a sense of déjà vu. His expression changed, and he quickly dodged to the side. Bang! The bloodthirsty violent bear crashed down like a comet on the spot where Su Jingming had been standing. The already weathered concrete ground could no longer withstand it. Cracks spread out from the bloodthirsty violent bear's center, and dust flew everywhere. After the dust settled, the bloodthirsty violent bear, in its super scion-like form, reappeared in Su Jingming's sight. Chapter 25, Killing the Provincial Champion, Pre-ordered. It went berserk right from the start. It really wants to kill me quickly, huh? Su Jingming clicked his tongue in amazement. Rare beasts and high-tier beasts often possess skills similar to human combat techniques, and Berserk was a relatively common skill among beasts. According to research, during the Berserk state, the beast's limited intelligence would be completely annihilated, transforming it into a killing machine that acted purely on instinct.
Correspondingly, in the Berserk state, the beast's physical strength would be greatly enhanced. Under normal circumstances, beasts would only activate Berserk when fighting for their lives. However, the bloodthirsty violent bear activated Berserk right at the beginning of the battle, clearly enraged by Su Jingming's previous dog-walking antics. But I'm not an idiot.
Whether it's in Berserk mode or not, I won't clash head-on with you. Su Jingming's original chi and blood was as high as 180 points, and with the cell activation enhancement, it surged even further, making his strength astonishing.
But even so, he had no intention of directly confronting the bloodthirsty violent bear.
He was only 1.86 meters tall, while the bloodthirsty violent bear was now over 6 meters tall.
Fighting it head-on in a strength contest would be suicidal.
The best approach was to rely on agility.
Lightning flash, Su Jingming's figure, holding the long spear, blurred and vanished from his spot. The bloodthirsty violent bear instinctively sensed something was wrong.
Before it could react, it felt a sharp pain in its leg. Slash, a large, incredibly sharp wound, wreathed in purple electric arcs, suddenly opened on the bloodthirsty violent bear's left leg. Uffed, bright red blood spurted from the arterial wound like a geyser. Ouch, in pain, the bloodthirsty violent bear's massive fist smashed towards the tiny human figure at its feet. Compared to the bloodthirsty violent bear's 6-meter-plus height, the 1.86-meter-tall Su Jingming was clearly much more agile. Furthermore, the purple heaven divine lightning continuously stimulated all his cells, providing him with an endless supply of power. In this state, Su Jingming's agility was terrifying. Therefore, before the bloodthirsty violent bear's fist even arrived, Su Jingming's figure had already dodged to its right leg. Good. The purple heaven divine lightning, compared to the sharp obsidian spear, is clearly more capable of breaking defenses. So, Su Jingming, using the same method, slit his spear, leaving a long wound on the bloodthirsty violent bear's right leg. At this point, the clumsy bloodthirsty violent bear could barely even track his figure. The intense pain from the wounds on both its legs sent the bloodthirsty violent bear into a frenzy. It swung its bare paws, attacking indiscriminately. However, Su Jingming had already dodged to the side. Rumble, the maddened bloodthirsty violent bear was like a rampaging demolition machine, crushing many beast corpses on the ground into pulp. It was at this moment that Su Jingming pushed the purple heaven divine lightning to its limit. Countless purple lightning bolts shot from his body, striking the bloodthirsty violent bear. The bloodthirsty violent bear's speed was already inferior to Su Jingming's, and now with its leg injuries, its speed was even worse. Although the Berserk state stripped the bloodthirsty violent bear of all intelligence, its basic instincts still clearly knew that lightning couldn't inflict fatal damage on it. So, it simply hunkered down in place, adopting a defensive posture. Rumble. The purple heaven divine lightning bombarded the bloodthirsty violent bear for about half a minute, charring all its grayish-white fur. That should be enough. Su Jingming's figure flashed, appearing less than 3 meters in front of the bloodthirsty violent bear. For the bloodthirsty violent bear, a 3-meter distance only required a small step forward to attack. However, just as it tried to move its legs to unleash its fury on the tiny human in front of it, it was surprised to find its legs felt as if they had vanished, completely unresponsive. What terrified it even more was that its arms were incredibly heavy and it couldn't lift them. You really thought nothing would happen after I bombarded you with purple heaven divine lightning for half a minute, huh? Su Jingming shook his head. Although the bloodthirsty violent bear's fur defense was strong, the obsidian spear had already broken its defense at its legs. During the half-minute bombardment, although much of the electricity was blocked, a significant amount of lightning still entered the bloodthirsty violent bear's body through the wounds, paralyzing its nerves. This was precisely the effect Su Jingming wanted. Unable to move, you're a sitting duck now. Su Jingming, spear in hand, began his counterattack. The 50-kilogram obsidian spear was wielded with ease, its lightning-wreathed tip striking continuously. Pft, pft. Su Jingming, enveloped in purple lightning and the ancient primordial lightning aura of the purple heaven divine lightning, now seemed like a deity. His spear transformed into a blur, and in just 3 or 4 seconds, he left dozens of bull-sized wounds on the bloodthirsty violent bear's body. Inside the wounds, countless lightning bolts still flickered, causing secondary damage. If it were an ordinary beast, it would surely be dead beyond revival. But for the 6-meter-tall, thick-skinned second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear, these wounds were merely minor injuries. It was at this moment that the bloodthirsty violent bear suddenly felt its arms regain sensation. Just as a ferocious grin spread across its massive bare face, preparing to counterattack, the human in front of it leaped up, level with its chest. A pair of cold, clear eyes, black and white, held immense calm. Simultaneously, a low and authoritative voice echoed in its ears, "Lightning Galebreak." Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the black long spear erupted with a terrifying lightning energy fluctuation that filled the bear with dread. It instinctively tried to raise its arms to block, but it was already too late. Boom! With a resounding crash, the wounded bloodthirsty violent bear received its heaviest blow. Violent purple lightning erupted from its chest, and the immense impact sent it flying like a cannonball. Rumble! It smashed through the shattered flower bed in the center, carving a trench over 10 meters long in the ground before finally coming to a stop. A charred, gaping hole was visible on its left chest, where its heart had been. Now, only residual purple lightning swirled within. The bloodthirsty violent bear could feel its strength rapidly draining, its consciousness gradually blurring. It instinctively tried to get up, swaying as it stood. Before it could take its first step, it crashed to the ground with a boom. This terrifying beast, capable of destroying a small town, completely lost its life force at this moment. Ding. Killed a second-tier low-rank bloodthirsty violent bear. Ability points plus 24 *. Listening to the system notification, Su Jingming, inside the exam, let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. The battle just now had pushed his current strength to its absolute limit. Although the fight lasted less than 2 minutes, the immense combat intensity and constant mental strain were almost too much, even for his high 180 points in chi and spirit. Fortunately, the final outcome was good. Of course, even if that combo hadn't killed the opponent, Su Jingming had a backup plan, using ability points to further enhance his basic attributes. One could say that the over 2,000 ability points lying on his system panel had sealed the bloodthirsty violent bear's fate from the very beginning. Su Jingming exited his cell activation state. The lightning filling his eyes vanished, and the purple heaven divine lightning swirling around his body was also retracted. Without the enhancement of the purple heaven divine lightning, Su Jingming immediately felt a wave of weakness. However, he knew this weakness was merely an illusion of power receding. In reality, he had simply returned to his strength before cell activation. I've killed all the beasts in the core zone. I wonder how many points I have. Su Jingming opened his smartwatch to check his score. First place, Su Jingming, 10,835 points, Zhangqing Second High School. Second place, Zhoming Yang, 1,103 points, Zhangqing First High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, Zhangqing First High School. Although he had somewhat anticipated it, Su Jingming was still shocked by the score. After the initial shock, a happy smile spread across his face. Sure enough, the beasts in the core zone give the most points. I remember last year's highest score in our Jiangnan province was only a little over 8,000 points, right? Doesn't that mean I've already secured the provincial champion title? Chapter 26, End of an Era, New Future. Killing a first-tier high-rank beast yielded 100 points, and killing a second-tier beast yielded 4,000 points. Su Jingming had killed all 34 first-tier high-rank beasts and one second-tier low-rank bloodthirsty violent bear in the core zone, earning a total of 7,400 points. Combined with his original 3,000 plus points, he had accumulated over 10,000 points, which wasn't surprising in itself. However, seeing it in the rankings, a score nearly 10 times that of the second-place holder, made it seem incredibly exaggerated. There's still over an hour until the 5-subject college entrance exam ends. The beasts in the core zone and the innermost core zone have all been killed by me. So, next, I'll head back to the central zone. Every extra kill counts. Su Jingming glanced at the lifeless bloodthirsty violent bear in the distance but didn't stop there. He slung his nearly ruined obsidian spear onto his back and set off again towards the central zone. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Zhou Mingyang and the others were still reeling from Su Jingming's performance. The bloodthirsty violent bear just died like that? Zhou Mingyang swallowed hard. From the start of the battle until the bloodthirsty violent bear was pierced to death by a single spear, less than 2 minutes had passed. One had to know that even elite ability users would need to contend with such a tenacious second-tier beast for over half an hour to kill it.
Terrifying, truly terrifying. The bald student looked at the score on his smartwatch with a shocked expression. Su Jingming's score is already over 10,000 points. Over 10,000 points? Zhou Mingyang's eyes widened. He subconsciously said, I remember last year's provincial champion in our Jiangnan province only had a little over 8,000 points, right? Su Jingming's 10,000 plus points, could he be our Jiangnan province's provincial champion? Provincial champion? Good heavens, is he that terrifying? The few people nearby gasped in unison.
Just then, Meng Di's voice suddenly rang out, look, Su Jingming's leaving.
Judging by the direction he's heading, it looks like he's going to the central zone. The central zone?
As expected of the provincial champion. Even after killing a second-tier beast, he's not slacking off and is rushing to the central zone, the bald student marveled.
Zhou Mingyang also snapped back to reality. He slapped his thigh. Damn it! I don't know if Su Jingming will be the provincial champion, but I do know that if we don't hurry to the central zone, we probably won't get a single point in the last hour. You're right. Holy crap, with Su Jingming's speed, he won't kill all the beasts in the central zone, will he? Quick, let's go. In that case, I, Zhou Mingyang, will take my leave first.
The others immediately realized the urgency and, without further thought, grabbed their weapons and rushed downstairs. Zhou Mingyang, no longer needing teammates, was the fastest as he controlled his wind-type ability. On the open ground outside the exam hall, the many principals and teachers, while still shocked by the terrifying power of Su Jingming's ability, also watched nervously as Su Jingming dealt with the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear. Even at the peak of their own strength, these principals would have to avoid confronting such a formidable existence head-on. Yet, this terrifying beast was now like a toy, manipulated by Su Jingming. He easily dodged the bear's attacks, used 2 spear strikes to cripple its legs, continuously bombarded it with lightning to paralyze it, then furiously attacked with his spear, severely wounding the bloodthirsty violent bear in an instant, and finally delivered a finishing blow with a spear-type lightning combat technique that pierced its heart, completing the kill. This series of operations was fluid and seamless, so much so that when the bloodthirsty violent bear crashed to the ground, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. No one had expected that the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear, which even the prodigies of the provincial capital would find troublesome, would die just like that. It wasn't until the ranking list refreshed and Su Jingming's score reached 10,000 points that the director and the many principals and teachers finally reacted. 10,000 points. A new record. A new record. At this moment, a teacher from second high shouted excitedly. Prompted by this voice, the many principals and teachers in the audience finally reacted, erupting in incredibly boisterous shouts of shock. 10,000 points. Not only did he break our Jiangqing's record, but he also broke the Jiangnan province's record. A genius. Absolutely a genius. Heaven bless Jiangcheng. This year's provincial champion will be ours. At this time, the principals and teachers of the 3 high schools were cheering unrestrainedly, disregarding their image. If before, because Su Jingming was a student of second high, the other 2 high schools might have felt some resentment, now it was completely different. Su Jingming, who was very likely to become the provincial champion, now represented not just second high, but the entire city of Jiangcheng. Excellent work. Principal Zhao Yao couldn't help but stand up and excitedly pump his fist. He, who was usually so composed, didn't know how many times he had lost his composure today. But in the face of this immense surprise, whether he lost his composure or not no longer mattered. This score could be said to be a pre-selection for the provincial champion. At worst, he would be in the top 3 of Jiangnan province. One must know that Jiangqing's second high had been established for over 100 years, and its best academic achievement was only ranked 64th in Jiangnan province. And now, he had accomplished something that no previous principal had ever done. How could he not feel excited? What an honor! Oh, why wasn't such an excellent student assigned to our rocket class back then? In the audience section of second high, the rocket class homeroom teacher was filled with regret despite his excitement. If Su Jingming had been in his class back then, what an honor that would be for him now. Good, good, good. Su Jingming, well done. The homeroom teacher of class 5, Chen Fan, felt as if he were dreaming at the thought that a student from his class might become the provincial champion. But the pain from pinching himself told him it was all real, making him incredibly excited. Holy crap, class 5 has such a person?
He's too fierce. Didn't expect it, did you? I didn't either. 10,000 points. I only have 102 points. That's a 100-fold difference.
In the later stages of the 5-subject college entrance exam, many examinees who had activated their safety spheres and were eliminated early had returned to the open ground.
Seeing Su Jingming's terrifying score, they couldn't help but fall into immense shock. Senior Su Jingming did it. He's too strong. With this score, he can get into any top-tier ability university, right? Ha, more than that. Now those top universities will be begging Senior Su Jingming to enroll. I declare that from today onwards, Senior Su Jingming is my idol. The students and teachers of the first and second years at Second High Sports Field also erupted in excitement. Most students regarded Su Jingming as an idol and role model, their young faces flushed with excitement. Time quickly passed, and it was soon 9 p.m.
At this point, a red warning interface automatically popped up on the smartwatches of all students still in the Ruin Town exam venue.
Simultaneously, a smart voice immediately sounded, "Attention!
The 2037th Jiangcheng 5-subject college entrance exam has ended.
Killing beasts will no longer count towards scores. Examinees, please return as soon as possible." The notification repeated 3 times before ending.
Inside the exam venue, all examinees who received the notification, whether with emotion or regret, began to return, carrying various sentiments.
The 5-subject college entrance exam is over.
Su Jingming pulled his long spear from a beast corpse, feeling a touch of regret. Too bad there won't be another chance to harvest ability points so freely. Then, Su Jingming shouldered his long spear and headed towards the return direction. With the 5-subject college entrance exam over, a brand new future awaited him.
Chapter 27, Unparalleled Welcome, 3 Top Universities.
First place, Su Jingming, 11,124 points, Jiangcheng Second High School. Second place, Zhou Yang, 1,233 points, Jiangcheng First High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 1,045 points, Jiangcheng First High School. When the clock struck 9 p.m., the scores for the 5-subject college entrance exam were finalized. Su Jingming firmly held the first place with a score nearly 10 times that of the second place holder. Zhou Yang, who was originally a hot favorite to win, only secured second place. As the 5-subject college entrance exam concluded, examinees gradually emerged from the ruined town. Besides discussing their experiences in the exam, their main topic of conversation revolved around Su Jingming.
Over 10,000 points. That's too fierce. I'm in the same class as Su Jingming. If I told you he only has an E-rank ability, would you believe me? E-rank ability? You're talking nonsense. Can an E-rank ability suppress B-rank ability user Zhou Yang by 10 times the score?
It's worth noting that when students from Su Jingming's class told others that he only had an E-rank ability, the responses were invariably disbelief.
Time slowly passed.
Most students on the open ground had already returned, with only a few who had ventured deeper into the ruined town still inside.
Of course, Su Jingming was among them. However, these students who had exited the exam venue did not immediately board the bus to leave, instead, they waited.
They wanted to see who this fierce individual who had scored over 10,000 points truly was. During their wait, they inevitably speculated about Su Jingming's final ranking. Last year, the highest score in our Jiangnan province was only a little over 8,000. Over 10,000 points, he's definitely the provincial champion.
You can't say for sure. Who knows if some other freak like Su Jingming will emerge from other cities? That's true, but no matter what, he's definitely in the top 3 of Jiangnan province.
Top 3 in Jiangnan province, this really brings honor to our entire Jiangcheng. Yeah, our Jiangcheng finally produced a true prodigy. Jiangcheng, as a city whose economic development ranked among the lowest of dozens of prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan province, had always been invisible in the National Martial Arts College entrance exam. Each year, the provincial ranking list would often only show a candidate from Jiangcheng after the 100th place.
But this year was completely different.
Su Jingming, who had scored over 10,000 points, had the qualifications to contend for the provincial champion title. Even if he failed, he would still be in the top 3 of the province. At that time, the entire Jiangcheng would become famous because of Su Jingming.
It was precisely because of this that the excited Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan and the principals and teachers of various schools had already left the audience seats. They stood at the exam exit, awaiting Su Jingming's arrival. On the open ground, numerous examinees were also excited and proud. Some students from Jiangqing Second High's Class 5 even boasted about their close relationship with Su Jingming in the past. Lu Jia, who had always had a good relationship with Su Jingming, was practically strutting with pride. Chi, is this Su Jingming really your cousin? Among the crowd, Xiaoya, a student from First High who had previously lost interest in Su Jingming at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, now asked Tang Qi with sparkling eyes. My dear aunt, you've asked 3 times already. Su Jingming's cousin, Tang Qi, rolled her eyes. While I'm not 100% sure, it's most likely him. Alright, I believe you. Xiaoya nodded, then hugged Tang Qi's arm, shaking it playfully. My dear sister, can you give me your cousin's contact information, please? What? Now you want his contact information? Weren't you uninterested yesterday? Seeing Xiaoya's pleading look, Tang Qi couldn't help but tease her. Times have changed. Yesterday, he was just an E-rank ability awakener. Today, he's Jiangqing's #1. Different status, naturally different treatment. Hearing Xiaoya's matter-of-fact tone, Tang Qi was speechless. Her face changing was too quick. Just as she was about to speak, a loud shout came, Su Jingming is out of the exam. Hearing the shout, the entire open ground fell silent in reverence. Including Tang Qi and Xiaoya, everyone subconsciously turned to look at the exit of the ruined town. A tall figure emerged from the dimly lit ruined town. It was indeed Su Jingming. He was dressed in blood-stained black battle attire, his expression calm and composed, a 2-meter-long black spear slung across his back. This spear, battered to the point of being almost ruined, seemed to narrate the ferocity of the battles he had endured along the way. Su Jingming, welcome back. Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan, standing nearby, was the first to lead the most enthusiastic applause. Subsequently, the principals and teachers of various schools joined in. However, compared to the welcome from the director and principals, the students' welcome was far more fervent. Su Jingming, congratulations. This batch of examinees shines because of you. As examinees of the same batch, if there was only a difference of 100 or 200 points, they might still feel unconvinced, thinking the gap in strength wasn't that great. But a difference of over 10,000 points was an all-encompassing crushing defeat. Moreover, after this, Su Jingming represented not just himself, but the entire city of Jiangchang. Therefore, the examinees unreservedly offered their cheers and applause. Some bolder girls even openly expressed their affection on the spot. Facing this scene, Su Jingming's ears buzzed, unable to clearly hear what each sentence was saying. He was still a bit dazed. He had never imagined such a grand welcome after the college entrance exam. How dazzling! Not far behind him, Zhou Mingyang, who had just exited the exam venue, looked at the scene with some envy. However, he also knew that even if he were first place, he wouldn't receive such a welcome, as he couldn't match the 10,000+ score. Students, prepare to board the bus. The bus will take you to the city center. The cheers lasted for a full minute before gradually stopping, and the commander began to arrange for the evacuation. As for Su Jingming, he was directly arranged by the principal to take a special car home, which disappointed the Class 5 students who had originally wanted to ride the same bus as him. Su Jingming, have you decided which university you want to go to? The scenery outside the car window rapidly receded as Su Jingming sat in the school car driven by Principal Yahello of Jiangqing Second High. Normally, when the principal went out, he had a dedicated driver. Now, he was personally driving, and even had a smile on his face, without a hint of dissatisfaction. No, Su Jingming shook his head. He was telling the truth. After transmigrating, he had only thought about quickly improving his strength and scoring more points, but he had never considered which ability university to attend. With your results, you can get into any university in the country. Principal Zhao Yao seemed even more excited than Su Jingming. Including the 3 top-tier ability universities. Oh, right, do you know about these 3 universities? Su Jingming nodded. The great Xian nation's martial arts are flourishing. Not only is the 5-subject college entrance exam broadcast live, but thousands of ability universities nationwide also organize inter-university leagues each year to determine their rankings.
Among these thousands of ability universities, 3 universities consistently occupied the top 3 spots in the league: Qingjin Ability University, Modu Ability University, and Jincheng Ability University. These 3 universities had been established for over 200 years, possessed abundant educational resources, and their mentors were at least 6th-tier ability users. These 3 universities, towering above thousands of others nationwide, were also known as the 3 top universities, the dream campuses for countless college entrance exam students.
Chapter 28, 10,000 Points, Stunned Principal. The 3 top universities. Those are the highest goals countless students aspire to.
Principal Zhao Yao exclaimed with emotion. But for you, they are within easy reach. No, they'll even be begging you to enroll.
Begging me to enroll? Su Jingming's expression was puzzled. With your results, you already qualify for special recruitment. After the national rankings are announced, the top 10 universities nationwide will offer various conditions to entice you to enroll in their schools. What else could that be if not begging you to enroll?
Principal Zhao Yao laughed heartily.
Special recruitment is a privilege only granted to the top 3 in the province, and Su Jingming clearly falls into that category.
I suggest you go back and learn more about the 3 top universities.
Don't wait until the special recruitment day without any idea.
Also, don't be swayed by the special recruitment conditions offered by those schools.
The most important thing is to choose the school you feel is suitable.
Of course, entering any of the 3 top universities guarantees a boundless future.
Principal Zhao Yao directly excluded the other 7 universities from the top 10. He earnestly instructed, "I understand, thank you, Principal." Su Jingming nodded, indicating his understanding.
With the 5-subject college entrance exam over, it was indeed time to seriously consider which school to attend. It took over an hour to drive from the military base to the city center, and by the time Su Jingming returned home, it was already 11:23 p.m.
Exhausted, he didn't even have time to wash up.
He simply took off his battle attire, which carried a strong scent of blood, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. He didn't wake up until past 9 the next morning.
Phew, I actually slept for over 10 hours straight.
Su Jingming glanced at the time on his phone, then leaped out of bed and darted into the bathroom. Splash, warm water flowed from the showerhead, washing over Su Jingming's naked body.
Ah, comfortable.
After 12 hours of combat, Su Jingming had sweated a lot, and his entire body felt sticky. Now, the warm water washing over him immediately made him feel refreshed.
He then opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Awakener. Ability, Purple Heaven Divine Lightning, S-Rank. Physique, 183. Chi and Blood plus Spirit, 185.
Skills, Advanced Spear Mastery, Advanced Lightning Gale Break.
Ability points, 2534. Besides the score, the biggest gain from the 5-subject college entrance exam was the ability points. 2534 ability points should be enough for me to use for a while after entering an ability university, Su Jingming thought to himself. The importance of ability points was undeniable.
If it were an ordinary wilderness area, it would be impossible to obtain so many ability points in such a short time. This time, he also had the 5-subject college entrance exam to thank. I wonder if there will be similar beast-killing competitions after entering an ability university.
If there are, I'll definitely be the first to participate.
Su Jingming was in a joyful mood, humming a tune. After showering, he returned to his bedroom. He opened his computer and searched for information on the 3 top universities. The 3 top universities had all been established for several centuries, renowned for their long history and for cultivating many powerful individuals for the Great Xia Nation.
Thus, while reviewing the information, Su Jingming occasionally let out gasps of amazement. The current 9 nation protectors actually graduated from Qingjin Ability University. Most of the top-tier ability cultivation methods are actually exclusive to the top universities. He hadn't known until he looked it up, and he was shocked.
Nearly half of the nationally renowned high-tier ability users today came from the 3 top universities.
Half.
This was a terrifying ratio. After all, there were thousands of ability universities nationwide, and many others had studied at foreign ability universities before returning to the country after graduation. Yet, the total number of powerhouses cultivated by all these domestic and international schools combined was only on par with the 3 top universities.
This was enough to demonstrate the profound heritage of the 3 top universities.
Furthermore, the most important point was the ability cultivation methods. As the foundation for ability users to advance, ability cultivation methods also varied in quality, and their cultivation speed differed immensely. For example, using the worst basic ability cultivation method, most awakeners would take 3 to 4 years to advance to an ability user. However, if one used a top-tier ability cultivation method, it would only take less than half a year to advance. And according to the information Su Jingming found, most of the Great Xia Nation's top-tier ability cultivation methods were actually stored in the libraries of the 3 top universities. No wonder there are rumors online that the 3 top universities are domineering and exclusive, unwilling to release their cultivation techniques and secret manuals, Su Jingming suddenly realized.
However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Top-tier ability cultivation methods were incredibly valuable.
Trying to use public opinion to coerce universities into sharing top-tier cultivation techniques seemed highly unlikely. Ding dong, just as he was about to continue researching, the doorbell rang outside.
Coming to find me so early? Could it be Auntie?
Su Jingming, filled with doubt, got up from his bedroom and opened the door. Standing at the entrance were 2 beautiful women, one older and one younger. The older one was in her 30s, dressed in luxurious clothes, with a delicate face. The younger one was about the same age as Su Jingming, tall and slender, with a face 7 or 8 parts similar to the older beauty, but with a colder demeanor.
These 2 are indeed Auntie and Cousin Tang Chi. Su Jingming greeted them with a smile and led them into the living room. However, it was awkward because the ability purification the night before had left his entire living room looking as if it had been ravaged by a fire. Not only were the floor and walls charred black, but the sofa, coffee table, and other furniture in the living room had all been reduced to ashes. The spacious living room didn't even have a place to sit. Xiaoming, did your house catch fire?
Aunt Su Qingwan was immediately flustered upon seeing the scene.
She quickly pulled Su Jingming over to inspect him carefully. When did this happen? Are you hurt? Just a small accident, nothing serious. Looking at his worried aunt, Su Jingming's expression softened. After his parents passed away, only his aunt gave him the warmth of family. That's good, that's good.
Aunt Su Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief, then said, I came over mainly to ask about your results from yesterday's 5-subject college entrance exam.
Didn't your sister tell you?
I thought it would be better for you to tell Mom yourself, so I didn't say anything. Cousin Tang Chi smiled slyly.
So that's how it is. Su Jingming nodded.
Then let's go downstairs and find a place to sit and talk. Su Jingming led the 2 downstairs to a coffee shop he often frequented next to their residential area, called Morning Light Cafe.
It was around 10 a.m., and there weren't many people in the cafe.
Su Jingming found a window seat and ordered 3 cups of hot coffee. Morning Light Cafe didn't sell high-end hand-ground coffee, so after a short while, 3 steaming cups of coffee were brought to their table by the waiter. Please enjoy, the waiter said with a friendly smile, then turned and left.
Now, can you tell me the secret? Aunt Su Qingwan smiled, holding her coffee cup.
Your sister made it all so mysterious. Wasn't it just because she was afraid I'd hit you like when you were a child?
Don't worry, think about it, since you started high school, when have I ever hit you? Even when you wanted to participate in the 5-subject college entrance exam, didn't I explain it to you? After all, even if your parents were still here, I wouldn't hit you.
Listening to Aunt Su Qingwan's words, Su Jingming awkwardly touched his nose. His aunt was a typical Jiangnan woman, gentle and graceful. However, this was only when there were no final exams.
If her grades ever slipped, she would be met with a painful bamboo shoot stir-fry with pork, a metaphor for a beating, and he couldn't resist.
After his parents passed away, he was only
Was only, he 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 was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. he was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. He was only, 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 he was only. Definitely make it into the top 3 in Jiangnan province.
This ranking would have even the 3 top universities scrambling to offer special recruitment. They wouldn't let him go through the regular college application process.
Top 3 universities, special recruitment. Good, good, good. Ming, you've truly given your aunt a huge surprise. Su Qingwan said 3 goods in a row, then eagerly asked, by the way, when will the martial arts college entrance exam rankings be announced? The time isn't fixed, but at the latest, it should be in 5 days. The provincial exam is a national exam. The National Martial Arts College entrance exam results will be released on the same day at the same time. Before that, each province will strictly review the videos recorded during the exam to prevent any cheating. This is quite a large workload. But at the latest, in 5 days, which is before June 13th, the results will be announced. Good. After the results are announced, Auntie will treat you to a big meal. Su Qingwan's smile was radiant.
She paused, then asked the biggest question in her heart.
But Xiaoming, aren't you only an E-tier ability user? How did you get such a high score?
Throughout history, it was a recognized fact that the rarer the ability, the stronger its combat power. Although there were also people who achieved greatness with low-tier abilities, such individuals were extremely rare, like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. And according to the description she read in the article, Thunder Surging, a large number of first-tier upper-rank fierce beasts dying, this simply couldn't be the power exerted by an E-tier weak current ability. After all, Su Jingning was still just an awakened, not even an ability user. Hearing Su Qingwan's question, Tang Qi also looked over expectantly, clearly very curious about this. Su Jingning, who had already prepared for this, explained with a smile, the day before yesterday afternoon, when I was exercising in the living room, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck outside the window and knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I found that my original ability seemed to have transformed and become much stronger. So that's why you went to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall later to test your ability, Tang Qi suddenly realized.
And Su Qingwan also nodded slightly.
There was indeed a period of thunder the day before yesterday afternoon. But you weren't injured by the lightning, instead, you turned misfortune into a blessing, and your ability mutated.
That's quite lucky.
Later, find some time to go to the martial arts hall and get another ability test to see what level your mutated ability has reached. According to the power described in the article, your ability should have at least mutated to be tier or above.
Su Jingming nodded upon hearing this. Ability mutation, though rare, was not unheard of.
Using this as an excuse for his ability's transformation was something he had planned long ago. It just so happened that lightning had struck outside the window when his ability transformed the day before yesterday, and most people in the house knew about it. Well, no matter what, both of you siblings, one ranked 12th in Jiangcheng and the other 1st in Jiangcheng, are excellent.
Let's go to the market to buy some groceries.
I'll make you a delicious lunch.
Su Qingwan's face was beaming with an undisguised smile.
Seeing this, Su Jingming also smiled slightly, walking side by side with his cousin Tangxi next to his aunt.
June 11, 9 p.m. Modu Ability University Admissions Office.
3rd tier and 4th tier ability users, rarely seen elsewhere, now filled the entire office. They sat around a large round table, numbering at least 30 or 40. These ability users looked anxious, seemingly waiting for something. A moment later, a slightly overweight middle-aged man walked in quickly, waving a mechanical disc in his hand. The National Martial Arts College entrance exam rankings are out.
Everyone, get ready.
The National Martial Arts College entrance exam rankings were absolutely confidential before their release. However, this was only for ordinary people. For top universities like them, getting the rankings a day in advance was not difficult.
Finally, the rankings are out.
This year's rankings seem a bit slow. But last year was only one day earlier than this year.
The Modu Ability University Admissions Office was busiest during these few days of the year.
They needed to formulate different special recruitment strategies based on the strength of the top 3 examinees in each province. Some students with strong abilities and great potential required more resources for recruitment. If some students were relatively weaker in strength and had less potential, then fewer resources could be allocated appropriately. In fact, not only Modu Ability University, but the other 2 top universities, Qingjin Ability University and Jincheng Ability University, also did the same. According to the old rules, let's first look at the performance of the provincial champions.
The middle-aged man in front inserted the mechanical disc into a pre-prepared projection device.
With a hum, a list recording the scores and rankings of all examinees from over 30 provincial-level administrative regions across the country was immediately projected. The first provincial-level administrative region, Qingjin City, the middle-aged man's deep voice sounded. The projection in front of them seemed to have intelligence, directly displaying the examinee rankings for Qingjin City, the capital of Daxia Nation.
Everyone looked directly at the first place on the ranking list. First place. Joey, Qingjin High School, 9,343 points. Eva, display his information. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, an ethereal electronic voice responded. Understood, Director.
A holographic projection flickered to life in the center of the round table, showing footage of Joey fighting during the martial arts exam.
Joey, 18 years old. Awakened in A-rank enhancement type ability, bronze body. Rank, Tier 1 high rank.
His father is a Tier 4 awakened. Every top-tier university possessed incredible information-gathering capabilities, and Magic City Supernatural University was no exception. As the hologram played Joey's combat scenes, his data echoed in the ears of every admissions officer present.
Bronze body is quite good, even among A-rank abilities. Indeed.
Looking at the footage, his application of the ability is solid.
The teachers discussed him for a moment until the video ended.
The middle-aged man at the head of the table spoke with a heavy tone.
Classify Joey as an A+ rank special recruitment candidate. Teacher Wang Jian, I'll have to trouble you to make the trip. Understood. A teacher stood up and nodded. He would depart for Qingjin City as soon as the meeting concluded. Time passed quickly as the top scorers from various provinces were evaluated. Special recruitment ranks were assigned, some were A+, some standard A, and a few were lower A ranks. Of course, to be the top scorer of a province, one's strength couldn't be truly poor. Soon, it was the turn of the 13th province, Jiangnan.
Jiangnan Province, the director announced, and the ranking on the screen shifted.
Jiangnan had an A+ candidate last year. I wonder how they'll do this year. Probably another A+. Jiangnan is a populous province, their top scorers are usually very strong.
Every teacher, including the director, looked at the name at the top of the list.
Rank 1, Su Jingming. Jiancheng Second High School. 11,124 points, Over 11,000 points? Jiangnan really stepped it up this year. Wait, Jiancheng? That's not the provincial capital, is it?
The teachers were initially shocked by the score, but when they saw his school, they were baffled.
The capital of Jiangnan is Ning'an, right? What the hell is Jiangcheng? I've never even heard of that city. Su Jingming, 18 years old. Awakened in natural type E rank ability, weak electric. Rank, Awakener. Parents deceased 7 years ago.
As the summary played, the room went from confused to utterly stunned.
What? An E rank Awakener? How can those two things be associated with a provincial top scorer? For decades, the top scorer of Jiangnan province usually came from the capital, Ning'an, or one of the wealthy surrounding cities. It made sense, cultivation was expensive.
Those who could afford to live in those cities had the resources to train powerful heirs. Usually, these top scorers were like those in the capital, Xinjiang, possessing A-rank abilities in Tier 1 high-rank strength. But now, the top scorer of Jiangnan didn't come from any city the Magic City teachers recognized. More importantly, he wasn't even a ranked awakened, he was just at the awakener stage. And his ability was an E rank, the second lowest possible grade. Who would believe that? The teacher's first reaction was denial. An awakener becoming a provincial top scorer? There must be a mistake. Is it possible the data collection got him mixed up with someone else with the same name? The scores for the martial arts exam are professionally audited by the Ministry of Education. We can't doubt the score's authenticity, but the personal info, it has to be a mix-up. But Magic City University's info network doesn't make such amateur mistakes. Eva, is there an error in the information? As if sensing the doubt, a cute, floating light orb appeared in the holographic projection. It even wore a human-like expression of indignation. This was Eva, the AI responsible for the university's information management. Eva is a high-level AI, she doesn't make low-level mistakes, the slightly plump middle-aged director said, waving a hand to calm the room. The information might have been entered incorrectly into the database at the source. We'll know once we watch his exam footage. Eva, play Su Jingming's video. Understood, director. With the director's reassurance, Eva's angry expression vanished. Su Jingming's figure was projected above the table. The footage began right as he entered the core area, facing a horde of Tier 1 high rank and Tier 2 beasts. Oh? He uses a long spear? That's rare. Looking at the tall, upright figure carrying the long spear, one teacher's eyes lit up. Among the more than 10 provincial champions before him, almost all used long swords or great sabers as weapons. A spear-type weapon was appearing for the first time. A long spear is even more difficult to master than a saber or sword, another teacher nodded slightly. Although Su Jingming's weapon caught the teacher's attention, they didn't forget their main purpose, to determine Su Jingming's ability and level. His ability hasn't been used yet, so it's impossible to determine, but his level is easy to confirm. There's a fundamental difference between an ability user and an awakened, and that's their aura. In the footage, although Su Jingming's aura was sharp, the admissions teachers present did not detect any characteristics belonging to an ability user. So, Su Jingming really is just an awakened? After repeated confirmation, all the teachers present were shocked. What did it mean for an awakened to be a provincial champion? This had never happened in the past few decades. Immediately after, the battle in the holographic projection began. When Su Jingming's purple cloud divine thunder erupted, killing numerous first-tier upper-rank fierce beasts, it left many teachers dumbfounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is definitely not an E-tier ability, this power is at least A-tier. How could those guys who registered the abilities get this wrong? The experienced admissions teachers immediately noticed the abnormality in Su Jingming's ability power.
The admissions director in front also narrowed his eyes and ordered, Eva, analyze Su Jingming's ability level. Ability levels and types need to be determined by professional instruments. However, with advanced artificial intelligence, a fairly accurate analysis can be made. Su Jingming's ability belongs to the lightning element under the natural system.
Since it's impossible to collect elemental information from the air, based solely on video analysis, there is a 4% probability that Su Jingming's ability is B tier, a 10% probability that it is A tier, an 83% probability that it is S tier, a 1% probability that it is SS tier, and a 0% probability that it is SSS tier. Artificial intelligence Eva quickly produced the analysis results. The admissions director, upon receiving the conclusion, suddenly constricted his pupils. An S tier probability of 83%? As an advanced artificial intelligence, Eva's judgments were almost never wrong. An 83% probability was almost enough to confirm that Su Jingming's ability was S tier. S tier? All the teachers present immediately felt their breathing quicken. What did S tier mean? Once it matured, it would be an absolute top-tier combat power. And currently, Dasha Nation hadn't seen an S tier ability Awakened appear in 3 or 4 years. At this moment, Su Jingming in the holographic projection also, with an incredibly brutal stance, ended the life of the second-tier bloodthirsty berserker bear with a single spear thrust. A suspected S-tier ability, coupled with such powerful combat capabilities, Su Jingming's provincial champion title is well-deserved. The admissions director in front let out a long breath. After a moment of thought, he said with a solemn expression, Su Jingming is designated an S+ special recruitment slot. We must spare no effort to recruit him. An S+ special recruitment slot? It's been many years since we've used this level of special recruitment, hasn't it? S+ special recruitment, it seems we'll have to offer some good things. Director Zhang, I went for the Jiangnan province special recruitment last year. How about I go again this time? Director, I also want to go for the Jiangnan special recruitment. An S+ special recruitment slot, coupled with a virtually confirmed S-tier ability, immediately made Su Jingming a hot commodity. Many teachers vied for the opportunity to make this trip to Jiangnan province for special recruitment. However, the admissions director, Zhang Zhaoyang, in front, shook his head. None of you need to go. This time, I'll make the trip myself. The director himself is going? Then it's definitely secured. Although the other teachers were somewhat disappointed, as a 5th-tier mental element ability user who had recruited many students with infinite potential into Modu Ability University, Director Zhang Zhaoyang was indeed the most reliable choice. S-tier ability. Su Jingming. Looking at the tall, upright figure in the holographic projection, Director Zhang Zhaoyang couldn't help but murmur softly. June 12, the 5th day after the martial arts college entrance exam ended. You guys, don't be anxious. The results will be out at the latest today. Principal, I know, I'm not anxious. Good, good. I'm not anxious, I'm just worried you young people are too restless. Su Jingming walked in the residential complex, talking for a long time before finally hanging up the call from the principal. Good heavens, everyone says they're not anxious, but in reality, everyone is more anxious than anyone else. Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. In the days waiting for the rankings to be announced, he had received calls more than once from his homeroom teacher, the principal, and even the director of the education bureau. The gist of their words was to tell him not to worry, that the rankings would be announced sooner or later. However, their tones didn't sound unanxious at all, they even wished the results would be announced the day after the exam. Of course, Su Jingming could understand, after all, their Jiangqing desperately needed an opportunity to prove itself. But it's already the 5th day, the results should be announced by now, right? Just as Su Jingming was muttering to himself, a ding-dong sound rang out. A text message notification sounded. He took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and checked the message content. Jiangqing Second High School examinee Su Jingming, Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance exam rankings have been announced. Please check in time. Below the message was a URL link. The college entrance exam rankings are out. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. He then clicked the link without hesitation. Immediately, a document densely filled with the scores and rankings of all examinees in the province appeared on his phone. Su Jingming looked directly at the first line of the document. Jiangnan Province First Place, Su Jingming, Jiangqing Second High School, total score, 11,124 points.
First place. Provincial champion of Jiangnan province. I did it. At this moment, even the usually calm Su Jingming couldn't help but show a joyful and excited expression, clenching his fist. Chapter 31, The entire province is stirred, Jiangqing's pride. June 12th was the last day for the National Martial Arts College entrance exam results to be announced. This meant that on this day, the results would definitely be released. In Ning'an City, the provincial capital of Jiangnan province, the director of the Education Bureau and a group of teachers waited in front of their computers for the results to be announced. In the not-so-small office, many cakes and champagne drinks had even been prepared, just waiting for the official announcement of the results to kick off a joyous celebration. This year, Lei Zhou from Ning'an First High School performed well, scoring over 9,200 points. He should be the provincial champion, the probability is very high. But you can't be too sure. I heard there are a few talented students in the neighboring provinces too. It all depends on their individual fortunes. The teachers chatted among themselves. Lei Zhou, from Ning'an First High School, with his A-tier ability and first-tier upper-rank strength, was a hot candidate for provincial champion. The results are out. Just then, a teacher who had been guarding the computer opened the ranking list and immediately chuckled slightly. What's wrong? The director of the Ning'an City Education Bureau frowned, sensing something was amiss. He quickly scanned the list and found that the first place was an unfamiliar name. Jiangnan Province First Place, Su Jingming, Jiangqing Second High School, total score, 11,124 points. What? The provincial champion is from Jiangcheng? The director's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Such a scene was not only happening in the Ning'an City Education Bureau but also in the education bureaus of other prefecture-level cities in Jiangnan Province. However, unlike the people in the various education bureaus, the news reporters in Jiangnan Province moved quickly upon hearing the news. It was known that Jiangnan Province was a populous province in Daxia Nation, with 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 counties and cities. Ning'an City, as the provincial capital, and the surrounding few prefecture-level cities were recognized as the most prosperous places, where ability users gathered the most and where geniuses were most likely to emerge. Jiangcheng, located in the most remote northern part of Jiangnan Province, was, however, recognized as resource-poor and talent-scarce. In previous years, the provincial champion of Jiangnan Province had always been born in Ning'an City or the surrounding few prefecture-level cities. But this year was completely different. The provincial champion actually came from an obscure Jiangcheng, a city most people in Jiangnan Province didn't even know. What did this mean? It meant traffic and a hot topic. So, these news reporters began frantically collecting information related to Su Jingming. They didn't know until they investigated, and once they did, they were shocked. E-tier ability, awakened who hasn't advanced yet, these phrases stimulated their nerves, making them click their tongues in wonder while their eyes gleamed. This was a natural hot topic. So, transforming into tentacle monsters, they edited thousands of words of articles in just a few minutes. Absolute dark horse. The provincial champion from Jiangcheng. Shocking. The provincial champion is still an awakened. Unbelievable. An E-tier ability user becomes provincial champion. The titles of these articles were all tantalizing. As soon as they were published online, they attracted many netizens to click and browse, especially netizens from Jiangnan Province, who continuously left their comments below these articles. Provincial champions usually aren't first-tier upper-rank ability users? An awakened can also get provincial champion? An E-tier ability awakened can get provincial champion? If this is true, I'll eat my keyboard right here and now. Upstairs, you wait. I'm going to find his martial arts college entrance exam video right now. Among these news comments, the most common was doubt. After all, previous Jiangnan Province champions were all first-tier upper-rank ability users, and their ability levels were at least A-tier or B-tier. Now, with an E-tier ability awakened provincial champion appearing, everyone naturally didn't believe it. Some even extreme individuals clamored in the comments that there was foul play in this martial arts college entrance exam. Su Jingming was actually the incompetent son of some behind-the-scenes big shot, forcibly pushed into the provincial champion position. Cheating in the martial arts college entrance exam was an extremely serious matter. With such comments, public opinion gradually fermented, and many people directly left messages on Jiangqing's official account, requesting the truth.
Seeing that public opinion was trending towards escalating, Jiangqing's official account, however, unhurriedly released Su Jingming's martial arts college entrance exam video. Upon seeing this, some malicious trolls who had already prepared to launch a fierce attack were instantly dumbfounded.
Jiangnan Province provincial champion Su Jingming is really an awakened.
Holy crap, he pierced the skull of a first-tier unicorn lizard with one spear.
Good heavens, that strength is even stronger than a first-tier ability user, right? It looks like an enhancement type, strength amplifying ability. But how can an Awakens ability amplification be so strong? Damn, it's not enhancement type, it's lightning element. You're telling me this power is an E-tier ability?
Shameless media, fabricating rumors without bottom lines for traffic. Su Jingming's martial arts college entrance exam video lasted 12 hours, perfectly encompassing every moment he spent in the examination hall. So, as soon as the video was released, the voices questioning Su Jingming quickly disappeared, replaced by people's astonishment at his exquisite spear arts and powerful lightning ability. Online, topics about Su Jingming exploded in popularity, and locally in Jiangcheng, it also ignited a hot topic. The martial arts college entrance exam was a topic that everyone participated in, but Jiangqing's best exam results in previous years had only been in the top 100 of Jiangnan province, which was considered embarrassing to even mention.
So, Jiangcheng people didn't pay much attention to it before.
But now it was different. Jiangcheng had produced a provincial champion. Many people enthusiastically posted topics online, and some who originally knew Su Jingming even claimed to be his friends. As for the local media in Jiangcheng, they became even busier, swarming to Jiangcheng's second high school to interview the principal. As early as when Su Jingming scored over 10,000 points, the principal had anticipated this scene. So, dressed in a suit, he faced numerous microphones, completely unfazed, speaking eloquently.
In addition, Su Jingming's homeroom teacher and many subject teachers also received interviews.
This time, the usually strict homeroom teacher's smile never faded, and in his words, he praised Su Jingming without reservation.
Besides Jiangcheng's second high school, high-level personnel from the city's education bureau and municipal government also accepted interviews. Su Jingming is the pride of our Jiangcheng people.
Achieving such results is inseparable from his own efforts, and of course, also inseparable from the strong cultivation of the school and the education bureau. According to custom, Director Zhang Wenshan of the Education Bureau spoke a few paragraphs of official rhetoric with great passion, then announced that Su Jingming would be rewarded with a package including 1 million cash and an ability cultivation method. After the city's Education Bureau finished its commendation, the municipal government quickly followed suit, stating that they would present student Su Jingming with 1 million cash and a luxury villa in the city to commend the provincial champion.
Rewarding the provincial champion was an old tradition in every province.
Although Jiangcheng was much poorer than provincial capital cities like Ning'an, a few million was still affordable.
Moreover, the popularity Su Jingming brought to Jiangcheng far outweighed the government's expenditure. Chapter 32, Top Universities Arrive. Su Jingming was unaware of the online storm.
After receiving congratulatory calls from his aunt, principal, and director, he went straight to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall.
Although he had the system, his usual basic training could not be neglected.
In the training room, the obsidian spear, which was almost scrapped, turned into a black phantom under his swings. Because the swinging speed was too fast, sharp whistling sounds occasionally echoed in the air. The obsidian spear's weight of 50 kilograms seemed to have no effect on him at all. Every movement was perfectly standard. Ding-a-ling-ling, the phone rang, interrupting Su Jingming's training. He frowned, put down his spear, and picked up his phone. The caller ID showed Jiangcheng's second high school principal Zhao Yao. Didn't the principal just call? Why is he calling again? The identity of a provincial champion destined Su Jingming to become famous. However, he didn't particularly like being disturbed, especially during training, so he had set his phone to whitelist mode early on. He didn't expect the principal to call 2 or 3 times in a row. However, Su Jingming also knew that with the principal's personality, he wouldn't call unless it was something important. So he no longer hesitated and pressed the answer button on the screen. Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, Principal Zhao Yao's excited voice came through.
Su Jingming, hurry to the school. The admissions teachers from the 3 top universities are already here. Admissions teachers? They arrived so quickly? Su Jingming was a little surprised.
Among the three top ability universities, Qingjin Ability University was located in northern Daxia Nation, and Jincheng Ability University was in central Daxia Nation, both quite far from Jiangnan province.
Perhaps only Modu Ability University was slightly closer to Jiangnan.
According to his estimation, these admissions teachers would arrive at the earliest tomorrow.
Don't dwell on it so much. Where are you?
I'll arrange a special car to pick you up immediately. I'm at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall.
Okay, wait a moment, the special car will be there right away.
On the other side, Principal Zhao Yao of Jiangqing Second High School, who was still being interviewed, was first startled when he learned that the admissions teachers from the three top universities had arrived together. He then immediately stopped the interview, called Su Jingming to inform him to come to school, and then personally led the three mentors to the school's VIP reception room, serving each of them a cup of hot tea.
Teachers, please have a seat for a moment.
Su Jingming will arrive in about 10 minutes. As a second-tier ability user and the principal of a middle school, Zhao Yao was considered a prominent figure in Jiangcheng. Yet, now his posture was very humble, and his attitude extremely respectful. He knew that these three big shots were people he absolutely could not offend. Even the oppressive aura of high-tier ability users they inadvertently exuded made his heart tremble.
It's alright, Principal Zhao, you can go attend to your duties.
We'll just wait here for a bit.
Zhang Zhaoyang, the admissions director of Modu Ability University, smiled gently and waved his hand, dismissing Zhao Yao.
Then he turned to the other two and said with a smile, "You two, it seems we haven't gathered like this in a long time, have we?"
Besides him, there was a man and a woman in the room.
The woman was Su Yun, a voluptuous and attractive woman from Qingjin Ability University, and the man was Wu Yuan, a middle-aged man with long hair wearing a gray robe, from Jincheng Ability University. Like Zhang Zhayang, they were all the admissions office directors of their respective schools. Back when the three of them hadn't become directors, they had met at various provincial special recruitment events. But ever since becoming admissions directors, they rarely traveled outside and hadn't met again. Now, for Su Jingming, the three of them had very rarely come together again.
Teacher Zhang, there's no need for so much polite talk, is there? Everyone's purpose for coming here is quite clear. Let me state this first, Su Jingming, our Qingjin Ability University is claiming him. Su Yun, the admissions director of Qingjin Ability University, was as fiery as her figure. She didn't bother with pleasantries and immediately stated her purpose. "Heh, you say you're claiming him, and he's yours?" "I say our Jincheng University is claiming him." Wu Yuan, the admissions director of Jincheng Ability University, was not to be outdone and snorted coldly. Seeing this, Zhang Zhaoyang couldn't help but rub his temples, a headache brewing.
Due to the annual University League, the three top universities always sought the best students, especially for special recruits like provincial champions. The atmosphere at these events was always tense, and it wasn't uncommon for admissions teachers to even come to blows. He, of course, didn't mind this. If it came to a point where they needed to demonstrate their school's foundation with strength, he wouldn't hesitate. However, the situation this time was a bit different. Zhang Zhaoyan cleared his throat and said, "You two, you've come all this way not just because of Su Jingming's provincial champion status, but also because of his ability, right?"
"Nonsense."
Su Yun rolled her eyes. The moment she saw Zhang Zhaoyang and Wu Yuan, she knew their goals were the same. They were all here for Su Jingming's highly probable S-tier ability.
In that case, once Su Jingming arrives, let's first determine his ability level. How about that? Listening to Zhang Zhaoyan's suggestion, Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, then nodded.
We can determine his ability level first, then talk about recruitment. For a moment, the entire VIP reception room fell silent. However, it wasn't long before a whoosh sound was heard as the sliding door of the meeting room opened. A tall figure with a long spear on his back walked in, led by Principal Zhao Yao.
This person was Su Jingming.
As soon as he entered the reception room, three gazes simultaneously focused on him. Because he had come from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Su Jingming was still wearing ordinary loose training clothes, with his dilapidated obsidian spear on his back. This appearance seemed a bit shabby compared to Principal Zhao Yao, who was in a suit and tie next to him. However, his tall, upright posture and the calm, steady gaze in his clear black and white eyes were something Principal Zhao Yao, who seemed to be treading on thin ice in front of the three special recruitment teachers, could not match.
Not bad, Su Yun couldn't help but nod.
After the martial arts college entrance exam, most examinees would indulge themselves after 3 years of suppressed high school life, not even thinking about training. But the Su Jingming in front of them had clearly just finished training. This alone was something ordinary examinees couldn't compare to. Moreover, the three of them were all 5th-tier mental element ability users. Although they hadn't used their abilities, the invisible oppressive aura they exuded was not something ordinary ability users could withstand. This could be seen from Principal Zhao Yao next to them. Yet, Su Jingming showed no reaction to it, clearly demonstrating his firm will, not easily shaken. Since they were all 5th-tier ability users, Su Yun could see this point, and naturally, everyone else could too. Thus, upon their first meeting, Su Jingming left a good impression on the admissions teachers. Chapter 33, S-Tier Ability Talent Scramble. Su Jingming, let me introduce you. This is teacher Su Yun from Qingjin Ability University. This is from Modu Ability University. Under Principal Zhao Yao's introduction, Su Jingming quickly learned the identities of the three teachers. Hello, teachers. Su Jingming's expression was respectful. He could vaguely sense the dangerous aura emanating from these three teachers. Needless to say, they were at least 4th-tier ability users. Student Su. We've all seen your martial arts college entrance exam combat video. Your practical combat ability is very strong and quite impressive. However, I have a question. Your ability doesn't seem to be the E-tier weak current ability that was originally registered when you awakened it. Can you tell us why? It's fine if it's inconvenient to say, we're just a little curious. Zhang Xiaoyang spoke first, his attitude very gentle. Principal Zhao Yao, standing nearby, also showed a curious expression. Of course. Su Jingming, who had prepared for this before the exam, repeated the explanation he had given to his aunt earlier. He was struck by natural lightning, which led to his ability mutation. It's possible. The three teachers had already done their homework before coming. They knew that Su Jingming had been directly struck by lightning the day before the college entrance exam. So they nodded, acknowledging this explanation. Then, Zhang Xiaoyang, who was in the middle, spread his right hand. Like magic, a black, sci-fi-looking instrument appeared out of thin air in his hand. The other two teachers, however, were not surprised by this. Student Su, you probably don't know what your mutated ability is, do you? I happen to bring an ability detection device from the school. Come and give it a try. Su Jingming nodded upon hearing this and walked straight up. An ability detection device, he had only seen one during his ability awakening ceremony at 16. That instrument was very large, almost like a double-door refrigerator. He hadn't used this kind of small detection device and didn't know how to use it. Just use your ability, Zhang Xiaoyang reminded him. Su Jingming nodded, took a deep breath, and then directly activated his purple cloud divine thunder. Crackling, in an instant, violent and dazzling purple lightning enveloped him. Such violent lightning! The teachers were immediately startled. They could sense the violent power contained within the lightning. This power even made them, as 5th-tier ability users, feel a slight tremor in their hearts. At this moment, the ability detection device in front of Su Jingming also began to operate. A blue light beam projected from the instrument, scanning the lightning in Su Jingming from head to toe. Then, under the expectant gazes of the three special recruitment teachers and the principal, a mechanical electronic prompt sounded from the instrument. Ability detection complete. This ability is Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, rated S-tier. It's actually an S-tier ability. Principal Zhao Yao's eyes widened. He had guessed that Su Jingming's ability might have mutated, but he never expected it to directly mutate from E-tier to S-tier. Although the other three teachers had anticipated this, when they actually saw that Su Jingming had an S-tier ability, their breathing still quickened. Wu Yuan, the admissions teacher from Jincheng University, even had green eyes. He was the first to speak. Student Su, if you enroll in our Jincheng Ability University, we will reward you with a 4 million scholarship, plus a set of C-tier equipment. In addition, for all 4 years of university, our school will provide any ability cultivation methods and combat techniques you need, free of charge. 4 million scholarship. Principal Zhao Yao's heart skipped a beat. The city had just rewarded 2 million, and now it was another 4 million. Is money not money anymore? In addition, this set of C-tier equipment was worth tens of millions. Of course, for ability users, ability cultivation methods and various combat techniques were priceless treasures that couldn't be bought even with money.
Indeed, geniuses are priceless, Zhao Yao sighed inwardly.
Back when he was in Ability University, to buy a single combat technique, he had to risk his life hunting countless fierce beasts to gather enough funds. But now, they were directly giving them away for free.
Ha, is that all you have to offer? Su Yun from Qingjin University raised an eyebrow, staring intently at Su Jingming.
Student Su, if you come to our Qingjin Ability University, not only will you receive ability cultivation methods and various combat techniques, but we will also give you a 6 million enrollment bonus, and all the equipment you need for your 4 years of university. Qingjin Ability University, located in the capital of Daxia Nation, was clearly more financially powerful. With one move, they directly offered a hefty sum. Zhang Jiayang, after a moment of thought, also stated his school's conditions. Ability cultivation methods and combat techniques go without saying. What their school has, our school also has. However, our school does not provide scholarships or equipment. Instead, we will provide you with an S-tier cultivation resource every academic year. S-tier cultivation resource? What's that? Su Jingming looked puzzled, while Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes.
Su Jingming didn't know, but they did.
So-called S-tier cultivation resources were priceless treasures that couldn't be valued. Even for them, 5th-tier ability users, S-tier cultivation resources were of great use.
And now, Modu Ability University actually promised one per year. How generous was that? Dragon-type fierce beasts, you know about them, right? Facing Zhang Jiayan's question, Su Jingming nodded. Fierce beast tribes had racial distinctions, some tribes were weak, some were strong.
And some naturally powerful fierce beast tribes, similar in physique to dragons, were given the title of dragon type. They are born as 4th tier or 5th tier, and can even reach 7th tier or 8th tier when they mature.
Good that you know.
Among our S-tier resources, there's a treasure called dragon blood, extracted from the heart blood of an 8th tier dragon type fierce beast. After consuming dragon blood, your physique will be greatly strengthened, even comparable to dragon type fierce beasts. And each of our S-tier resources is of this dragon blood level.
Now you understand, right?
Zhang Jiayang said with a smile.
It was only because Su Jingming's special recruitment level was rated S+ that he would offer such luxurious conditions.
Dragon blood. S-tier cultivation resources. Principal Zhao Yao had always thought he was well informed. But after seeing the conditions offered by the 3 top universities to recruit Su Jingming, he suddenly realized his horizons were still too narrow. Su Jingming was also shocked upon hearing this. S-tier cultivation resources were indeed tempting.
Alright, it's time for you to make a decision. Which of the 3 top universities will you choose?
The gazes of the 3 teachers simultaneously focused on Su Jingming, waiting for him to make his choice.
Chapter 34, Final Choice, Modu Ability University.
Facing the gazes of the 3 teachers, Su Jingming was silent for a moment before saying, I choose Modu Ability University. Because ability points had to be obtained by killing fierce beasts, he was more concerned with the top university's practical combat training capabilities. Through his research during this period, he found that Modu Ability University had won almost half of the championships in the past 20 sessions of the University Alliance competitions, which were known for their practical combat.
This was enough to show that Modu Ability University's cultivation of students' practical combat abilities was the strongest among the 3 universities. Coupled with the S-tier resources they offered, Modu Ability University was arguably the best choice. As expected, it's Modu Ability University. Su Yun and Wu Yuan couldn't help but sigh.
In the face of S-tier cultivation resources, the conditions offered by their 2 schools were indeed much paler. But this wasn't their fault, the schools only had so many resources for special recruits. S-tier cultivation resources, which were of great use even to high-tier ability users like them, would never be used for new student recruitment by the schools.
The schools wouldn't allow it, and they couldn't offer more tempting recruitment conditions. Teacher Zhang, congratulations to your Modu Ability University. You've snatched a good talent this time.
The tense atmosphere was limited to the scramble for talent.
Now that the outcome was decided, Su Yun and Wu Yuan couldn't help but congratulate Zhang Jiayang. Then, without further delay, they sighed and left.
They had no chance with the Jiangnan province provincial champion, but they still needed to strive for the second and third place.
You too, take care. Zhang Xiaoyang sent off the two teachers with a smile, then turned to Su Jingming. Student Su, welcome to Modu Ability University. Our school will definitely not let you down.
After speaking, he directly took out the pre-prepared admission letter and handed it over.
This is your admission letter. You'll need it when you report to the school. Also, here's a special recruitment contract. Please sign it.
Zhang Xiaoyang handed over another contract. The text on the contract was very concise, roughly stating that Su Jingming could access all ability cultivation methods and combat techniques in the Modu Ability University Library. In addition, he would receive one S-tier cultivation resource annually. The contract was in duplicate, both already stamped with Modu Ability University's official seal.
After confirming that the content was correct, Su Jingming signed his name, one copy for Zhang Xiaoyang and one for himself. Excellent, Student Su. You are now a member of our Modu Ability University. Modu Ability University looks forward to your arrival. Zhang Xiaoyang, holding the contract, also breathed a sigh of relief.
Having secured an S-tier ability awakened, this trip had finally lived up to the school's expectations. With a casual flick, the contract disappeared into thin air again.
This scene made Su Jingming, who had been very curious, light up. He asked, Teacher Zhang, where did your contract go? You mean this?
Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and raised his right hand, wearing an exquisite ring on his index finger. Then, the ring flashed, and the contract appeared out of thin air in his hand.
This is a space ring, created based on the abilities of space elemental ability users.
It can store small items, Zhang Xiaoyang explained with a smile.
Space ring? Su Jingming was shocked. Isn't this something from fantasy novels in my previous life?
It's actually been realized in this world, but then, he thought about it and felt relieved.
Since there are even space elemental abilities, creating space rings seems quite reasonable. When I get a chance, I'll get one too, Su Jingming secretly decided.
There was no way around it, something like a space ring was simply too tempting.
The price of a space ring is not cheap. If you want to buy one, you'll have to work hard. As if seeing through Su Jingming's thoughts, Zhang Xiaoyang offered a word of encouragement.
He paused, then added, also, our school's new student enrollment date is September 1st. You can also choose to enroll early, that's perfectly fine.
We will provide you with accommodation.
Of course, for special recruits like you.
We always encourage early enrollment. If I can enroll early, then after enrollment, I'll be able to access the ability cultivation methods and combat techniques in the library? Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked. Of course, no problem, Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. That's great.
Su Jingming had originally thought he would have to wait until school started to enjoy the vast cultivation resources of Modu Ability University, but now he could enroll early.
How could he not be excited? Teacher Zhang, I will report to the school and enroll as soon as possible. Good. This is my contact information. Just call me directly when you arrive at the school. Zhang Xiaoyang left his contact information, then didn't linger, standing up to leave.
So, in the spacious VIP reception room, only Su Jingming and Principal Zhao Yao remained.
Phew, they're finally gone. The oppressive feeling these high-tier ability users give off is not ordinary.
Zhao Yao breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. Then, he looked at the exquisite admission letter in Su Jingming's hand as if it were a treasure.
An admission letter from Modu Ability University. This is an incredible honor.
Come on, call your homeroom teacher, let's take a big group photo together. Under Principal Zhao Yao's lead, Su Jingming, holding the Modu Ability University admission letter, went to the second high school gate and took a group photo with Principal Zhao Yao and the teachers of Class 5. In the photo, every teacher's smile was exceptionally bright. This photo was also placed in the central position of Jiangqing Second High School's Hall of Honor, becoming a role model for many students in the future.
During the photoshoot, Su Jingming also received calls from the Municipal Education Bureau and the municipal government.
Learning about the generous rewards they were offering, he readily agreed, only needing to make an appearance on the day the rewards were distributed. After all, they had given so many rewards, it was only right for him to show up and promote his hometown. After leaving school, Su Jingming went to the city center to buy many gifts, then took a taxi to Jinghu Community, where his aunt's family lived. Unlike Su Jingming's simple residential complex, Jinghu Community was a high-end villa area with strict security at the gate. Without the owner's permission, others could hardly enter. However, Su Jingming had previously registered visitor access here, so he entered the complex unimpeded. Auntie Chi. Su Jingming stood at the villa gate and rang the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened, and his aunt Su Qingwan appeared. Seeing it was Su Jingming, Su Qingwan's eyes lit up. Xiaoming, why are you here? Come in, come in. The provincial rankings were just released. I thought you, the provincial champion, would be very busy, but I didn't expect you to come at this time. Old Tang, Xiaoming is here. Hurry and check. Aunt Su Qingwan enthusiastically led Su Jingming into the villa's living room. Chapter 35, Leaving, a brand new start. Xiaoming, you're here. A well-built man walked out of the study. Uncle. Su Jingming greeted politely. This man was his uncle, Tang Daolin. You sit for a while, I'll go make you some tea, Uncle Tang Daolin said with a smile, then shouted upstairs, Chi, your cousin is here. Thump, 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 accompanied by footsteps, Tang Chi walked down the stairs with long strides. Sister Chi. Su Jingming also greeted with a smile. Jingming, you're really good. You actually became the provincial champion. I didn't have time to call earlier, but is it still too late to congratulate you now? Tang Chi smiled charmingly, sitting next to Su Qingwan. Of course not, Su Jingming said with a smile. By the way, these are the gifts I brought for you all, face masks for Auntie, skincare products for Sister Chi, and tea for Uncle. Su Jingming took out the gifts one by one. Xiaoming, you're so thoughtful. Aunt Su Qingwan didn't stand on ceremony and was about to accept them, but then she noticed that these gifts were all from relatively luxurious brands, totaling at least 10 to 20,000 yuan. Her eyes widened. Why buy such expensive gifts? You'll need a lot of money for university later. Hurry and return them. It's not too late to buy them for us after you start earning money. Auntie, these are what I earned. Su Jingming grinned. The city is going to reward me with 2 million, an ability cultivation method, and a luxury villa because I became the provincial champion. These gifts, worth 10 to 20,000, are no burden to me. Of course, even without the city's reward, given his aunt's family's help over the years, buying some valuable gifts was only right. Qingwan, just accept them. I also saw the reward announcement released by the city online. Also, not only the city, but many local enterprises in Jiangcheng have publicly stated that they want to give you equipment and resources, Uncle said with a smile, bringing over a cup of steaming hot tea. Oh, so that's how it is, Su Qingwan nodded, then no longer refused. I can accept the city's rewards, but I can't accept the things those enterprises want to give, Su Jingming nodded, indicating he understood. The municipal government had an official background, so there was no problem accepting rewards issued by the state. But private enterprises were different, accepting things from them might cause trouble later. By the way, your uncle just said the city also gave you a villa. Where is this villa? Aunt Su Qingwan asked curiously. The city said I could pick anywhere in Jiangcheng, Su Jingming replied. I haven't decided where yet. Then why don't you just choose our Jinghu community? It'll be easier for us to visit each other later, Tang Chi quickly suggested. Alright, Su Jingming readily agreed. For him, an orphan whose parents had passed away, a house was just a place to sleep at night, any place would do. Since his aunt wanted him to live here, then here it would be. Uncle Tang Daolin, hearing this, couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This house was something he had worked hard for most of his life to earn. And now, Su Jingming not only didn't have to spend a penny, but others were even scrambling to give him one. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Sure enough, I have some problems with my training. When you move in, Jingming, I'll have to ask you for guidance, Tang Chi said with a smile. Although she used a dagger and Su Jingming used a long spear, his combat experience was clearly much stronger than hers, and he could offer some training guidance. Alright, Su Jingming nodded. He paused, then said with some hesitation, but I might not be able to guide you for long. Once everything here is settled, I'll be leaving. Leaving? Going where? Su Qingwan's heart skipped a beat. Tomoto to report for enrollment,
Su Jingming took out his admission letter.
Just now, I was admitted to Modu Ability University.
Already admitted?
But the college application process hasn't even started yet. Su Qingwan was slightly stunned.
College applications usually began 3 days after the martial arts college entrance exam results were announced.
Xiaoming is the provincial champion, so he's taking the special recruitment route. He doesn't have to wait for college applications. Uncle Tang Dowling shook his head and explained.
Special recruitment? He's going to enroll so soon? Su Qingwan felt a little disappointed.
She had originally wanted to take Su Jingming out to have some fun during this holiday. However, she also knew that Modu Ability University was the top university in the country, and Su Jingming choosing to enroll early must have his own considerations. The child has grown up after all. Su Qingwan shook her head, her emotions quickly recovering.
Going to Modu Ability University is a good thing.
Today, I'm treating you all to a big meal. It's also a celebration for Xiaoming becoming the provincial champion.
Yay! I want lobster. Tang Chi's eyes lit up.
Su Jingming also smiled.
Just like that, the whole family happily went out. In the following days, Su Jingming first made an appearance at a municipal government event, receiving 2 million in cash rewards.
Then, he chose a 2-story detached villa covering over 400 square meters in Jinghu community.
All the furniture in the villa was brand new.
As for the furniture and furnishings in his original community, he didn't touch them. In addition, he treated his high school buddies, Zhang Hao and Lu Jie, to a meal. At the dinner table, his 2 buddies were envious of Su Jingming's rise. Upon learning that Su Jingming was struck by lightning and his ability mutated from E tier to S tier, they exclaimed lucky dog and ordered several more large lobsters. Of course, their own results were also quite good. Lu Jie scored 245 points in the martial arts college entrance exam, securing his spot in an ability university. Zhang Hao, who took the cultural college entrance exam, also reached the first-tier admission line. However, compared to Modu Ability University, which admitted Su Jingming, there was naturally no comparison. Eventually, Zhang Hao and Lu Jie both got completely drunk.
Ah Ming, you rascal, after you get into Modu Ability University, you absolutely must get me an autograph from Goddess Jiang.
Before getting into the taxi, Zhang Hao was still mumbling incoherently about Goddess Jiang.
Goddess Jiang, whose real name was Zhang Chuxian, was an ability user from Modu Ability University.
In the past 6 months, she had become popular online due to a video of her slaying fierce beasts. In the video, her exquisite beauty and decisive killing style formed a strong contrast, earning her the title Goddess Jiang. And Zhang Hao was her diehard fan. Su Jingming naturally readily agreed. After much effort, he finally appeased him and sent him into the taxi. At this point, all matters in Jiangcheng were handled. The next day, June 16, under the gaze of his aunt's family, Su Jingming carried his suitcase and boarded the high-speed train to Modu. Xiaoming, this trip will probably make him soar to great heights.
Uncle Tang Daolin looked at the gradually departing high-speed train with emotion. Before this, who would have thought that Su Jingming could become the provincial champion and be admitted to Modu Ability University? By the way, you're about to start filling out your college applications, right? Since your cousin Jingming is going to Modu Ability University, you should also try to choose a university in Modu. That way, you can look out for each other later. Your dad's right. Modu is developing well, its economy is prosperous, and it's not too far from Jiangnan. It's a good choice. Mom, Dad, I understand.
Chapter 36, When did I say we'd go together? The straight-line distance between Jiangcheng and Modu was approximately over 600 kilometers. Even by high-speed rail, the trip would take over 3 hours.
Before boarding, Su Jingming called Zhang Xiaoyang, intending to let him know he was on his way.
To his surprise, Zhang Xiaoyang was exceptionally enthusiastic, insisting on driving to the Shanghai station to wait for him.
Unable to decline, Su Jingming let him have his way.
Once on the train, Su Jingming stowed his luggage and found his seat. He leaned against the window and closed his eyes to rest, but his mind was racing through the details of the ability cultivation method. Aside from the 2 million yuan bonus and the villa, the most important thing Jiang Cheng had given him was this technique. It was called the Abyssal Sea Cultivation Method. Much like abilities themselves, cultivation methods were ranked: basic, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. The higher the rank,
the faster the cultivation speed. The Abyssal Sea method was an intermediate rank technique. While the original was held by the Zhengcheng government, the copy Su Jingming possessed was identical in content and effect. The manual wasn't long.
With his mental strength sitting at a high 180 Hz, it had only taken Su Jingming 2 days to memorize every word. According to the text, a special energy drifted between heaven and earth. Only by absorbing this energy could one's ability power be enhanced.
On his first day with the manual, Su Jingming had followed the instructions and successfully sensed this energy.
Immediately, a plus sign had appeared next to his level on the system panel.
However, he hadn't used his ability points to upgrade yet. The Abyssal Sea manual noted that the transition from an awakened to an ability user was a crucial bottleneck. The higher the rank of the cultivation method used for the breakthrough, the greater one's future potential. Knowing he would have access to top-tier cultivation methods once he entered Shanghai Ability University, he naturally wouldn't settle for an intermediate one. His first order of business after reporting for enrollment would be to hit the library.
Su Jingming sat quietly, the boredom of the journey and the inability to train making him drowsy. He leaned his head against the window and eventually drifted off to sleep. The train from Zhangcheng to Shanghai made several stops, including Ning'an City, the provincial capital of Jiangnan. The empty seats around Su Jingming were soon filled by a group of young people. One of the boys started talking incessantly the moment he sat down, quickly pulling Su Jingming out of his light slumber.
Su Jingming opened his eyes. He was in a 4-person booth with a table in the middle. Across from him sat a young man and a young woman, and next to him was a girl wearing glasses. The boy directly opposite him was the one who wouldn't stop talking. Huangpu Ability University is a decent school in Shanghai, the boy bragged. Last year's minimum admission score was 406. I got a 421. It's not a huge margin, but I'm basically a lock. Plus, my brother goes there. Once we hit Shanghai, I can take you guys for a tour. Huangpu usually isn't open to the public, but with my brother there, you're in luck. The boy was dressed sharply and spent most of the time boasting about his scores on the 5 core subjects of the Gokao and his connections at Huangpu. The girl in glasses next to Su Jingming listened with a polite smile, but the quieter girl sitting next to the talkative boy looked visibly annoyed, barely offering a word in response. In reality, Lu Qian's patience with Zheng Chang was reaching its limit. After the exams, she and her best friend wanted to apply to universities in Shanghai, so they had bought tickets to go see the campuses for themselves. She hadn't expected to run into Zheng Chang, who, upon learning their destination, began his endless bragging. At first, she had been patient and played along, but as the hours passed and he repeated the same 2 stories for the 10th time, she was fed up. Still, out of politeness, she couldn't bring herself to tell him to shut up. Now, he had even woken up the quiet guy sleeping across from them. Lu Qian was about to apologize when she caught a good look at the boy's face. Her eyes lit up. He's actually really handsome. The boy across from her had sharp, resolute features, a high bridge to his nose, and eyes that were clear and spirited. He could easily rival any male celebrity on TV. She wasn't usually one to swoon, but seeing such a handsome guy, especially with the fly buzzing next to her for comparison, she couldn't help but feel a surge of goodwill. "I'm so sorry," Lu Qian said softly. "Did we wake you up?" Su Jingming waved it off, signaling that he didn't mind. "Hi, I'm Sun Rui. Are you headed to Shanghai too?" Compared to Lu Qian's quiet demeanor, the girl in glasses next to Su Jingming was much more outgoing. Seeing that he was around their age, she took the initiative to greet him. "Yes, I'm going to Shanghai," Su Jingming replied with a polite nod. "We're all going to the same place, then." "What a coincidence." Lu Qian smiled brightly. "I'm Lu Qian. We're going to check out the ability universities there." "I'm going for a trip, and to visit my brother at Huangpu," Zheng Chang chimed in, leaning forward. "I'm Zheng Chang. Hey brother, are you also going to tour the schools?" Su Jingming was about to say he was going to enroll, but the boy kept talking. "You look about our age, so you must be. Tell you what, I'll take you all to Huangpu for a look later." Zheng Chang grinned, a faint sense of superiority in his voice. "I'm not bragging, but out of all the schools in Shanghai, Huangpu is definitely up there. Once the applications are finalized, that's where I'm headed." Su Jingming was speechless. Shanghai was an international metropolis. Aside from the top-tier Shanghai Ability University,
there were indeed several other good schools. But among them, Huangpu, with an admission score in the low 400s, could hardly be called top tier. Of course, for an average student, it was still a prestigious name. Su Jingming didn't feel like talking much to strangers. Lu Qian was quiet by nature, and while Sun Rui was more active, she seemed to prefer listening over talking. Consequently, Zhang Chang dominated the conversation, desperately flaunting his scores and his connections to get Lu Qian's attention. His tactics were so clumsy that Su Jingming found himself shaking his head inwardly.
Lu Qian looked like she was one step away from tattooing annoyed on her forehead.
However, compared to when they first boarded, Lu Qian's endurance had improved significantly, mostly because she now had a handsome guy to look at.
Her gaze drifted toward Su Jingming almost constantly. Time flew by, and just after noon, the train finally pulled into the Shanghai high-speed rail station.
As they walked out with the crowd, Zhang Chang tried to ask for Lu Qian's contact information, only to be shut down immediately.
Outside the station, rows of taxis and private cars were waiting. Zhang Chang's eyes lit up when he spotted a specific sedan.
He rushed over to Lu Qian. "My brother's car is here. Come with us, we can go straight to Huangpu for the tour." Then, he looked at Su Jingming with a fake apologetic expression.
"Sorry, man, but my brother's car doesn't have enough seats. If you want to come, you'll have to grab a taxi. Don't worry, we'll wait for you at the school gate."
A standard car had 5 seats, with his cousin driving, there were only 4 of them. There was plenty of room.
He was clearly trying to push Su Jingming away. He wasn't blind, he'd noticed Lu Qian's attention was on Su Jingming the whole time.
He figured if he could get rid of the competition, he might still have a chance.
However, his petty move didn't get the result he wanted. Instead, Su Jingming looked at him as if he were an idiot. "When did I ever say I was going with you? Come with us," Sun Rui invited with a smile. "The more the merrier."
You guys?" Zhang Chang's face turned the color of a beet.
Su Jingming didn't even spare him a glance. He looked at Lu Qian and Sun Rui. "I'm headed toward the university town. Someone is picking me up, I'll ask if they can take you along.
If so, we can head over together."
University town? Lu Qian was stunned. Shanghai University Town was a famous landmark.
Not only did it house Shanghai Ability University, one of the top 3 in the country, but the surrounding schools were also elite institutions with incredibly high admission requirements. Because they were so prestigious, tours required advance reservations. They were so popular that slots were booked months in advance. Lu Qian and Sun Rui hadn't managed to get a spot, so they had expected to just look at the gates from the outside. Still, even just seeing the exterior of such a famous place was worth it.
Lu Qian nodded. "Okay, let's go ask. If not, we'll just grab a cab."
Su Jingming had already spotted Zhang Chaoyang's car when they exited the station. He led the 2 girls toward it.
Someone who couldn't even get a reservation at Huangpu.
"I doubt you'll even get past the gates at University Town," Zhang Chang muttered snidely as he watched them walk away. But his eyes widened as he saw where Su Jingming was heading.
Parked there was a Mercedes X100 SUV.
The X100 was a military-grade off-road beast, capable of hitting 100 km per hour in 1.8 seconds. It was designed for complex terrain and was a favorite among wilderness adventurers, with a price tag of over 10 million yuan. In a wealthy city like Shanghai, a 10 million yuan car wasn't unheard of, but what drew everyone's attention was the massive emblem painted on the hood and doors. In the center were sharp blades and swords, surrounded by a wreath of thorny roses. It was both aggressive and elegant. Almost everyone in Shanghai recognized that emblem. It was the crest of Shanghai Ability University. Zhang Chang wasn't a local, but as a student, he knew that crest well. He had noticed the car earlier but assumed it was there for some high-ranking guest.
He never imagined it was waiting for Su Jingming. Impossible. No way.
He must be walking toward a different car. Zhang Chang stared, hoping he was wrong. But Su Jingming, Lu Qian, and Sun Rui climbed into the vehicle with practiced ease, and the SUV roared to life and drove off.
The car really was there for Su Jingming.
Zhang Chang stood there, dazed. Shanghai Ability University's official vehicles weren't deployed lightly, they were usually reserved for VIPs.
That meant the simply dressed Su Jingming was a guest of honor at the most prestigious school in the city. Asterisk holy crap. A VIP and he's that Loki, asterisk amidst his shock, Zheng Chang felt a wave of relief that he hadn't been even more obnoxious. On the other side, after getting permission from Zheng Chaoyang, the admissions director, Su Jingming brought the girls along. Lu Qian and Sun Rui were still in a daze, having recognized the school crest. They were already in the car before they fully processed what was happening. Are these your friends? Zheng Chaoyang asked with a chuckle from the driver's seat. Met them on the train. They're here to check out the universities before they apply. Since we're heading to University Town anyway, I thought we could give them a lift, Su Jingming explained from the passenger seat. Ah, there are some great schools in University Town. But you need a reservation to tour them. Did you girls book a slot? At Zhang Chaoyang's question, Lu Qian and Sun Rui, who had been as quiet as mice, intimidated by the aura of a high-level ability user, shook their heads. You need a reservation? Su Jingming frowned. He hadn't realized that. My mistake. I'll drop you off and then call a car to take you where you originally planned to go. Lu Qian and Sun Rui waved their hands frantically. No. It's fine. We were just planning to look from the outside anyway. Just looking from the outside won't do, Zheng Chaoyang said. During a red light, he reached back and handed them 2 cards. Here, these are all access VIP passes for every school in University Town. Take them. VIP passes? Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes nearly popped out. They knew about these passes. They were impossible to get online, and scalpers sold them for 20 to 30,000 yuan each. As students, they could never afford that. This is too much. We can't accept this, Lu Qian and Sun Rui said, shaking their heads despite the temptation. It's just 2 passes. What's the big deal? I have a whole stack of them, Zhang Chaoyang laughed. He opened the glove compartment, revealing a thick pile of identical passes, at least 100 of them. People give these to me all the time, and I have no use for them. Since you're friends of student Su, consider them a gift. As the admissions director, Zhang Chaoyang received plenty of these every year. Students at Shanghai Ability University could already enter any school in the university town freely, so these passes were basically scrap paper to him. The stack in the car was only a small portion, his office drawers were overflowing with them. Since he insisted, Lu Qian and Sun Rui realized that refusing further would be rude. They thanked him profusely and took the passes. As an expert in admissions, Zhang Chaoyang had a wealth of experience. Along the way, he gave them invaluable advice on their applications, which schools might expand their enrollment this year, which ones might lower their score requirements, and so on. This kind of insider information was usually inaccessible to the public. Lu Qian and Sun Rui felt incredibly lucky to have met Su Jingming. The SUV sped along and soon entered the university town, finally stopping in front of the gates of Shanghai Ability University. I'll go park. Wait for me here, Zhang Chaoyang said, leaving the 3 of them at the entrance. Su Jingming took the opportunity to look at the school. He had researched it online and knew it was grand, but seeing it in person was a different story. The gate alone was over 100 meters wide. The smooth concrete road leading in could fit dozens of cars side by side. The gate stood nearly 10 meters tall, with the words Shanghai Ability University written in bold, sweeping calligraphy that shimmered in the midday sun. Damn. If the gate is this impressive, what's it like inside? Su Jingming finally understood why every student dreamed of coming here. Beyond the academic prestige, just walking through these gates every day was a visual treat. He found himself looking forward to the next 4 years. Beside him, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were equally awestruck, staring at the gate without blinking. Impressive, isn't it? Zhang Chaoyang reappeared, smiling. He loved seeing the look on freshmen' faces when they first arrived. It was one of the reasons he had insisted on picking up Su Jingming personally. Our campus covers 40,000 acres, about 26 square kilometers. A gate like this is only fitting. Lu Qian's jaw dropped. 26 square kilometers? I heard you only take about 1,000 freshmen a year. With 4 grades, that's only about 4,000 students total. All that space for so few people? She knew the school was big, but 26 square kilometers was half the size of a small county.
In a city like Shanghai, where land was worth its weight in gold, this was almost surreal.
It's not that few.
If you count all the faculty and staff, there are about 10,000 people. That's still over 2,600 square meters per person, Zhang Chaoyang added.
Lu Qian and Sun Rui were green with envy.
2,600 square meters per person was an insane figure.
Most universities were lucky to have a fraction of that. Amidst their shock, they were led into the campus. Before they knew it, Su Jingning was waving goodbye. I've talked to Director Zhang.
You can tour the campus as you like, but once you leave, you won't be able to get back in. I'll take my leave here. I hope you both get into your dream schools.
For Lu Qian, Su Jingning was the perfect guy, tall, handsome, and exactly her type.
It was impossible not to have a crush. She watched him walk away with Zhang Chaoyang, gathering all her courage to ask for his contact info, but the words died in her throat. Every student here lives in a villa, Zhang Chaoyang explained. Of course, the luxury level depends on your rank. As the provincial top scorer, you get the most premium model.
It's over 800 square meters.
But don't worry about being lonely, the villas are shared by 2 people. 2 floors, you get one, your roommate gets the other.
Su Jingning felt a wave of relief.
Having lived alone both before and after his transmigration, he was tired of the isolation. A roommate sounded great, he actually missed the camaraderie of a shared dorm. A 2-person villa was a perfect middle ground.
Su Jingning used his key to open the door.
The interior was even more lavish than the exterior. The floors were large slabs of polished marble, and the furniture was exquisite. There's a cleaning service once a week, so you don't have to worry about maintenance, Zhang Chaoyang added.
Cleaning an 800 square meter house would take a whole day.
The school brought students here to hone their strength, not to waste time on chores. Now that the paperwork is done, let me tell you about a few things you need to pay attention to here.
Please, Su Jingning said, sitting across from Zhang Chaoyang on the sofa. There are 2 main things, the credit system and the exclusive mentor system, Zhang Chaoyang began.
First, credits. At Shanghai Ability University, credits are everything. Whether it's food, equipment, or rare treasures, you need credits. 1 credit is worth roughly 10,000 yuan, but its actual value is much higher because many items in the school store can't be bought with money outside.
There are many ways to earn credits. One is a fixed allowance based on your rank. Every freshman gets a rank upon entry. You, for instance, are S rank. You'll receive 100 credits every academic year. Note that your rank can change. Su Jingming understood. Credits were the hard currency of the school. With enough credits, you could buy almost anything.
Aside from the base allowance, you could earn more through school missions, climbing the combat rankings, and other activities. You can check your balance on the school's official portal, Zhang Chaoyang said, clapping his hands.
Eva, come out.
A cute, floating orb of light projected into the air in front of them.
This is the AI assigned to every dorm. Eva.
The main core is the school's high-level AI, the ones in the dorms are subunits. Even so, they are level 4 AIs, more than enough for daily life.
Su Jingming was amazed.
When he first arrived in this world, he thought it was just like his old world but with monsters and abilities.
He was realizing now that the technology here was far more advanced. Full dive simulations and high-level AI were common for the elite. As someone from a simple background, he just hadn't seen it yet. With Zhang Chaoyang's help, Su Jingming learned how to use Eva and checked his account.
He indeed had 100 credits. He marveled at the school's wealth. 100 credits was 1,000,000 yuan.
Even the lowest-ranked freshman got 20 credits.
With 1,000 freshmen, the school was giving away hundreds of millions in pocket money every year. Next is the exclusive mentor system, Zhang Chaoyang continued.
Every student can choose a mentor to study under.
Of course, the mentor has to agree to take you.
Exclusive mentor? Su Jingming was confused. Don't mentors teach regular classes? A group class can't compare to one-on-one guidance, Zhang Chaoyang explained.
Furthermore, our mentors are all high-level ability users. Almost all of them have their own unique combat techniques and cultivation methods. While some basic techniques are shared in the library, their signature moves, the ones with true power, aren't just given away. You can only learn them by becoming their disciple.
Su Jingming understood.
Powerful techniques were the result of a lifetime of effort, no one would just hand them out in a general lecture.
A formal master-disciple relationship was required. Is it hard to find a mentor? What should I prepare? For others, it might be hard. For an S-rank like you, it's almost guaranteed, Zhang Chaiyang chuckled. You just need to find a lightning-type mentor, show them your S-rank ability and your current strength. I doubt any of them would turn you down. He paused, then added, we have 4 lightning-type mentors. I highly recommend Yang Jintian, the dean of the weapon college. You can check on the school's official website. Zhang Jiayang clapped his hands lightly and called out, Eva, come out.
Before Su Jingming could react to who he was calling, a cute, spherical projection appeared in the air not far in front of him.
This is Eva, the artificial intelligence equipped in every dorm room. Eva's main body is the school's advanced artificial intelligence, the ones in the dorms are just subunits.
Of course, even the subunits meet the standards of a 4th-tier artificial intelligence, perfectly sufficient for assisting with daily life, Zhang Jiayang explained.
A subunit is already a 4th-tier artificial intelligence? Su Jingming clicked his tongue in wonder.
When he first transmigrated, he thought the Blue Star world wasn't much different from his previous life, except for the addition of fierce beasts and abilities. But later, he discovered that Blue Star's technological development was far more advanced than in his previous life. Not only had it achieved the full simulation technology most beloved by gamers, but it was also incredibly advanced in artificial intelligence. A 4th-tier artificial intelligence could already converse with real people without any flaws. As for the highest-tier artificial intelligence, it was rumored to possess real emotions and be indistinguishable from a real person. Of course, both full simulation technology and advanced artificial intelligence were things only accessible to the upper echelons. Su Jingming, with his simple family background, had never encountered them since birth. This was why he initially thought Blue Star's technology was similar to his previous lives. Next, with Zhang Jiayang's help, Su Jingming also learned how to use this artificial intelligence named Eva and found his remaining credits on the school's official website. He indeed had 100 credits. This made Su Jingming sigh with emotion at the school's generosity. 100 credits was equivalent to 1 million daxia coins. Although this was only for S-tier students, other new students received at least 20 credits upon enrollment. And there were approximately over 1,000 new students admitted to Modu Ability University each year, meaning that Modu Ability University spent over 200 million daxia coins annually just on basic credits for new students. As expected of a top university, so rich and powerful, Su Jingming marveled inwardly. Zhang Jiayan opposite him began to discuss the next important point. The second thing to note is our school's exclusive mentor system. Every student can choose their preferred mentor to apprentice under, making them their exclusive mentor. Of course, the mentor must agree. Exclusive mentor? Su Jingming was a little confused. Don't mentors teach in the school's arranged courses? Why is there a need for a special apprenticeship? Can the efficiency of collective classroom teaching compare to one-on-one guidance and explanation? Zhang Jiayang explained with a smile. Furthermore, our school's mentors are all high-tier ability users, and almost every one of them has their own original combat techniques and ability cultivation methods. Some less important combat techniques and ability cultivation methods might be shared with our library, becoming one of its collections. But how could those mentors' famous, incredibly powerful combat techniques be selflessly shared? You can only learn them after becoming an apprentice. With Zhang Jiayan's explanation, Su Jingming finally understood completely. Indeed, many powerful combat techniques were the crystallization of an ability user's lifelong efforts. Expecting them to be selflessly shared in an ordinary classroom was simply unrealistic. Only after establishing a closer master-disciple relationship could one possibly learn them. Then, Teacher Zhang, is apprenticeship very troublesome? What preparations are needed? Su Jingming quickly asked. Although he had the system, having an additional mentor would undoubtedly make his cultivation path smoother. For others, it might be quite troublesome. But for you, with an S-tier ability, the difficulty is almost zero, Zhang Jiayang said with a chuckle. You just need to find a lightning elemental mentor you like, visit them, and demonstrate your S-tier ability and current strength. I believe no mentor would refuse you. After speaking, he added, our Modu Ability University has 4 lightning elemental mentors.
Among them, Dean Yang Jintian of the Weaponry Academy is my primary recommendation for your apprenticeship. Chapter 40, 5 Major Academies, Thunder Spear Yang Jintian.
10 minutes later, Su Jingming saw Zhang Jiayang off and sat relaxed on the living room sofa alone. Good thing I had this admissions teacher to guide me, otherwise I really wouldn't have known there were so many things to pay attention to at Modu Ability University, Su Jingming thought with some relief. Of course, Zhang Jiayang also said that this information could be found in the new student must-read section on the school's official website and forum, but it was ultimately not as detailed as his explanation, especially regarding the lightning elemental mentor most suitable for him. Thinking of this, Su Jingming said, "Eva, help me search for information on Mentor Yang Jintian."
Understood.
The virtual light sphere in midair flickered slightly, then projected all information related to Yang Jintian. Interface: Yang Jintian, age 52, Dean of Modu Ability University's Weaponry Academy, 7th tier upper rank ability user, possesses a lightning elemental A-tier ability Beacon Fire True Thunder, skilled in various weapons such as fist darts, great sabers, long spears, and long swords. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming saw Zhang Qiang out and sat back on the sofa. Good thing I had him to guide me, or I'd be lost. He knew he could find this info on the forums, but a personal explanation was much better, especially the recommendation for a mentor.
Eva, search for information on Mentor Yang Jintian. Understood.
The floating orb flickered and projected a profile.
Asterisk Yang Jintian. Age, 52. Dean of the Weapon College at Shanghai Ability University. Tier 7 high-rank ability user. Ability, Beacon Fire True Thunder, A rank.
Proficient in fist techniques, sabers, spears, and swords. Known as the Thunderbolt Spear. Once fought an 8th tier beast, the earth-shaking demon python, for 3 days and nights in the wilderness before killing it solo. Su Jingming recalled what Zhang Qiang had told him about the 5 colleges: Element, Weapon, Tactics, Support, and Logistics. The Element College focused on maximizing the power of elemental abilities. The Weapon College trained close-quarters combatants who integrated their abilities with weapons. The Tactics College recruited mental-type users to train as commanders, though they were deadly in their own right. The Support College trained those with buffing or healing abilities. The Logistics College handled production and support. The structure was clearly designed for the war against beasts. And the deans were the elite of the elite. A Tier 7 user killing a Tier 8 beast was a terrifying feat in the high tiers. The gap between levels was massive. Someone like Yang Jintian, who could fight above his level, was a rare treasure in the country. Asterisk A-rank lightning ability, Tier 7 high rank, and he's the Thunderbolt Spear. Asterisk this was the perfect mentor for him.
Eva, show me the other 3 lightning mentors. The other 3 were all A rank and at least Tier 6.
2 were in the Element College, meaning they were essentially mages who didn't use weapons. The last one was in the Weapon College but was only Tier 7 low rank and specialized in swords, not spears.
Asterisk Yang Jintian is definitely the best choice.
I'll unpack, grab lunch, and then go try to become his disciple. Asterisk.
Su Jingming dismissed Eva and headed upstairs with his suitcase. He preferred the second floor with its open balcony. Since his roommate hadn't arrived, he took the master bedroom. The only downside to the villa was the lack of an elevator, but with his high physical stats, carrying a 20-kilogram suitcase up the wooden stairs was effortless. The bedroom was huge, about 50 square meters, with a massive bed, a desk, and a large window overlooking the road. He spent half an hour unpacking. I shouldn't have brought so much stuff, everything here is brand new. Time to eat, then find Mentor Yang. It was 1:30 p.m.
Unlike regular universities, the 4 cafeterias here were open 24/7.
Su Jingming grabbed his ID and keys and headed out.
He took his time to admire the campus. The landscaping was flawless: lush green grass, blooming flowers, and elegant pavilions. Even though it was summer break, there were many students around. All of them had powerful auras, at least Tier 1 or 2, and some were nearly as strong as Zhang Qiang.
A den of hidden dragons, Su Jingming thought.
He went to the nearest cafeteria. The smell of meat hit him immediately. He discovered that besides regular food, they served dishes made from beast meat. Beasts were dangerous, but their hides made armor, their bones made medicine, and their meat, if eaten regularly, strengthened the body.
Of course, beast meat was expensive.
A regular meal was 0.001 credits, 10 yuan, but the cheapest beast meat dish was 0.1 credits, 1,000 yuan. He even saw some priced at 10 credits, 100,000 yuan. If you don't have credits, you can't even afford to eat here. He bought a 0.1 credit dish to try.
The meat was cooked perfectly, melting in his mouth. After finishing his meal, he headed to the faculty villa area. The professors lived in even more luxurious villas, which made sense, they were at least tier 6.
Yang Zhentian lived in villa number 23. The faculty area was even more scenic, backed by a mountain with an artificial lake and waterfalls.
They literally put a mountain in the school.
He found villa number 23, a traditional-style building with wind chimes under the eaves. As he reached for the doorbell, a voice spoke from behind him.
"Are you here to seek a master?" Su Jingming turned. A young man in white stood about 5 meters away.
He had a clean-cut look and a playful, slightly rebellious smile.
Su Jingming frowned. How did this guy know?
Usually, people who come here are either Yang students or people wanting to be his students, the young man laughed.
I've seen most of his students, and you aren't one of them.
So, you're here to apprentice.
Me too.
The young man paused, noticing Su Jingming's aura.
Wait, you're just an awakened? Ah, you must be a special recruit. Su Jingming didn't hide it. He was likely the only awakened level special recruit this year. Most special recruits are tier 1.
An awakened special recruit, that's rare, the young man mused, though he didn't look down on him. To get in as an awakened meant his potential was terrifying.
And you are? Su Jingming asked. Tan Ning Yang. Junior, well, I guess I'm a senior now.
Weapon College, he introduced himself.
And you? Freshman, Su Jingming. Just reported today. Reporting today and seeking a master immediately? You're fast.
Most wait for the freshman tournament.
Freshman tournament? Su Jingming hadn't heard of this. It's a tradition. A few days after enrollment, there's a big competition.
Most mentors watch and pick their disciples then, Tan Ningyang explained.
But for a special recruit, you don't really need to wait.
What he didn't say was that the chances of a freshman being accepted by a dean were astronomical. He figured Su Jingming was just an arrogant genius who needed to be humbled.
Thanks for the info, senior. Are you also here to apprentice? Yeah, Tan Mingyang sighed.
I've been here several times over the last 6 months, but I haven't met his standards yet.
I'm almost ready to give up. Anyway, let's go in. He rang the bell. A middle-aged butler opened the door. Welcome. Master Yang is waiting inside. Please follow me. Tan Mingyang was stunned.
Usually, he had to wait for an hour to see the dean.
Now, the dean was waiting for them? What was going on? I've seen most of Teacher Yang's students, and you're not one of them. That means you're here to ask him to take you on as a disciple.
The young man hadn't finished speaking when he noticed something off about Su Jingming's aura.
Wait, you're only at the awakener stage?
He quickly realized what was happening and raised an eyebrow.
A special recruit? Yes, Su Jingming replied, not bothering to hide it.
In fact, among the special recruits, he was likely the only one still at the awakener level. Since the enrollment process had just begun and the official admission list hadn't been released yet, it wasn't surprising the senior guessed his status. Usually, special recruits were tier 1 middle or high rank. The young man clicked his tongue in wonder.
I didn't expect a special recruit at the awakener level this year. He didn't look down on Su Jingming, though.
To be recruited by Magic City University at such a low level meant his combat strength was undeniable, and his potential was even more terrifying.
I'm Su Jingming. And you are? Su Jingming asked. The senior seemed friendly enough, despite his forwardness. Tan Mingyang, a junior in the weaponry college. Well, I guess I'm a senior now, he introduced himself. And you? Su Jingming, a freshman. I just reported in today. Reporting in and immediately looking for a master? You move fast, Junior Su. Most freshmen wait until after the freshman competition to look for a mentor. Freshman competition? Su Jingming frowned.
Zhang Chaoyang hadn't mentioned that.
It's a tradition here at Magic City.
It usually happens 3 or 4 days after registration ends.
Most of the faculty will be there to watch.
Those who perform well get scouted by the different colleges, and mentors will personally step forward to take them as disciples.
Seeing Su Jingming's confusion, Tan Mingyang gave a brief explanation.
Of course, for a special recruit like you, there's no need to wait for the competition to find a master. What he didn't say was that even for a special recruit, the chances of being accepted by a dean-level mentor right at the start were as low as winning the lottery.
He'd likely be making a wasted trip.
However, special recruits were usually the geniuses and top scorers of their provinces. They were proud. Even if he told him the truth, the kid probably wouldn't listen, so he kept it to himself.
Thanks for the info, senior, Su Jingming said, then added curiously, are you also here to see Teacher Yang?
Yeah,
Tan Mingyang nodded with a sigh.
I've been coming here for over 6 months, but I still haven't met his standards. I'm almost ready to give up, but I just can't bring myself to do it.
Anyway, enough about me. Let's go in together. Tan Mingyang pressed the doorbell of the villa.
After a short wait, the door opened, and a middle-aged man who looked like a butler appeared.
Welcome, gentlemen. Teacher Yang is waiting inside. Please, follow me.
The butler's smile was as warm as a spring breeze.
Su Jingming, being there for the first time, didn't think much of it, but Tan Mingyang was visibly flattered. This wasn't his first visit.
Usually, the butler was polite, but never this enthusiastic.
And the butler said Teacher Yang was waiting? How was that possible?
Tier 7 Awakened weren't exactly sitting around with nothing to do. On the contrary, they were incredibly busy. Usually, when Tan Mingyang visited, he had to wait in the living room for 30 minutes to an hour before seeing the man.
Now, the busy dean of the weaponry college was waiting for them? Confused, Tan Mingyang followed the butler inside with Su Jingming.
In the living room, 2 people were sitting on the sofa. On the right was a young man who looked to be about Tan Mingyang's age. He had an ordinary face, the kind you'd lose in a crowd, but his aura was incredibly sharp. Just sitting there, he radiated an invisible pressure. Next to him sat a middle-aged man in gray athletic gear. He had a powerful build, and his eyes seemed to flicker with golden lightning. When Su Jingming met his gaze, his hair stood on end, as if he were being watched by a top-tier dragon-type beast. Compared to this man, the aura of the youth beside him seemed almost non-existent.
Su Jingming, who had researched the faculty via EVA, immediately recognized him.
This was the dean of the weaponry college, a Tier 7 high-rank Awakened known as the Thunder Spear.
Dean Yang, I've brought them, the butler said respectfully. Good. You may go.
Yang Jingtian dismissed the butler, then turned his gaze directly to Su Jingming, a smile spreading across his face.
You must be Su Jingming. They entered the living room. 2 people were sitting on the sofa.
One was a young man with a sharp, oppressive aura. The other was a middle-aged man in gray exercise clothes. His eyes flickered with golden lightning. Just looking at him made Su Jingming feel like he was being stared down by a top-tier dragon. This was Yang Zhentian. You must be Su Jingming, Yang Zhentian said with a smile, standing up.
Zheng Chaoyang told me about you. Come, let's go to the training room.
He headed upstairs. Su Jingming followed immediately. Tan Mingyang stood there, frozen.
The Yama of the weapon college, known for being cold and strict, had just smiled? And he was taking Su Jingming straight to the training room for a personal test? Is he the principal's son?
Mingyang, same as usual, the other young man on the sofa said with a chuckle.
Tan Mingyang snapped out of it. Right. Sorry, Senior Lu. To become Yang Zhentian's disciple, one had to prove themselves.
Senior Lu was one of Yang's current students. Tan Mingyang had to defeat him while Lu used only 10% of his power. He hadn't succeeded once in 6 months.
Upstairs, Yang Zhentian looked at Su Jingming. I've seen your Gaokao videos.
Your combat sense is great, and your spear technique is advanced.
But first, I want to see your S-rank ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Su Jingming didn't hesitate. Crackle! Blue-purple lightning erupted, swirling around him with an ancient, desolate aura.
The room was filled with a majestic pressure.
So this is the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Yang Zhentian stared, mesmerized.
He had an A-rank lightning ability, but even at tier 7, his lightning lacked this primordial essence.
This was the gap in the source of the ability. After a few deep breaths, Yang Jintian calmed down. Su Jingming, I know why you're here. With your ability and potential, I'd be happy to take you as a disciple. But I must warn you, I've made many enemies in my time. By becoming my student, you will inherit those grudges. People might target you. Are you still willing?
I am, Su Jingming said, bowing formally. Every powerhouse rose through blood and fire. If he was afraid of a few enemies, he shouldn't be at this school.
Good.
From today on, you are my 32nd disciple.
Yang Jintian was genuinely excited. S-rank users were rare, and lightning types even rarer. Most of your seniors have graduated. Only 3 are still at the school. Lu Ming downstairs is one of them.
I'll introduce the others later. He reached into his storage ring and pulled out 2 manuals. This is a top-tier cultivation method and a body tempering technique I created.
Su Jingming took them.
The cultivation method was the limit ability cultivation method.
The other was Thunderbolt Eternal Body.
The limit method is one of the 3 top-tier methods in the school.
As for the Thunderbolt Eternal Body, it's my life's work. It's been officially rated as an S-rank technique by both the Thunder and Storm Bear dojos. Su Jingming was shocked.
Tier 7 users were called Grandmasters because they could create their own techniques.
Techniques were ranked from F to SSS. Most Grandmasters were lucky to create an A-rank technique.
Yang Jintian had created an S-rank body tempering technique, one of the most complex types of techniques at tier 7. His talent was monstrous. The Thunderbolt Eternal Body has 13 levels.
Even I have only reached the 10th.
The last 3 are theoretical, but I believe at the final level, the body becomes truly indestructible.
However, you need to be an ability user to start. For now, use the limit method to break through. Once you're tier 1, I'll help you build your foundation. Yang Jintian paused.
Also, you need to learn fist techniques.
Fist techniques? Yes.
Once you practice the eternal body, your physique will be incredible.
Combining that with close quarters combat and lightning is devastating. Besides, weapons are just tools. What if your spear breaks in the middle of a fight? Do you just run? He used his fight with the demon python as an example.
His SSS grade spear had shattered on the 2nd day, and his energy was nearly spent. He had finished the beast with his bare hands. I'll teach you spear techniques too, but eventually, I want you to master the saber and sword as well.
Master, what are your proficiency levels? Su Jingming asked curiously.
My fist and spear techniques are at the Grandmaster level. Sabers and swords are only at the Master level, Yang Jintian said casually.
Su Jingming's heart skipped a beat. Proficiency went from basic to Master, Grandmaster, and finally Perfection. Most people spent a lifetime just reaching Master.
I only started studying other weapons because I hit a wall with the spear and fist.
You're a long way off, Yang Jintian laughed.
For now, focus on the fist and spear.
Don't bite off more than you can chew.
He gave Su Jingming a list of techniques to find in the library. 10 minutes later, a satisfied Su Jingming left the villa.
He ran into Tan Ming Yang, who looked miserable.
Clearly, he had failed again.
Senior Tan, I'm heading out. Wait. How did it go? Did he take you? Su Jingming nodded. Yes. Tan Ming Yang's eyes nearly fell out of his head. A dean taking a disciple before the tournament? He really must be the principal's son. Back at his villa, Su Jingming went to his training room and began studying the limit method. It took 4 hours to grasp it. He closed his eyes and sensed the yuan energy in the air. Compared to the abyssal sea method, the energy he could sense now was like an ocean compared to a pond. Time to level up. He opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Awakened, plus. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 186. Mental Strength, 187 Hz. Skills, Spear, Advanced, Flash Windbreak, Advanced. Ability points, 2,534. He clicked the plus sign. Energy flooded into his body,
following the limit method's path. His cells screamed with power as his physique and spirit were forged anew.
Level, Tier 1 lower rank ability user.
He felt several times stronger. He summoned his lightning, it was thicker and darker than before.
Physique, 283.
Mental strength, 289 Hz. The breakthrough had cost 300 points, but the stat gains were massive. If he had used the Abyssal Sea method, he would have only gained 30 or 40 points. The top-tier method had given him over 100. Next, he looked at the Thunderbolt Eternal Body.
It required the blood of a lightning-type beast to forge the foundation. I'll go to Master tomorrow. It's clearly better to specialize in one type of weapon.
I'll follow what teacher said and focus on fist arts and spear arts first, Su Jingming thought silently.
Then, Yang Jintian gave him a list, which recorded the names of the combat techniques Su Jingming needed to learn next.
He just needed to go to the library to find the combat technique manuals and study them. This made Su Jingming secretly sigh with emotion.
It's indeed better to have a mentor's guidance.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to formulate such a detailed learning path on my own. More than 10 minutes later, Su Jingming, full of gains, walked out of the villa. However, he met Tan Ming Yang, who had also just left the villa, at the entrance. But Tan Ming Yang no longer had the smile he had earlier, only bitterness remained.
It seems this apprenticeship failed again, Su Jingming thought.
Seeing this, he didn't tactlessly ask about the result, just simply greeted him and prepared to leave.
Senior Tan, I'm leaving.
Wait, what was the result of your apprenticeship?
Did you succeed?
Tan Ming Yang asked, as if grasping at a life raft. However, Su Jingming not only didn't give the answer he wanted but instead nodded.
He really succeeded? Tan Ming Yang almost popped his eyeballs out. Dean-level mentors generally wouldn't take disciples before the freshman competition. But what's going on here? Is he really the principal's son?
No, his appearance doesn't look like it. Looking at the gradually receding figure, Tan Ming Yang, who had experienced several failures, fell into endless self-doubt.
On the other side, Su Jingming returned to his villa and went straight to the training room on the second floor.
The student villas had identical room configurations on both floors. Besides the training room and bedroom, there was also a shower room, audiovisual room, study, and his favorite open-air balcony. Compared to teacher Yang Jintian's training room, this one was slightly smaller, only about 80 square meters. However, it was perfectly fine for regular training. Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the ground and opened the Extreme Ability Cultivation method to read. Compared to the Ultimate Abyssal Sea Ability Cultivation method, this top-tier Extreme Ability Cultivation method was clearly much more profound.
Su Jingming spent over 4 hours thoroughly understanding the entire book. Then, he closed his eyes slightly and began to sense the special energy existing between heaven and earth according to the method described in the Extreme Ability Cultivation method. A moment later, within his sensory range, many white energy points appeared, densely packed and vast as a sea. That was the special energy called primal energy. Only by absorbing it into the body could one's ability transform. As expected of a top-tier ability cultivation method, the primal energy it senses is much more than what the ultimate ability cultivation method could. Su Jingming's face lit up with joy, and he immediately opened his eyes. Since the top-tier ability cultivation method could sense primal energy, it proved that his cultivation was fine. Next, he didn't need to cultivate step by step, he could just add points and advance. Deep Blue, he called out softly in his mind. The light blue system panel immediately appeared in his mind. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Awakened, Plus. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 186. Chi and Blood plus Spirit, 187, plus. Combat Techniques, Spear Arts, Advanced, plus Lightning Gale Break, Advanced. Ability Points, 2534. Add points. Su Jingming unhesitatingly tapped the plus sign next to level. The next moment, the primal energy in the surrounding air poured into Su Jingming's body at an extremely terrifying speed and automatically circulated according to the cultivation method recorded in the Extreme Ability Cultivation method, continuously strengthening his ability, physique, and spirit, until it slowly stopped after breaking through a certain limit. Level, Awakened - First Tier Lower Rank Ability User. I've broken through. Su Jingming slightly clenched his fist.
He could feel that the power contained within his body was several times that of before. More importantly, his ability had also been enhanced.
Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. He let out a low shout.
Accompanied by the piercing sound of electric arcs, blue-purple lightning appeared around Su Jingming. Compared to before his advancement, the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder was noticeably thicker, and its color was also deeper. If I were to encounter that second-tier bloodthirsty berserker bear again, I probably wouldn't even need to use my spear, my lightning alone could kill it. Looking at the blue-purple lightning dancing on his fingertips, Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction.
With his successful advancement, he had finally taken the first step towards the peak of ability users. Chapter 44, Preparing to Exchange for SS Tier Resources. Su Jingming roughly tested his strength in the training room.
His strength had increased by about 4 or 5 times after transforming from an awakened to an ability user. Then, he opened his system panel again.
Name, Su Jingming. Level, first tier lower rank, plus. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 283. Chi and Blood plus Spirit, 289, plus.
Combat Techniques, Spear Arts, Advanced, plus Lightning Gale Break, Advanced.
Ability Points, 2234. It only cost me 300 ability points to advance to first tier.
The consumption of ability points isn't too much, but the increase in basic attributes is a bit beyond my expectation. Su Jingming couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If he had used the Abyssal Sea ability cultivation method to break through, his Chi and Blood and Spirit would have increased by at most 30 or 40 points. But with the top-tier Extreme Ability Cultivation method, his 2 basic attributes had both increased by over 100 points. This was a world of difference. No wonder ability users were so desperate for higher-level cultivation methods, the gap was simply staggering.
Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head.
At the same time, he felt incredibly fortunate. After obtaining the Abyssal Sea ability tempering method, he hadn't rushed to upgrade. He still had plenty of ability points left, but he decided to hold off on further leveling for the time being.
He mused silently that he would need those points to learn battle techniques later.
Moreover, he needed time to adapt to his newfound strength. Further improvements would have to wait until he had fully mastered his current state. Next, he turned his attention to the S-Class body tempering technique. He opened the manual for the Thunder Eternal Body and began to read in detail. As a 7th rank ability user, Yang Zhentian's understanding of martial arts and the lightning element was profound, and he had poured all of that insight into this technique.
Su Jingming was instantly captivated. As expected of an S-Class technique, it was exquisitely complex.
2 hours later, he reluctantly closed the manual. The Thunder Eternal Body consisted of 13 levels, but he could only comprehend the first 3 for now. Anything beyond that was far too profound for his current level. However, even those first 3 levels opened up a whole new world for him.
Ordinary body tempering techniques usually involve various ways of grueling physical training to gradually strengthen the flesh.
This technique, however, added a crucial preliminary step, forging the foundation. The first level of the Thunder Eternal Body required the blood of a lightning-type ferocious beast to forge the foundation of the Eternal Body. Only after that would one use their own lightning abilities to refine the body. The ultimate strength of the Thunder Eternal Body was directly linked to the quality of the beast blood used for the foundation. If one used the blood of a high-tier beast, their physical strength would grow exponentially. If they used low-tier or ordinary beast blood, the potential of their physique would be significantly limited.
Lightning-type beast blood was going to be a bit of a problem. Su Jingming rubbed his chin.
On Planet Blue, low-tier beasts relied solely on their physical bodies to fight. High-tier beasts, however, possessed incredible powers similar to ability users.
For instance, the famous silver-leaping nine-tailed fox possessed charm abilities similar to a mental-type ability user. If one didn't react in time, the result was certain death. Lightning-type beasts controlled the power of thunder just like lightning ability users.
However, such beasts were at least 4th rank or higher. With his current strength, there was no way Su Jingming could obtain that kind of blood on his own.
Fortunately, he had a mentor.
His teacher had mentioned that once he broke through to become an official ability user, he should seek him out to forge his foundation.
He decided to go first thing tomorrow.
Early the next morning, after washing up, Su Jingming sought out Yang Zhentian again.
When he learned that Su Jingming had already broken through, Yang Jintian was visibly surprised. That fast? In his 20-plus years of teaching at the Magic City Ability University, he had seen countless geniuses. Even for them, the transition from an awakened to an official ability user usually took a significant amount of time. Yet, from the moment Su Jingming received the manual yesterday until now, it hadn't even been 24 hours, and he had already succeeded. It was just a matter of steady accumulation finally paying off, Su Jingming replied with a humble smile. Fine. Since you've succeeded, I'll forge the foundation of the Thunder Eternal Body for you today. Yang Jintian didn't press further. He nodded and continued, the foundation I prepared for you is the essence blood of a high 7th rank lightning beast, the Storm Great Bear. With a slight shimmer of light, a transparent glass bottle appeared in Yang Jintian's hand. The bottle held about 800 milliliters of bright red blood that rippled slightly, with faint silver-white lightning flickering within. High-tier lightning beasts are extremely rare. Over the years, the highest-level lightning beast I've killed was this Storm Great Bear. The school's resource vault has 8th rank blood, but that's classified as SS-level resource. Even as your teacher, I can't just exchange for it easily. Yang Jintian sounded a bit helpless. Although he was the dean of the combat department, he couldn't just use the school's resources at will. The school gave them a large amount of points similar to credits every year to exchange for resources, but as a high 7th rank ability user, his own cultivation costs were enormous. His points were mostly spent, and his account balance wasn't enough for SS-level resources. Of course, the essence blood of a high 7th rank Storm Great Bear was already incredibly rare, a premium S-class resource more than sufficient for forging a foundation. He just instinctively wanted the best for Su Jingming since he was an S-class awakened. By the way, I heard from Zhang Chaoyang that you're entitled to one S-class resource every year. The next morning, Yang Jintian was surprised to see Su Jingming had already broken through. That was fast. I was prepared, Su Jingming said humbly. Good. I've prepared the foundation for you. It's the essence blood of a tier 7 high-rank storm giant bear. Yang Jintian produced a glass bottle filled with glowing red blood. Lightning beasts are rare. This is the best I have. The school has 8th tier blood, but that's an SS grade resource. Even I can't just take it. He looked at Su Jingming. Wait, Zhang Chaoyang said you get one S grade resource allowance per year, right? Yes. If we combine your S grade allowance with my Storm Bear blood, we might be able to trade for that SS grade resource. What do you think? Whatever you think is best, Master, Su Jingming said. He wasn't an idiot, his master was putting in his own resources to get him something better. Wait here. Yang Jintian vanished in a flash of light. Half an hour later, he returned, looking excited. I got it. The principal had to sign off on it. He held a bottle of shimmering silver blood. Tier 8 lower rank Thunderbolt Tyrant Dragon Essence blood. Dragons are the toughest beasts. This is incredibly rare. Su Jingming felt a surge of gratitude. Take off your shirt and sit down. Yang Jintian applied the silver blood to Su Jingming's back. It stung like acid. This blood is toxic to low-level users. I'm going to use my beacon Fire True Thunder to forge it into your marrow. It will take 4 or 5 days. It will hurt. Don't pass out, or the absorption rate will drop. Red lightning erupted from Yang Jintian, engulfing Su Jingming. For 5 days, Su Jingming endured agonizing pain as the dragon blood was fused into his bones and vessels. On the 5th day, Lu Ming, the senior student, was waiting in the living room. Is it still going? Master is using 8th tier blood. It takes time, the butler replied. Lu Ming was envious but understood. An S-rank genius deserved the best. Suddenly, a roar like a dragon's echoed through the villa. It was primal and violent. He did it. Lu Ming rushed upstairs. In the training room, Su Jingming stood tall. He radiated a terrifying, beast-like pressure. His eyes were bloodshot, and his muscles were bulging with blue-purple lightning. He looked like he wanted to destroy everything. Perfect. 98% absorption. Yang Jintian shouted. Su Jingming snapped out of the violent trance as Yang Jintian's voice boomed like thunder, clearing his mind. Master, what happened? The dragon blood influenced your mind. It's a side effect of such a high absorption rate. It will fade as you get stronger, Yang Zhentian explained. Su Jingming checked his panel. Physique, 391. Mental strength, 289 Hz. Skill, Thunderbolt Eternal Body, Level 1. His physique had jumped by over 100 points. He felt like he could take on a Tier 2 beast with his bare hands. Congratulations, Junior, Lu Ming said, stepping forward. I don't have much on me, but here's a welcome gift. He transferred 200 credits to Su Jingming. 2 million yuan. Take it, Yang Zhentian smiled. Seniors look after juniors. You'll do the same one day. Go rest. Come back tomorrow to start your fist and spear training. Teacher, what just happened to me?
Su Jingming's eyes gradually cleared, his expression dazed. He had never experienced such a loss of emotional control before practicing the Thunder Eternal Body. It was likely the essence blood of the Thunder Tyrant Dragon affecting your mind.
Yang Zhentian's brow furrowed slightly. The Thunder Tyrant Dragon is notorious for its violence among beast tribes. You absorbed its essence blood with a staggering 98% efficiency.
Such a high absorption rate might be the reason for these side effects. Previously, disciples practicing the Thunder Eternal Body had been influenced by beast bloodlines to some degree, but none had shown such a marked change as Su Jingming.
But don't worry too much, Yang Zhentian added. As long as you don't let your emotions fluctuate wildly, you won't trigger those negative feelings.
Furthermore, as your strength increases, these side effects will gradually vanish.
This has been proven by myself and my other disciples.
That's good to hear.
Su Jingming breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be someone ruled by his emotions at every moment.
Besides, he could feel that his physique had undergone an unprecedented transformation. A few side effects were a small price to pay.
Subconsciously, Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, first rank lower stage, plus. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 391. Vitality, 289 Hz, plus.
Skills, Advanced Spearmanship, plus, Advanced Lightning Gale Break, plus, Thunder Eternal Body, Level 1, plus.
Ability points, 2,234.
His vitality had surged by over 100 points. For an ability user, aside from the boost during a rank breakthrough, normal physical training usually only increased vitality by 2 or 3 points. Yet, after gaining 100 points from his breakthrough a few days ago, his vitality had jumped by another 100.
Of course, vitality was just a numerical representation of physical strength. It didn't account for physical defense or recovery speed.
He had a feeling that in his current state, he could probably fight a second-rank beast head-on using nothing but his raw physical strength, without even needing battle techniques or his ability.
He also noticed a new body tempering section on the panel. It seemed he could use ability points to directly increase his physical toughness in the future. Su Jingming was secretly delighted. Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully forging the foundation of the Thunder Eternal Body.
Your path in martial arts is now wide open. At that moment, Lu Ming walked in from the doorway, offering his smiling congratulations. This is your senior brother, Lu Ming.
You met him last time, Yang Zhentian introduced. Hello, senior brother Lu. Su Jingming put on his shirt and greeted him respectfully. Last time we met, you weren't the teacher's student yet. This time is different.
I didn't prepare much, but tell me how much you need, and I'll transfer some credits to you as a welcoming gift. Lu Ming had a gentle personality and offered the gift on the spot.
Seeing that Yang Zhentian didn't stop him and instead nodded slightly, Su Jingming gave Lu Ming his student ID number.
A moment later, his phone buzzed with a notification. His student account had been credited with 200 credits.
So much?
Su Jingming stared at the message, stunned.
200 credits were equivalent to $2 million. Was a welcoming gift really this expensive? It's only 200 credits. It's not much for your senior brother Lu, Yang Zhentian said with a chuckle. Seniors should look after their juniors.
When you have juniors of your own, you'll have to prepare gifts for them too.
I understand, Su Jingming nodded. The foundation is set. You haven't eaten or slept for 5 days, you must be exhausted. Go back and rest. Come back tomorrow morning to learn fist and spear techniques with your senior brother Lu.
Yang Jintian waved him off, a hint of fatigue in his own eyes. Going 5 days without food or sleep was nothing for a 7th rank ability user, but the continuous, delicate control of his ability to remodel Su Jingming's body had been mentally draining. He told Su Jingming to rest, but in truth, he needed it more.
Su Jingming realized this and didn't linger. He took his leave and left the villa. May 22nd. He hadn't expected the foundation forging to take nearly 5 days. Standing outside the villa at midnight, Su Jingming looked at the date on his phone and sighed. For those 5 days and nights, he had endured inhuman pain while having to remain conscious. Fortunately, he had persevered and achieved a near-perfect 98% absorption rate. It was still early, so he decided to head to the martial arts hall to test his new physical strength. The essence blood of the 8th rank Thunder Tyrant Dragon was an SS-level resource.
With Yang Jintian's help, most of it had integrated into his body, becoming a part of him. The incredible energy contained within the blood meant that even after 5 days without food, he didn't feel weak.
Su Jingming headed back to his dorm.
He felt energized despite not eating for 5 days. He noticed he smelled terrible, his body had purged a lot of impurities. As he approached his villa, he saw it was open. His roommate had arrived. Inside, a sunny, tanned young man was talking to Eva.
You must be my roommate. I'm Lu Wentao. Nice to meet you. Su Jingming. The top scorer from Jiangnan? No way.
Lu Wentao was a know-it-all. He was an A-rank mental type from Sichuan.
They chatted for a bit. Su Jingming liked the lively atmosphere.
I'm going to the dojo to test my strength, Su Jingming said after a shower.
I'm coming too. They headed to the Thunder Dojo. On the way, Lu Wentao pointed out a girl. Look! That's Song Chiuyun. A-rank light type, top scorer from Sichuan. She's a goddess. Song Chiuyun felt a gaze like a predator's. She turned and saw Su Jingming. And awakened with the aura of a beast, she was intrigued. At the Thunder Dojo, they saw the power challenge rankings for each tier. Top 3,000 gets 50 credits, the staff said. Lu Wentao tried first. He punched the target. Power, 476 kilograms. Rank, 100,000 plus dot. Lu Wentao turned red. He forgot the rankings included every student in the school's history. Your turn, Jingming. Su Jingming stepped up. He drew back his fist, twisting his waist and throwing a punch that blurred into a black shadow. Boom! The target groaned. The announcer's voice went wild. Power, 4,589 kilograms. A new record for Tier 1. The hall went silent. The gold name at the top of the Tier 1 pillar flickered and changed. 1SC Su Jingming, 4,589 kg. Holy crap! 4,500 kilograms? Is he even human? He could only turn on the TV to pretend he had company. Things got slightly better when he reached high school and could live in the dorms, but the weekends were still lonely. He craved the feeling of a crowd, so he studied hard and got into university. The time he spent messing around and gaming with his roommates was the happiest period of his life. But after 4 years, he faced the prospect of being alone again. Driven by that fear, he worked hard to get into a master's program, gaining a few more years of companionship. Then he pursued a PhD, surrounding himself with a lively group of seniors and juniors. Finally, at his PhD graduation dinner, he had a bit too much to drink, and when he woke up, he had transmigrated to this world. Tragically, he was an orphan here as well. Though Xiaoguo would visit him occasionally, loneliness remained the main theme of his life. Whether in his past life or this one, Su Jingming had a strong aversion to being alone. Seeing Lu Wentao's talkative nature, he actually found it quite pleasant. He sat on the sofa and chatted with Lu Wentao. He learned that Lu Wentao was from the Land of Abundance, Sichuan Province. He possessed an A-class mental ability and was at the first-rank middle stage. His score in the martial arts college entrance exam was in the top 20 of his province. He had applied to Magic City Ability University specifically for the Tactical Academy.
In his words, he wanted to command millions of soldiers in the future to wipe out every ferocious beast on planet Blue.
When Lu Wentao learned that Su Jingming was actually just an awakened during the entrance exam, he couldn't stop marveling.
Alright, enough talk. I need to head to the martial arts hall in a bit. After chatting for a while, Su Jingming stood up.
The martial arts hall? I want to go too.
Lu Wentao was equally enthusiastic.
I haven't seen the one at Magic City yet.
Sure. Let's head over after I shower.
Su Jingming nodded and went upstairs. 20 minutes later, a refreshed Su Jingming changed into clean clothes and walked out of the villa with Lu Wentao. It was just past 11 in the morning.
The sun was shining, and many new students were walking about.
As they walked toward the dormitory exit, Su Jingming walked straight and looked ahead as usual.
Lu Wentao, however, was looking everywhere, his eyes darting between the new students. Occasionally, he would linger on a pretty girl and flash a slightly greasy smile.
Jingming, look! Over there! A total beauty!
Lu Wentao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he excitedly slapped Su Jingming's shoulder. Su Jingming followed his gaze and saw two girls walking out of a villa about 10 meters away. Both were around 167 centimeters tall. The one on the left was slightly shorter and decent looking, but not stunning. The other girl, however, was different. She had a delicate face, willow leaf brows, and a small, elegant mouth, a true beauty. Her skin was incredibly fair and soft, like a baby's. Even more striking was her figure. She wore a simple white t-shirt, but her chest was impressively full. Below, a pair of light blue tight jeans outlined long, shapely legs.
Chapter 48, Peak Power, Breaking the Record. How about it? Not bad, right? Lu Wentao asked with a grin. Indeed, not bad, Su Jingming didn't deny it.
Whether it was her figure or her looks, this girl was far superior to the filtered internet celebrities of his past life.
But aren't you the self-proclaimed know-it-all? Do you know who she is? Su Jingming teased him with the nickname.
He didn't expect an answer, but Lu Wentao puffed out his chest proudly.
Of course I do. Her name is Song Chio-yoon. First rank upper stage, A-class natural light type ability. Not bad, Su Jingming was surprised. It seemed Lu Wentao's know-it-all title wasn't entirely a boast. Naturally. Song Chio-yoon is from my province.
She scored over 9,000 points in the entrance exam. She was the top scorer of Sichuan province.
Lu Wentao said with a smirk.
In fact, long before the exam, Song Chio-yoon was already famous in the provincial capital, Rongqing, for her beauty, figure, and strength. On the other side, Song Chio-yoon, who was walking with her friend, suddenly paused. Her A-class light ability, Dawn's Light, gave her not only great destructive power but also an incredibly sharp intuition. It was this intuition that allowed her to avoid dangerous beast clusters during the entrance exam. Just now, she felt a terrifying gaze, as if from a ferocious beast. It wasn't malicious, but it was heavy with pressure. The feeling came and went quickly, but Song Chio-yoon was sharp enough to find the source, a tall figure not far ahead. But how could a human emit an aura similar to a ferocious beast? Song Chio-yoon's brows knit slightly. She couldn't figure it out and eventually dismissed it as a hallucination. However, Su Jingming's tall figure had quietly left a faint impression in her mind. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Jiangcheng served a population of over 1 million. The one at Magic City Ability University only needed to serve about 10,000 students and staff, yet it was even larger than the one in Jiangcheng. Opposite the Thunder Martial Arts Hall was the Great Bear Martial Arts Hall, which was also 6 or 7 stories high, crouching there like a giant beast. Magic City Ability University had truly pushed the construction of these facilities to the extreme. With a sigh of admiration, Su Jingming and Lu Wentao stepped into the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. The first floor was a vast lobby with a reception desk and sofas for resting. People who had finished their training were sitting there, drinking and chatting. "Welcome to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. How can I help you too?" a young waitress in a short skirt greeted them warmly. "We're looking for a training room with a strength tester," Su Jingming replied. The martial arts hall was free for high schoolers, but for university students, there was a membership fee. Like the Great Bear Martial Arts Hall, it cost $100,000 a year, but the university paid the fee for its students. Therefore, the facilities were free for them to use.
The training rooms are on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. The staff member gave a sweet smile and led the way.
The Thunder Martial Arts Hall treated every guest with such warmth, you could accept it or decline. Since it was his first time here and he didn't know the layout, Su Jingming chose to let her lead. Ding, the elevator reached the 3rd floor. The doors opened to reveal a wide hall. It was crowded, and many people looked quite strange. Some were wreathed in flames, some were 2 or 3 meters tall, and some had limbs transformed into animal parts. The air was filled with a cacophony of noise.
Ha ha! My C-class technique, Solar Flame, is finally complete. So what? You still can't break my metallic fortification. You're all trash. My triple gigantification can slap you all into the wall with one hand. These people seemed to be training, and those who knew each other were bickering. This is our public training hall. It can accommodate 300 people. The entire hall is built with C-class alloy mixed with memory metal, so you don't have to worry about abilities or techniques causing damage. Of course, if you find it too noisy, you can choose a private training room, the staff member explained. Su Jingming wasn't surprised. The hall in Jiangcheng had a public area too.
The atmosphere in a public hall was better. With so many people training, you wouldn't get lazy. Many people with poor self-discipline preferred training in public. Plus, the cheers from the crowd when you mastered a technique provided a great sense of achievement. The downside was that everyone would know the results of your training.
Fine, we'll stay here.
Su Jingming had intended to get a private room, but considering his roommate was with him, he chose the public hall.
Alright, please follow me.
As they walked through the hall, they could feel the powerful energy fluctuations from other ability users testing their techniques.
Man, are these guys competing to see who's louder?
I feel the floor vibrating, Lu Wentao complained. As a mental ability user, he couldn't make that kind of commotion. Su Jingming's attention, however, was drawn to 5 pillars standing in the center of the hall. These pillars were covered in names followed by a string of numbers.
The top 3 names on each pillar were larger, glowing with a golden light. This is our power challenge ranking. There are 5 lists, corresponding to ranks 1 through 5. Would you like to try?
If you make it into the top 3,000, you'll get a 50 credit reward, the staff member explained with a smile.
Top 3,000 for a reward? That sounds easy, Lu Wentao said, his interest piqued.
After all, there were only about 4,000 students in the whole university. You just need to swipe your student ID on the pillar to start the challenge.
However, for the power challenge, you aren't allowed to use abilities or battle techniques, or it counts as a foul. Alright, Jingming, wait for me here. I'm going to try.
Lu Wentao nodded and walked to the center of the hall, swiping his ID on the first pillar. Welcome, Lu Wentao, student ID 203701256, to the power challenge.
Everyone, let's hear it for him. As if a switch had been flipped, a loud announcer's voice boomed through the hall. Spotlights hit Lu Wentao, drawing everyone's attention. Oh! Someone's starting a challenge. Looks like a first-rank middle stage. Must be a freshman. Heh, this should be fun. Many upperclassmen in the hall looked on with amusement.
In the center, Lu Wentao was stunned. He hadn't expected the challenge to start with such fanfare. But there was no backing out now. He took a deep breath, channeled all his strength, and threw a punch at the target. The target let out a dull thud and rocked violently.
Lu Wentao exhaled slowly.
He was quite satisfied with that punch. Top 3,000 shouldn't be a problem.
Power, 476 kilograms. A very good effort.
The voice boomed again, announcing the strength of the hit. However, I'm sorry to say your power ranking is below 100,000.
Below 100,000? Lu Wentao was dumbfounded. Didn't the university only have 4,000 students?
He quickly realized that the ranking included all students, past and present. With over 1,000 students admitted every year, the numbers added up over the decades.
Are you kidding me? No wonder everyone was looking, they were waiting for a laugh. Lu Wentao's face flushed red as he scurried back. Below 100,000? That's hilarious. Even when I was a freshman, I wasn't that low.
With a face that read, he's definitely a newbie. The hall erupted in laughter and chatter.
Jingming, you want to try?
You're definitely stronger than me, Lu Wentao urged, wanting to share the embarrassment.
Sure, I'll give it a go. Su Jingming didn't refuse.
He had come to test his physical strength anyway, and raw power was a big part of that.
He wanted to see where he stood among the geniuses of Magic City Ability University.
Welcome, Su Jingming, student ID 203701204, to the Power Challenge.
Everyone, let's hear it for him.
When Su Jingming swiped his ID, the same loud voice rang out.
Another one? Looks like the first guy's friend.
This one's even weaker, only first rank lower stage.
First rank lower stage? I doubt he can even hit 400 kilograms. Unsurprisingly, the crowd wasn't impressed.
But Su Jingming remained unfazed. He took a deep breath, and his vitality was pushed to the limit. He planted his feet, twisted his waist, and let his arm follow the momentum. His fist became a black blur, slamming into the target like a falling sledgehammer.
Boom! The deafening sound echoed through the hall. Then came the high-pitched announcement. Power, 4,589 kilograms. Peak power. Congratulations, you have broken the record. Chapter 49, shocking the crowd, sweeping the campus. Power, 4,589 kilograms. Peak power. Congratulations, you have broken the record. The voice echoed through the hall.
Simultaneously, golden light erupted from the first pillar.
Su Jingming's name appeared at the very top, shining like a sovereign.
Because of his appearance, the other names on the list shifted downward like a wave.
First, Su Jingming, 4,589 kilograms. Second, Luo Yan, 4,321 kilograms. Third, Chen Dahai, 4,122 kilograms.
The sudden turn of events silenced those who were about to laugh.
The entire hall fell into a deathly hush.
The peak power record has been broken, someone whispered, and the hall suddenly exploded into a frenzy.
Holy crap! The record was broken. Over 4,500 kilograms? Is that even human?
One punch from him would turn me into meat paste.
Otherwise, it counts as a foul. Alright, Ming, wait for me here. I'm going to give it a shot. Lu Wentao nodded and stepped into the center of the hall. He swiped his student ID on the sensor of the first pillar.
Welcome, Lu Wentao, ID 203701256, to the Full Power Challenge.
Everyone, let's hear it for him. As if a switch had been flipped, a booming announcer's voice echoed through the hall.
Spotlights swiveled to lock onto Lu Wentao, drawing the attention of everyone in the room.
Oh? Someone's starting a challenge?
His aura is only Tier 1 middle rank.
Looks like a freshman. This should be fun. The upperclassmen in the hall looked on with mischievous grins.
In the center, Lu Wentao was mortified. He hadn't expected the challenge to start with such a spectacle. But there was no backing down now. He took a deep breath, channeled every ounce of his strength, and slammed his fist into the target. The target let out a dull thud and rocked violently back and forth.
Lu Wentao exhaled slowly. He was fairly satisfied with that punch. Breaking into the top 3,000 shouldn't be a problem. Full power, 476 kilograms. An excellent performance, the voice boomed again, announcing the force of the strike. However, I regret to inform you that your rank is outside the top 100,000. Outside the top 100,000? Lu Wentao was stunned. Didn't Magic City University only have about 4,000 students? Then it clicked. This ranking didn't just count current students, it included every student in the school's history.
Magic City University had been around for a long time, taking in over 1,000 students every year. Over the decades, that added up to over 100,000 names.
What a scam.
No wonder everyone was looking at me, they were just waiting for the punchline.
Lu Wentao's face burned with embarrassment.
He scurried back to the sidelines as the hall erupted in laughter.
Outside the top 100,000. That's hilarious. Even when I was a freshman, I wasn't that low. Look at the kid's face, it's as red as a monkey's butt. Definitely a freshman. Ming, do you want to try?
Lu Wentao, unable to take the teasing, tried to nudge Su Jingming forward.
Two people being embarrassed was better than one. Sure, I'll give it a go. Su Jingming didn't refuse.
He had come here specifically to test his physical limits, and raw power was a major part of that. He also wanted to see where he stood among all the geniuses who had ever walked through these halls. Welcome, Su Jingming, ID 203701204, to the Full Power Challenge.
Everyone, let's hear it for him. When Su Jingming swiped his card, the same loud announcement rang out. Ha! Another one? Looks like the first guy's friend. Humph, this one looks even weaker. Tier 1 low rank? I doubt he can even hit 400 kilos. The crowd was unimpressed by Su Jingming's apparent rank.
But in the center of the hall, Su Jingming remained unfazed. He took a deep breath, his blood surging as he pushed his body to its limit. He planted his feet, twisted his hips, and let the momentum flow through his core into his arm. His fist became a black blur, striking the target like a bolt of lightning.
Boom! A deafening sound, like a heavy sledgehammer hitting an anvil, exploded through the hall.
Then came the high-pitched cheer of the system.
Full power, 4,589 kilograms. Peak power. Congratulations, you have broken the record. The announcement echoed through the hall.
Simultaneously, the first pillar erupted in a brilliant golden light. Su Jingming's name ascended like a sovereign, appearing in shimmering gold at the very top of the list.
As his name took the number 1 spot, the names below it shifted like a wave, dropping down a rank.
1SC, Su Jingming, 4,589 kg.
2ND, Luo Yang, 4,321 kg. 3RD, Shendahai, 4,122 kg. The people who had been ready to laugh suddenly looked like ducks being choked. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence.
The peak power record was broken, someone whispered, their voice carrying through the quiet room. That broke the spell, and the hall instantly descended into chaos.
Holy shit! The record was actually broken. Over 4,500 kilograms? Is that even a human punch?
One hit from that would turn me into meat paste.
You call this thriving?
The Thunder Martial Arts Hall had been built right when Modu Ability University was founded. It had witnessed the entire history of the university. The 5 ranking lists on the 3rd floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall contained the power data of over 100,000 students who had passed through Modu Ability University. To be in the top 1,000 of any of these lists, back in their day, meant being a figure akin to those from the Old Dominion era. This was precisely why the higher the rank, the harder it was to break the record. It had been nearly 10 years since the record on the first pillar was last broken. And now, the peak physical strength record for a first-order ability user had finally been shattered again, and by a mere first-order lieutenant freshman at that.
How could they not be shocked and incredulous?
Many quickly pulled out their phones to capture Su Jingming's figure in the center, documenting this historic moment. Others couldn't wait to share the news with friends, teachers, or even directly post it on Modu Ability University's student forum. Some in the hall suspected Su Jingming of cheating, using his ability or combat techniques. After all, pure physical strength reaching over 4,500 kilograms was truly astonishing. However, these claims were quickly refuted by others. The physical strength testing machine in the center of the hall was controlled by the school's AI, EVA, a subunit that met the standards of a Level 1 AI. If any cheating had occurred, the score would have been invalidated immediately, without any announcement.
Wait, Su Jingming is only a first-order lieutenant, far from his first-order peak. Does that mean this record could be broken again?
A voice from somewhere in the crowd instantly sparked another heated discussion.
That's right. Su Jingming is already this fierce as a first-order lieutenant? What about when he reaches first-order captain or first-order major?
Previously, the top 10 names on the first pillar were all first-order peak ability users who couldn't break through any further. But Su Jingming was completely different, no one knew his limit. Meanwhile, listening to the discussions around him, Lu Wentao was dumbfounded. He had originally thought that if Su Jingming also went up and made a fool of himself, his own earlier score wouldn't seem so bad. But who would have thought Su Jingming would be so monstrous, shattering a record held by over 100,000 people with a single punch? This only made Lu Wentao, who was ranked beyond the 100,000 mark, feel even more like a clown.
Brother, you're truly my own brother. Lu Wentao was utterly convinced as he watched Su Jingming walk down. Look, brother, from now on, I'm sticking with you. Wherever you go, I'll go.
It's not that exaggerated, Su Jingming said with a chuckle, shaking his head. In truth, that punch had exceeded his own expectations. He had originally guessed it would be around 3,500 kilograms at most, but it turned out to be over 1,000 kilograms more. Asterisk, it seems the Thunder Tyrannosaurus technique and I are indeed quite compatible. Asterisk, Su Jingming nodded inwardly, then looked at the staff member beside him. Breaking a record also comes with credit rewards, right? The female staff member was still a bit dazed. Seeing his handsome face so close, she finally snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, of course. Breaking a record earns you 400 credits. They should have been deposited by now. Su Jingming pulled out his phone and, sure enough, saw a notification for credits received. Adding the 200 credits he received from senior brother Lu Ming as a welcome gift at Teacher Yang's villa, plus the 100 basic credits issued to students, his student account now had over 700 credits. Not bad. If I break another record next time, can I still get credits? Su Jingming put away his phone, eager to try again. You can only receive credits for breaking a record once, the staff member replied, dashing his hopes slightly. He still had a long way to go before reaching his peak, and he was bound to break the first order ability user record multiple times. However, there are 4 other pillars, corresponding to second order to fifth order ability users. Breaking the records on those pillars also counts. Su Jingming smiled faintly, already envisioning a path to earning more credits. At this moment, the senior students in the hall, their emotions having calmed, began to approach him, smiles on their faces. Junior brother Su, is this your first time at the martial arts hall here? Come, big sister will teach you how to use the equipment. Junior brother Su, nice to meet you. I'm Wang Jia, a third year. You can call me brother Jia. Our club is short on people, why don't you consider joining us? We have lots of pretty girls. While the physical strength leaderboard only reflected raw physical power and couldn't reflect ability strength or combat technique prowess, if his physical strength was this high, could his other aspects be lacking? Besides, those who made it into the top 10 of the physical strength ranking were rare, appearing only once every few years, like dazzling prodigies. What's more, Su Jingming had directly broken the record and become number 1. No one who could get into Modu Ability University was a fool. Such a junior with limitless potential. Why wait? Let's go make friends with him now. Seeing the crowd surging toward him, Su Jingming felt his scalp tingle. He didn't want to stay in the public hall any longer. He grabbed Lu Wentao and made a quick escape, finding a private training room to finish his testing. However, he didn't know that the news of the first-rank power record being shattered was spreading through the campus like a hurricane. Many people now knew that this year's freshman class had a monster named Su Jingming. 4,589 kilograms. My junior brother's physical strength is terrifyingly exaggerated. In a student villa, Lu Ming looked at the post on the school forum and marveled. He had challenged the power ranking back when he was a first-rank upper stage ability user with the first level of the Thunder Eternal Body, but he had only hit about 3,500 kilograms. Compared to the current Su Jingming, the difference was night and day. Xiao Yun. Look, this guy is so handsome. In the library, Song Qiuyun was browsing a battle technique manual when her roommate, Ji Dongxia, called out to her. A phone was thrust in front of her face, showing a picture of a tall young man standing under a spotlight in front of a glowing pillar. He was tall, with a resolute face and sharp, cold eyes. It's him, Song Qiuyun recognized him instantly. He was the boy from the road who had that beast-like aura. So his name is Su Jingming, and he's that strong? She read through the post, which was trending on the forum. Her eyes brightened. So, that strange beast-like aura hadn't been a hallucination. But how does he produce such an aura, she wondered, looking at the figure in the photo with growing curiosity. Su Jingming, so you came to Magic City too. This time, I'm taking back the honor that belongs to me. In another villa, a young man stared at the photo with resentment. If it weren't for Su Jingming, he wouldn't have lost the title of Jiangnan Province's top scorer and become the laughingstock of Ning'an City. Chapter 50, Battle Technique Library, SSS Class Techniques. After entering the private training room, Su Jingming performed a series of physical tests. He discovered that the Thunder Eternal body had granted him a terrifying boost. His skin's defensive capability was comparable to a first-rank alloy, making him practically bulletproof in the conventional sense. He tried to cut his skin, only to find that the wound healed within seconds. Such powerful defense and recovery, as expected of an S-class body tempering technique, Su Jingming's eyes sparkled. With this physique, as long as he didn't do anything incredibly reckless, he was almost impossible to kill. He also noticed he had grown from 186 centimeters to 189 centimeters. His weight had jumped from 80 kilograms to a staggering 120 kilograms, though his outward appearance hadn't changed much. His bone density had simply increased, and his muscles had become more compact. In his past life, he would have been considered a superhuman. Su Jingming was extremely satisfied with his current state. He felt lucky to have such a good teacher, otherwise, he never would have achieved such growth in just a few days. Asterisk testing is done. I'll head to the library next to asterisk. Thanks to the S-class authority granted by the university, all books in the library were free for him. He had been eyeing the collection of this top-tier institution for a long time. He left the room, found Lu Wentao in the neighboring training room, and they left the martial arts hall together.
Jingming, do you know?
The school forum is full of posts about you, Lu Wentao said excitedly on the way.
A bunch of people are clamoring to challenge you. While Su Jingming was testing, Lu Wentao had been scrolling through his phone. Challenge me? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. The martial spirit at Magic City was certainly strong.
Of course, it was more likely they just wanted to use him as a stepping stone to fame. He had zero interest in such fights.
Wentao, are you going to the battle technique library? Su Jingming asked at a fork in the road.
I went yesterday, so I'll pass today.
Alright, head back then. Su Jingming nodded and walked toward the library.
Magic City Ability University had two libraries. One was a general library for history and culture, and the other was the Battle Technique Library, which housed manuals for various abilities and tempering methods. The Battle Technique Library was a massive, mountain-like structure that exuded a heavy pressure.
It looked slightly ethereal, like a mirage.
Rumor had it that the library was under the control of a vice principal with spatial abilities.
If anything went wrong, the entire library could be isolated from this dimension. Without the right means, even a 9th rank martial saint couldn't take the precious manuals by force.
Su Jingming swiped his ID at the entrance, and the heavy doors opened. The lobby was vast and empty, save for a single reception desk. As he approached to ask about browsing techniques, the female teacher behind the desk stood up with a warm smile.
S-class student Su Jingming, welcome to the Battle Technique Library. How can I help you?
The teacher looked like a refined middle school language teacher, but the aura she emitted suggested she was at least a 4th rank ability user.
You know me? Su Jingming was surprised. Even if he broke a record, was he really that famous?
Students with S-class authority have special privileges. When you swiped your ID at the door, I received a notification. The teacher's smile was friendly, almost respectful. A 4th rank ability user being respectful to a 1st rank might seem absurd, but to her, it made sense.
S-class authority meant the student had limitless potential.
As long as he didn't die young, he was guaranteed to become at least a grandmaster. For someone like her, whose potential was tapped out at the 4th rank, showing respect was a way of currying favor.
Zhang Chaoyang had done the same. I see, Su Jingming nodded. I want to look at lightning-type battle techniques. Which floor should I go to?
Techniques below B-class are in the public reading rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Techniques B-class and above are kept confidential. You need to select them online in the 4th floor reading room before you can view the manuals. I'll go straight to the 4th floor then.
Su Jingming wasn't going to waste time on low-level skills if he could access the better ones. Very well. Reading room 403 has been opened for you.
Just swipe your ID at the door. After a few clicks on her computer, the teacher directed him to the elevator. The 4th floor consisted of private reading rooms, each exquisitely decorated with a classical charm. Su Jingming found room 403 and swiped his card. The room was about 20 square meters, with a desk and chair.
In the center of the desk was a holographic projection of the AI, Eva. S-class student Su Jingming, What techniques do you wish to browse? The little holographic sphere asked. Show me all lightning type techniques B class and above. Understood.
The sphere nodded, and the holographic screen filled with names and descriptions. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Shadow, SSS class, uses lightning as a core to create a thunderbolt domain with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, requires B class or higher lightning ability, rank 5 or higher. Thor's Wrath, SS class, calls down divine lightning with extreme destructive power.
Note, requires B class or higher lightning ability, rank 4 or higher.
Thunder Abyss, SS class, creates a lightning abyss to seal a specific area.
Note, requires B class or higher lightning ability.
The combat technique library stood like a small mountain, radiating a heavy, oppressive presence.
Strangely, the entire building looked slightly ethereal, almost like a mirage.
Rumor had it that the library was under the direct control of one of the university's vice principals, a master of space-type abilities.
It seemed the rumors were true. Su Jingning had stumbled upon this information while researching the library through Eva. If anything went wrong, the entire library could be isolated from this dimension.
Without the proper means, even a Tier 9, Martial Saint wouldn't be able to forcibly seize the precious manuals within. Su Jingming swiped his student ID at the entrance, and the heavy doors groaned open. He stepped inside. The first floor was a massive hall with nothing but a single reception desk. As he approached to ask how to browse the manuals, the female teacher behind the desk stood up, a warm smile on her face.
S-rank student Su Jingming, welcome to the Combat Technique Library. How can I help you today?
The teacher had a pleasant face and wore black-rimmed glasses, looking more like a high school literature teacher than a warrior.
However, the faint aura she radiated suggested she was at least a Tier 4 awakened. You know who I am?
Su Jingming was surprised. Even if he had broken a record, he didn't think he was that famous yet.
Students with S-rank privileges are special.
I received a notification the moment you swiped your ID at the door, she explained with a friendly, almost respectful smile. A Tier 4 awakened being respectful to a Tier 1 might seem like a fairy tale, but to her, it made perfect sense.
S-rank status meant the student possessed limitless potential.
As long as he didn't die young, he was guaranteed to become a Grandmaster level awakened. For someone like her, whose potential had peaked at Tier 4, showing respect was a way of currying favor with a future powerhouse. Director Zhang Chaoyang had done the same, and so did she.
I see, Su Jingming nodded. I'm looking for lightning-type combat techniques.
Which floor should I go to? Techniques below B rank are in the public reading rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors.
Anything B rank and above is considered confidential and highly valuable.
You'll need to go to the 4th floor to browse the digital catalog and make your selection before the physical manuals are brought to you.
Then I'll go straight to the 4th floor, Su Jingming decided.
Since he had the clearance for high-level techniques, he wasn't going to waste time on the basics.
Very well. I've opened the access for reading room 403 on the 4th floor.
Just swipe your ID at the door. After the teacher finished the setup on her computer, Su Jingming was led to the elevator by a staff member. The 4th floor was lined with private rooms, much like the high-end student dorms, but with a more refined, classical aesthetic. He reached room 403 and swiped his card.
The door slid open. This room is equipped with an EVA subunit. Once you've made your selection, click Confirm, and we will deliver the original manual to you.
Please be extremely careful with them, the original B rank and higher manuals are irreplaceable, the staff member cautioned before leaving.
Su Jingming stepped into the room.
It was small, about 20 square meters, furnished with a simple desk and chair.
In the center of the desk, the familiar holographic orb of Eva flickered to life. S-rank student Su Jingming, what techniques would you like to browse? Show me all lightning-type techniques B rank and above.
Understood.
The little orb nodded.
Immediately, a holographic screen was filled with names and descriptions. Myriad Tribulation Heavenly Thunder Shadow, SSS-Rank uses lightning-type energy as a core to create a lightning storm domain with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, requires B rank or higher lightning ability and Tier 5 or higher rank *. Wrath of the Thunder God, SS-Rank calls down divine lightning with extreme destructive power. Note, requires B rank or higher lightning ability and Tier 4 or higher rank *. Asterisk Thunder Abyss, SS-Rank creates a literal abyss of lightning to seal a specific area.
Note, requires B rank or higher lightning ability, asterisk. SSS-Rank combat techniques, and SS-Rank combat techniques.
As expected of the combat technique manuals collected by a top-tier university, they are incredibly rich. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled, but unfortunately, SSS-Rank and SS-Rank combat techniques, due to their immense power, also required a terrifying amount of ability energy to cast even once. Low-tier ability users couldn't even cast them once, even if they completely drained their entire ability reserves. Even the relatively less demanding S-rank combat techniques listed here required reaching second or third order cultivation and possessing a C-rank or higher ability to learn.
Chapter 51, Stat Allocation, for A-rank combat techniques.
The high-rank combat techniques on the list made Su Jingming drool, but he couldn't learn them yet.
He quickly scrolled down to the A-rank techniques to browse.
Compared to the high-rank techniques, the requirements for these A-rank and B-rank techniques weren't as high. First-order ability users could learn them, and the ability requirement was merely D-rank or above. As Su Jingming browsed the various combat techniques on the holographic projection, he also pulled out the combat technique list teacher Yang had given him some time ago to compare them. After only a short while, he realized that teacher Yang's list was indeed very suitable for him. Asterisk having a good teacher certainly makes things a lot easier. Otherwise, just choosing which combat techniques to learn would take a lot of effort. Asterisk combat techniques were generally divided into offensive, defensive, movement, auxiliary, and body tempering categories. Combining different combat techniques could achieve effects similar to combo chains in fighting games. Without guidance, researching a suitable combat technique combination would truly take a lot of effort. And learning a single combat technique required a significant amount of time. If one chose the wrong technique and only realized it after learning, it would already be too late. But Su Jingming was different. With teacher Yang's combat technique list, it was as if he already had a walkthrough guide. Furthermore, teacher Yang's list provided at least 2 techniques for each category, allowing Su Jingming to make the optimal choice based on his own situation.
In this way, Su Jingming spent over half an hour selecting 4 combat techniques: Thunder Spear for offense, Chain Lightning Gun for offense, Thunder Flash for movement, and Thunder Domain for auxiliary. All 4 of these techniques were A-rank.
Their descriptions were clearly detailed in the list before him. Thunder Spear, A-rank gathers lightning to form a spear, then throws it.
Chain Lightning Gun, A-rank continuously strikes enemy vital points with a lightning-infused spear.
During the strikes, lightning accumulates within the enemy's body, detonating in a final sweep at the end of the technique. Thunder Flash, A-rank bursts with lightning to dash a certain distance in a chosen direction. Thunder Domain, A-rank condenses a lightning prison, locking the enemy in place. The 4 techniques, Thunder Spear was for long-range strikes, Chain Lightning Gun was for powerful assaults, capable of dealing massive damage in a short time. Thunder Flash was a movement technique for sudden advances, allowing him to instantly close the distance with enemies in combat. As for the final Thunder Domain, it could lock enemies in place, making escape impossible. With these 4 combat techniques combined, plus my powerful physique, I'll have virtually no weaknesses in combat. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction, then clicked confirm. Detecting that the 4 combat techniques you have chosen are all A-rank techniques. The average learning duration for each technique is 6 months, totaling 2 years.
The learning time is too long. It is recommended that you reasonably combine them with other D-rank techniques. Eva issued a warning, having detected that Su Jingming's chosen techniques were all very difficult A-rank techniques.
In fact, A-rank techniques not only had long learning periods but also consumed a great deal of ability energy.
Most ability users would choose to pair them with lower B-rank or C-rank techniques. However, Su Jingming was an exception.
He still had over 2,000 ability points on his system panel. Learning combat techniques was just a matter of allocating points for him. Time was not an issue.
Asterisk since that's the case, of course, I should choose the more powerful techniques.
As for high ability consumption, that's not a big problem.
It will naturally resolve itself once my rank increases later.
Asterisk no need to change.
Just like this. Understood.
Please wait. After Eva's voice fell, it wasn't long before a staff member delivered 4 combat technique manuals, then respectfully closed the door and left. For A-rank combat technique manuals, looking at the 4 manuals on the table, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Outside, even a D-rank combat technique could cost hundreds of thousands of great xia coins.
For example, his previous lightning gale break was a D-rank technique. B-rank and C-rank techniques cost millions or even tens of millions, and higher-level A-rank techniques were almost impossible to buy even if one wanted to. Yet now, for A-rank combat technique manuals lay quietly before him, requiring no payment whatsoever. This is the educational resource of a top-tier university, something other schools simply cannot compare to. After a moment of reflection, Su Jingming successively flipped through the 4 combat technique manuals. As A-rank techniques, the content involving the application of abilities in chi and blood was extremely profound. Even the very words seemed to carry some of the creator's spiritual essence. This chi-infused spiritual essence was a profound yet tangible thing. For instance, a sword mark, just by looking at it, could convey the initial creator's state of mind, whether it was sharp and fierce or resolute and decisive. These manuals also carried such an essence, which was why many A-rank combat techniques could only be learned from the original copies. Replicated versions, having lost this essence, were simply impossible to learn from. This was also why the combat technique library preserved these original manuals with such care. As expected of A-rank combat techniques, these ability application methods are simply out of this world. 4 hours later, Su Jingming closed the last combat technique manual, slowly exhaling a turbid breath. He had a preliminary understanding of the content of these 4 combat techniques. Under normal circumstances, the next step would be continuous diligent practice until he completely mastered them. However, that was for ordinary people. For Su Jingming, it was different. Deep Blue Stat Allocation *. Ability Points, 200. Thunder Spear, Beginner. Ability Points, 200. Chain Lightning Gun, Beginner. Ability Points, 200. Thunder Flash, Beginner. Ability Points, 200. Thunder Domain, Beginner. As the points were allocated, the obscure content of the 4 combat techniques was fully understood, as if he had practiced them thousands of times. The 4 A-rank combat techniques, which would normally take 2 years to learn, were thus completely mastered by Su Jingming. His system panel was also refreshed. Name * Su Jingming. Rank * First Order Lieutenant, plus. Ability * Violet Cloud Divine Thunder, S. Physique * 391 Chi and Blood, plus. Spirit * 289 Hz, plus. Skills * Spirit Spear Technique, Advanced, plus. Thunder Spear, Beginner, plus. A-rank Chain Lightning Gun, Beginner, plus. Thunder Flash, Beginner, plus. Thunder Domain, Beginner, plus. Lightning Gale Break, Advanced, plus. Body Tempering, Thunder Indestructible Body, First Stage, plus. Ability Points * 1434. His ability points on the system panel had shrunk by a significant portion, which made Su Jingming feel a pang of heartache. But in return, the 4 A-rank combat techniques undoubtedly brought a massive boost to his strength. * So many combat techniques. I wonder which lucky soul will be the first to experience the power of this set of techniques. * A hint of malicious anticipation appeared on Su Jingming's face. Of course, if the opponent was too weak, they probably wouldn't even last long enough for him to unleash a full combo before it was GG for them. I'll go back to the villa later and test how much ability energy this set of techniques consumes. The combat technique manuals on the table would be automatically collected by staff. So, Su Jingming didn't bother tidying up, stood up, and left the reading room. When he reached the first-floor lobby, he received another respectful greeting from the female teacher, to which he replied with a smile. Su Jingming walked out of the combat technique library and checked his phone, realizing it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He had been so engrossed in the manuals that he'd even forgotten to eat lunch. No big deal, I'll just grab dinner and then go back to the dorm to experiment with the techniques. After leaving the combat technique library, Su Jingming first went to the cafeteria for dinner before returning to the student villa. Brother Ming, a teacher came by earlier to inform us that there's a freshman assembly tomorrow at 9 a.m. on Training Ground 1. They also created a freshman group chat. As Su Jingming walked through the first-floor living room, Lu Wintao jumped up from the sofa and handed him his phone. On it was a QR code for a group named Modu Ability University 2037 Freshman Group Chat. Alright, I got it. Su Jingming pulled out his phone and casually joined the group. There were quite a lot of people in the group, a total of 613, and the number was still growing. The pinned announcement was about the freshman assembly tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The chat interface was filled with various freshmen chatting. I went to the combat technique library today, guess what? I have A-Rank access, so I can browse all A-Rank and below combat technique manuals for free. Holy crap, that's awesome. But I only have B-Rank access, so I can only browse B-Rank and below manuals, right? What a coincidence, I'm B-Rank too. Damn, am I the only one with C-Rank access? Don't worry, it seems access can be upgraded. They'll probably talk about it at tomorrow's freshman assembly. Similar to university freshman groups in his previous life, the chat was filled with school-related topics. Su Jingming glanced at it, not particularly interested, and walked up the stairs. Lu Wentao seemed very interested, chatting non-stop on his phone on the sofa, while also speaking aloud. By the way, Brother Ming, didn't you go to the combat technique library this afternoon? What rank of combat techniques did you end up choosing?
For A-Rank combat techniques.
Su Jingming's answer from the stairs made Lu Wentao slightly stunned. A-Rank combat techniques? And 4 of them?
If he waits to learn all of them, won't he be in his second or third year, as expected of Brother Ming, always taking the unconventional route? Lu Wentao instinctively gave a thumbs up, then asked curiously, being able to browse A-Rank combat techniques, does that mean Brother Ming has A-Rank access?
Not A-Rank, it's S-Rank.
After saying this, Su Jingming had already fully ascended to the second floor, his figure disappearing up the stairs, leaving Lu Wentao dumbfounded on the sofa.
S-Rank?
Our school actually has higher access than A-Rank, *.
Chapter 52, Freshman Assembly's Focus Figure, Su Jingming.
Lu Wentao had joined the freshman group chat shortly after returning to the dorm yesterday afternoon, having gotten the QR code from a teacher who visited. After joining, he had been chatting constantly, gathering a lot of information. For example, every student who reported to school received an access level, and the level determined how many basic credits they would receive. He, for instance, had A-Rank access and received 60 credits. Through his silent tallying in the freshman group, he found that most people had B-Rank or C-Rank access, with only a few possessing A-Rank. He had subconsciously assumed A-Rank was the highest access a student could get. Yet, he never expected Su Jingming to have the astonishing S-Rank access. Why is that? All the other provincial top scholars I know only have A-Rank access. Lu Wentao was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, upstairs, Su Jingming had entered the training room. A grayish-white, 2-meter-long spear was clutched in his hand. His original S-Rank black obsidian spear was already close to being scrapped by the end of the 5-subject college entrance exam, so he hadn't brought it to Modu. This gray spear was a practice weapon stored in the training room. Its metal strength wasn't even F-Rank, and its weight was pitifully light, only 20 kilograms. However, he couldn't find any other alternative for now, so he would have to make do. It was fine, though, as he was only testing combat techniques, not engaging in real combat. After training, I can check the school mall to see if there's a suitable spear for me. If so, I'll buy it as soon as possible. Since reporting to Modu Ability University, Su Jingming had been in a state of constant busyness. On the first day, after reporting and enrolling, he immediately sought out Yang Jintian to become his disciple, receiving the ability exercise method and a body tempering combat technique. On the second day, he went to teacher Yang's place to forge his foundation. This foundation forging process took 5 days, and he only woke up today. It was precisely for this reason that he hadn't yet purchased his combat weapon. First, I'll try the chain lightning gun. Su Jingming stood tall and straight in the center of the training room. The blue-purple-violet cloud divine thunder quietly enveloped the grayish-white long spear in his right hand. The next moment, the spear transformed into countless afterimages, lightning flashing as it continuously thrust out, crackling and accompanied by the roar of thunder. The spear's shadows lasted for about 2 seconds, ending with a final upward sweep. Buzz. The lightning-wrapped, sharp spearhead still vibrated violently with a small amplitude even after the spear shaft became still. Ability consumption is alright, only about 1/8 Su Jingming silently estimated. As for its power, without testing equipment, he couldn't be sure, but judging solely from the aura released by the combat technique, it was more than enough to instantly kill a peak second-order bloodthirsty dire bear. Next is Thunder Domain. In this way, Su Jingming tested all 4 A-Rank combat techniques he had newly mastered. The offensive techniques, Chain Lightning Gun and Thunder Spear, had slightly higher ability consumption, each cast consuming about 1/8 of his Violet Cloud Divine Thunder. Thunder Domain was a bit better, only consuming 1/10 of his ability. As for the movement technique, Thunder Flash, its consumption was even lower, requiring only 1/20th of his ability. Asterisk, it seems that even if I unleash a full set of combat techniques, the ability consumption would be at most about 2/5. That's within an acceptable range. Asterisk, Su Jingming slowly exhaled a turbid breath. The practice spear in his hand, having been continuously infused with Violet Cloud Divine Thunder for a long time, was now slightly reddish, as if it had been placed over charcoal. An ordinary person holding it would have had their skin and flesh burned long ago. Yet, Su Jingming showed no discomfort. He casually placed the long spear on the weapon rack and went to the kitchen fridge to grab a cold drink. That's right, the villa had a kitchen, and both upper and lower floors had one, though most students wouldn't choose to cook for themselves. Eva, open the school mall and search for spear-type weapons. Su Jingming sat on the sofa, sipping his cold drink while browsing the mall interface projected by Eva. Spear-type weapons asterisk. F-rank meteorite spear, 45 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum. F-rank black obsidian spear, 49 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum. F-rank meteorite spear, 42 credits/kg, 5 kilograms minimum. E-rank meteorite spear, 11 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum. E-rank black obsidian spear, 13 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum. Level 1 Azure Scale Spear, 97 credits/kg, 5 kilograms minimum. D-rank Meteorite Spear, 245 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum. D-rank Black Obsidian Spear, 258 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum. D-rank Black Obsidian Spear, 232 credits/kg, 5 kilograms minimum. The weight of weapons in the mall can actually be freely customized. Su Jingming's eyebrows twitched slightly. However, the prices are similar to outside. His original black obsidian spear weighed 50 kilograms and cost 270,000, which was roughly comparable to the prices in the school mall. As for the ideal weight for his spear, Su Jingming had specifically tested it at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall that afternoon. 210 kilograms was the most suitable range for him. It had enough weight that it wouldn't feel flimsy when swung, yet still allowed for extremely fast thrusting speed. Since that's the case, I'll still go with the black obsidian spear, but this time, I'll switch to level 1 alloy and increase the weight. Su Jingming quickly filled in his desired weight on the holographic projection. Purchasing such a 210 kilogram spear would cost a staggering 237 credits. Of course, this was also because his physique was powerful, requiring a heavy weapon. Ordinary first-order ability users using 60 to 70 kilogram weapons would only need to spend 60 to 70 credits. After selecting his weapon, Su Jingming also chose a level 1 battle suit worth 70 credits and level 1 battle boots for 10 credits. These equipment items combined totaled 317 credits. When Su Jingming selected pay, his student account credits immediately halved, leaving him with 382.6 credits. Purchase successful. Your weapon and battle suit will be delivered to your dorm tomorrow. Please remember to check for them. Eva's cute, innocent reminders sounded in the living room. Asterisk equipments chosen. I'll rest for a bit, then continue training. Asterisk Su Jingming picked up his cold drink and took another sip. Although he had the system backing him, he wouldn't become lazy because of it. It was still early, only a little past 7 in the evening. Besides training, he could also cultivate his ability exercise method. His entire evening was clearly planned out. The next morning at 8:20 a.m., Su Jingming, who had already completed over an hour of training on the second floor and finished washing up, walked downstairs in a t-shirt and long pants. He found Lu Wentao sitting on the sofa, sporting 2 massive dark circles under his eyes. "Brother Ming, did you stay up all night chatting with girls?" Su Jingming chuckled, sat on the sofa, and patted Lu Wentao's shoulder. "Brother!" Lu Wentao's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked with a hint of urgency, "Brother Ming, why do you have S-rank access?" "Last night, I stayed up all night researching other provincial top scholars' information, and I feel like your performances in the college entrance exam weren't that different." Realizing his eagerness, he quickly added, "If it's inconvenient, you don't have to tell me. Is this why you didn't sleep well?" Su Jingming smiled faintly, snapped his fingers, and the violet cloud divine thunder, subtly emitting terrifying energy fluctuations, danced at his fingertips. "There's nothing I can't say. The reason is simple, because I have an S-rank ability." "S-rank ability?" Lu Wentao's eyes widened.
Asterisk, no wonder the school only gave Su Jingming S-rank access. So it's because of an S-rank ability. Asterisk, he then remembered that Su Jingming was only an awakener during the 5-subject college entrance exam. Asterisk, that thunder power was indeed excessively strong. If it's an S-rank ability, then it makes sense. Asterisk, however, he was still a bit confused and pressed. When we first met yesterday, why didn't you tell me? Su Jingming spread his hands innocently. You didn't ask. He had no intention of hiding his ability. It was just that, due to those articles online, many still mistakenly believed he only had a level 1 ability, and even if it was an ability mutation, it wouldn't be in the direction of an S-rank ability. Alright, the freshman assembly starts at 9. It's almost time, let's go. Su Jingming didn't continue to tease Lu Wentao, standing up and leaving the villa with him. Modu Ability University had 4 training grounds. The freshman assembly was being held at Training Ground 1. When Su Jingming and Lu Wentao entered the training ground, there were already many people there. However, since they hadn't been assigned to colleges or classes yet, most people didn't know each other and were chatting in pairs, not interfering with others. In the crowd, Su Jingming also spotted Song Choyun, whom he had seen once outside the dorm yesterday. She was currently with her roommate. Song Choyun's appearance was already top tier, and coupled with her impressive figure, calling her a goddess wouldn't be an exaggeration. Many male students on the training ground were drawn to her attention. Some female students, on the other hand, let their gazes wander to certain sensitive areas, then, after a silent comparison, revealed expressions of immense envy. Just then, Song Choyun suddenly turned her head, and her eyes met Su Jingming's. Such keen perception, Su Jingming's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't feel awkward. He gave Song Choyun a slight nod of acknowledgement, then withdrew his gaze. Song Choyun, facing Su Jingming, couldn't help but blink. Ordinary boys, when caught staring, would either shyly lower their heads or quickly turn away, pretending to look at the distant scenery. Only Su Jingming not only showed no reaction but even looked a bit longer and nodded at her. What a peculiar boy, Song Choyun thought to herself. Her roommate, Chi Dongxia, also noticed Su Jingming's arrival, her eyes lighting up. It's Su Jingming. He looks even more handsome than in the photos. Su Jingming's looks were already good, and his height of 1.89 meters made him stand out like a crane among chickens in such a large crowd. Coupled with the innate thunder essence aura bestowed upon him by his S-rank ability, Violet Cloud Divine Thunder, he exuded an air of mystery. This was definitely a man many young girls would yearn for. Thus, besides Chi Dongxia, other girls present, upon seeing Su Jingming, also had their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Jingming is here. He's the one who broke the school record yesterday. Sure enough, he's also a freshman. Su Jingming is the top scholar of Jiangnan province, right? He's really strong. Due to the news of him breaking Modu Ability University's decade-old record spreading like wildfire on the forum yesterday, most of the freshmen present knew about Su Jingming. So, when Su Jingming appeared, pairs of eyes turned towards him. These gazes carried various emotions, the fervent admiration of young maidens, the solemnity of male students facing a strong opponent, and of course, no small amount of disdain and contempt. Regardless of the emotion, Su Jingming was, at this moment, the absolute center of attention. However, just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Su Jingming, I, Lei Zhou, challenge you. Chapter 53, The Agreed Duel, shocked Lu Ming. Following the abrupt voice, a group of 4 walked out from the crowd. The leading young man, over 1.8 meters tall, wore a white t-shirt and white trousers. He was slender but exuded a faint sense of danger. The 3 people around him were either burly or wore arrogant smiles, and their auras indicated they were at least first-order captains or above, clearly formidable individuals. The white-clad young man leading them was Lei Zhou, the second-place finisher in Jiangnan Province's 5-subject college entrance exam, from Linen City's first high school in Jiangnan Province. Su Jingming. Lei Zhou's face was filled with resentment. His parents were 4th-order ability users, so he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. At 16, after awakening his elemental fire element A-rank ability, Blazing Hellfire, he soared to prominence, becoming a highly sought-after genius in Ning'an City, the provincial capital of Jiangnan Province. He crushed all the other geniuses in the city, advancing from an awakener to a first-order upper-tier ability user in just 2 years, becoming the biggest favorite to win this year's Jiangnan Province 5-subject college entrance exam.
And he indeed lived up to expectations, scoring a high 9,300 plus points in the exam. It was important to note that in previous years, the highest score in Jiangnan province was only around 8,800 to 8,900 points. His 9,300 plus points practically guaranteed him the provincial top scholar title. However, just as he thought his provincial top scholar title was set in stone and the city's education bureau was preparing a celebratory banquet at his home, Su Jingming emerged out of nowhere, snatching the Jiangnan province top scholar title with a total score of over 11,000 points.
More importantly, Su Jingming came from Jiangchang, a city in the northern part of Jiangnan province, which was considered on par with Ning'an City. Ning'an City, as the provincial capital of Jiangnan province, received the most educational resources from the province every year.
Yet, this year's provincial top scholar appeared in Jiangcheng, which received the fewest resources. Consequently, rumors spread within Ning'an City that the Ning'an City Education Bureau was incompetent, unable to even compare to a remote prefecture-level city like Jiangcheng.
Thus, the Ning'an City Education Bureau faced immense pressure, and he, the original favored son of Ning'an City, suddenly fell from grace.
When he studied Su Jingming's 5-subject college entrance exam video, he found that their strengths were actually not that different. Su Jingming had only gained those extra 2,000 plus points because he had killed all the fierce beasts in the core zone, whereas in Ning'an City, where examinees were all strong, fierce beasts in the core zone were fought over, leaving none for others. Therefore, he had always harbored a grudge about this. If he had taken the college entrance exam in Jiangcheng, he might also have scored over 11,000 points and become the provincial top scholar. Thus, upon discovering that Su Jingming was also at Modu Ability University, Lei Zhou wanted to issue a challenge. His goal was to crush Su Jingming, proving to Ning'an City and the entire Jiangnan province that it wasn't his fault, but rather the exam locations. In fact, he had already posted several challenge invitations on the school forum yesterday, but had received no response, which was why he decided to challenge Su Jingming face-to-face at the freshman assembly.
Lei Zhou? I know him. He's the second-place finisher in our Jiangnan province's martial arts college entrance exam. The second place challenging the first place? Interesting. There were rumors online that this year's Jiangnan province top scholar seemed to have benefited from the exam location, and the strength gap between the two wasn't actually that big. Lei Zhou might even be stronger. So that's it.
No wonder Lei Zhou is so eager to challenge him, he wants to prove himself.
Among the onlookers, some students from Jiangnan province recognized Lei Zhou and acted as explainers, clarifying the situation to those around them.
Su Jingming also learned the full story from the scattered remarks of the students. However, despite this, he had no intention of accepting the challenge. He shook his head and refused. Sorry, I'm not interested. If it had been before he advanced to an ability user, he might have had some desire to fight. But now, he had already advanced to a first-order lieutenant ability user, cultivated the S-rank Thunder Indestructible Body, and mastered 4A rank combat techniques. It could be said that if he fought Lei Zhou, it would be like an adult fighting a child. Even if he won, it wouldn't bring him any sense of accomplishment.
Heh, not interested?
I think you're just scared of our brother Lei, aren't you? The school forum is saying you're a prodigy seen only once in a decade, but I guess you're nothing special after all.
Before Lei Zhou could speak, a few of his companions chimed in with sarcastic remarks.
Don't talk nonsense, Su Jingming isn't like that, Lei Zhou feigned anger, stopping them. Then, with a fake smile, he said, Su Jingming, I remember your aunt's family runs a business dealing in rare plants and herbs, right? Coincidentally, our family is currently your aunt's biggest buyer, and we owe your family a large sum for goods. If this payment isn't made on time, your aunt's family might have a little problem. The so-called rare plants and herbs were natural treasures that condensed the essence of heaven and earth, found only in the wilderness zones. Each rare plant had special effects, either enhancing chi and blood or mental power. They were of great use to ability users, who were willing to pay high prices for them. Therefore, there were many businesses across the country dealing in such goods. After the martial arts college entrance exam results were announced, Lei Zhou discovered that Su Jingming had a good relationship with his aunt, Su Qingwan. So, he had his family place a huge order with Su Qingwan's company, only paying a deposit and not intending to pay the final balance. If the other party wanted to sue, it would drag on for a year or two, and even if they won the lawsuit, the company would have already gone bankrupt. He had originally just wanted to set a trap for Su Jingming, but he didn't expect to use it here. Lei Zhou also knew that someone like Su Jingming,
who valued family affection so much, couldn't possibly be indifferent to this. Are you threatening me? Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. With just a glance, Lei Zhou felt a chill in his heart, as if he was being stared at by a top-tier fierce beast, all the hairs on his body standing on end. But even so, he forced himself to remain calm and said, "It's not a threat, just a reminder." Time, place. Su Jingming exhaled deeply, his clear, black and white eyes filled with an unprecedented coldness. Not far away, Song Shoyun, with her extremely keen perception, detected this coldness. Asterisk, such hidden violence. Such a violent aura. How does he do it? Asterisk, Song Shoyun's curiosity about this tall young man intensified further. 7 days from now, at noon, at Combat Arena 3. See you there. Since Su Jingming had taken the bait, Lei Zhou replied directly. Alright, I'll be there. But I hope you won't regret it then. Su Jingming coldly dropped the words, then turned and left. Before coming to Modu Ability University, he had known that his aunt's company had received a large order. For this, his aunt's family had worked tirelessly for 2 days and 2 nights to complete the order, saying that the money earned from this single order would cover the company's expenses for a year. He never expected it to be a pre-arranged trap by someone else. Since this matter arose because of him, he should also be the one to end it. Su Jingming had agreed. There would be a big battle at Combat Arena 3 in 7 days. Remember to get good seats in advance. After all, with the provincial top scholar making an appearance, the onlookers naturally wouldn't mind the spectacle. Seeing the two reach an agreement for a duel, everyone became excited, agreeing to go to the combat arena together to watch the show. And this was exactly what Lei Zhou wanted. The reason he set the time for 7 days later was to allow the news to spread widely, attract more spectators, and then defeat Su Jingming in front of everyone, thereby achieving the ultimate sense of accomplishment. First, I welcome all freshmen to Modu Ability University. This freshman assembly is not a formal opening ceremony. We've gathered you here to answer some questions and explain how to better utilize the school's resources. First, regarding each of your access levels. After the interlude, the freshman assembly officially began at 9 a.m. On the podium at the front of the training ground, a male teacher spoke eloquently. The main content was similar to what Zhang Chaoyang had mentioned, such as the credit system, the exclusive mentor system, and so on, but in much greater detail. Among the topics mentioned, the combat power ranking particularly piqued Su Jingming's interest. The combat power ranking was somewhat similar to the physical strength leaderboard in the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, but it tested students' actual combat capabilities using a device called a virtual combat pod to fight in fully simulated combat scenarios. The more stages one cleared, the higher their ranking, and the rewards were also very generous. After the freshman assembly ends, I can look into this combat power ranking more closely, Su Jingming thought to himself. After all, the concept of holographic simulation was also new to him. The freshman assembly continued for over an hour. Apart from the first half hour, which was spoken by the male teacher on the podium, the remaining time was spent on students asking questions. After the freshman assembly ended, Su Jingming went to teacher Yang Jintian's villa. In the villa's living room, senior brother Lu Ming was already waiting. Let's go to the training room. This morning, I'll teach you boxing. This afternoon, teacher will teach you spear techniques. Seeing Su Jingming enter, senior brother Lu Ming immediately led him to the training room. In reality, according to the original plan, Lu Ming was supposed to teach both boxing and spear techniques. However, Su Jingming's spear technique had already reached advanced level, the same as Lu Ming's own proficiency, so only teacher Yang Jintian could teach him. And so, Su Jingming began his training with senior brother Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming was a fourth-year student this year, having reached third-order peak. His boxing, spear, and blade techniques had all reached advanced level, and he possessed a lightning element A-rank ability, Prelost True Thunder, making him a true genius. Under his guidance, Su Jingming began his initial foray into boxing. In this way, Su Jingming settled into a highly disciplined routine for the next period. He woke up at 6:30 a.m., trained in the training room for an hour, then arrived at teacher Yang Jintian's villa at 8:30 a.m. In the mornings, he learned boxing from senior brother Lu Ming, and in the afternoons, he learned spear techniques and various applications of lightning element abilities from teacher Yang. Of course, senior brother and teacher weren't always present every day. When they weren't, Su Jingming trained by himself in the villa's training room. Soon, 7 days passed.
On the morning of July 1st, at 8:30 a.m., Su Jingming arrived at teacher Yang Zhentian's villa as usual.
Let's go to the training room.
Senior brother Lu Ming was about to go to the training room with Su Jingming when he suddenly realized something was amiss.
He paused, turned back in surprise, and said, "You've advanced in rank." Su Jingming didn't hide it, nodding with a smile.
He had used the system to advance last night. Previously, advancing from Awakener to First Order Lieutenant ability user cost him 300 ability points. This time, advancing from First Order Lieutenant to First Order Captain cost 386 ability points. The non-integer ability point consumption also confirmed one of his conjectures. Using the system to advance consumed ability points based on his existing cultivation progress. If he had been just a hair's breadth away from First Order Captain, the ability points consumed by the system might have been even lower, perhaps less than 100 ability points.
This was one of the reasons why he was busy with training every day. How long has it been, and you've already advanced?
Lu Ming was shocked upon receiving confirmation.
He knew that when Su Jingming first arrived, he was merely an Awakener.
Now, in less than half a month, he had directly broken through to First Order Captain.
What kind of monstrous cultivation speed was this?
He recalled that it had taken him nearly a year to go from Awakener to First Order Captain, and even that was considered a rare genius.
I remember you have a duel scheduled with another freshman at noon today, don't you? Lu Ming's expression shifted as he asked. Today at noon, Combat Arena 3, Su Jingming nodded.
He had mentioned this to senior brother Lu Ming once before.
All right, I'll mourn for your opponent for 3 minutes. Lu Ming's lips twitched. Others might not know Su Jingming's strength, but how could he, his senior brother who trained with him every day, not know?
After cultivating the thunder indestructible body, Su Jingming's physical strength alone was comparable to a second-order fierce beast. Coupled with his already extremely refined advanced spear technique, he was incredibly formidable.
And this was without Su Jingming even using his abilities and combat techniques. According to Lu Ming's estimation, Su Jingming's comprehensive strength could almost be considered that of a second-order upper-tier ability user.
Now that he had entered First Order Captain, his strength had increased even further.
He didn't believe any freshman could defeat such a monster. Good luck. After training, I'll go with you.
Lu Ming patted Su Jingming's shoulder. In truth, he also wanted to witness just how terrifying his junior brother's full strength was.
Chapter 54, Battle Begins, Instant Kill. At 11:42 a.m., Modu Ability University Training Building.
On the first floor of the training building, there were 10 arenas, numbered 1 to 10. These were specifically used for students to conduct practical combat training or resolve personal grievances. At this moment, the spectator stands around the arena were densely packed with students, most of them freshmen, numbering around 400 to 500. It was important to note that currently, only a little over 600 freshmen had reported to school. This meant that most freshmen had gathered here because of this event.
Jiangnan Province is a major education province. A battle between the first and second place will be very interesting.
The freshman competition starts after school opens in September. This is a good opportunity to see the provincial top scholar's strength. But speaking of which, I've been researching lately and found that Su Jingming really did benefit from the exam location. If they were in the same exam location, Lei Zhou would probably be the provincial top scholar of Jiangnan Province.
That's not necessarily true.
After all, Su Jingming recently broke our school's physical strength record.
What's a physical strength record? We ability users don't rely solely on brute force in combat. I think Lei Zhou is stronger. Students discussed animatedly, each having their own guesses about the outcome of the battle.
Many of those who had researched the information felt they had uncovered a conspiracy, believing Lei Zhou to be stronger. They thought Su Jingming had only become the provincial top scholar of Jiangnan Province because of the remote exam location.
Xiaoyun, who do you think has a better chance of winning?
In a corner of the spectator stands, Song Xiaoyun and her roommate Qi Dongxia had also arrived.
Su Jingming, Song Xiaoyun's red lips moved slightly, without the slightest hesitation.
Her confident tone made Qi Dongxia slightly stunned. Although she and Song Xiaoyun had only become roommates recently, she knew that Song Xiaoyun usually deliberated carefully before reaching a conclusion on any matter. This was the first time she had seen her so certain.
Actually, I think Lei Zhou is stronger and has a greater chance of winning. While Qi Dongxia was very loyal to Su Jingming's good looks, in terms of strength, she still leaned towards Lei Zhou.
Furthermore, she agreed with the rumors among freshmen that Su Jingming had indeed benefited from the exam location.
However, Song Choyun was unconcerned by this.
The country has mandatory regulations for the martial arts college entrance exam.
You must take the exam where you attended junior and senior high school. Su Jingming might indeed have benefited from the exam location, but he also didn't enjoy the abundant educational resources of a provincial capital city.
He came from the impoverished Jiangcheng, yet ultimately became the provincial top scholar, which already proves his extraordinary nature. If Lei Zhou and Su Jingming's identities were swapped, Su Jingming, having grown up in Ning'an City, would still be able to contend for the provincial top scholar title. But if Lei Zhou had grown up in Jiangcheng, it's uncertain if he could even break into the top 100 in Jiangnan province, let alone contend for the provincial top scholar. Song Choyun's beautiful eyes radiated wisdom. Qi Dongxia, hearing this, was momentarily stunned.
Oh, you're right. People only focus on the differences in exam locations, but they don't pay attention to the huge disparity in background and resources between the two sides.
If the martial arts college entrance exam in resource-rich Ning'an City was considered normal difficulty, then Jiangcheng, with its meager resources, was hell difficulty. Su Jingming's ability to stand out in hell difficulty Jiangcheng and become the provincial top scholar already proved his immense strength and potential. Just as Qi Dongxia realized this, a commotion broke out in the spectator stands, and everyone looked towards the entrance.
Su Jingming is here.
She also quickly turned her gaze towards the entrance.
Sure enough, a tall, slender figure walked in, silhouetted against the light. It had to be said that Su Jingming's aura was indeed powerful.
His 1.89-meter height, combined with a black battlesuit, made him appear tall and strong, yet without any hint of bulkiness. On his resolute and sharp face, his black and white eyes were clear and spirited. A dark, thick long spear was strapped to his back, its sharp, blood-grooved spearhead glinting with a chilling light under the midday sun.
He merely walked in, yet the powerful aura emanating from him silenced the entire venue. My junior brother's presence, once he achieves something later, I wonder how many senior and junior sisters he'll charm. Lu Ming, sitting in the back row of the spectator stands, couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the sight.
Good physique, good looks, combined with powerful strength, he'll definitely be the ideal partner for the girls of Modu Ability University. Of course, there were already signs of this in the spectator stands now, with many young maidens staring intently at Su Jingming as he walked in.
Some even pulled out their phones to take pictures. Su Jingming's rank has increased. In the front row of the spectator stands, Lei Zhou, as the opponent, keenly sensed the change in Su Jingming's aura. But it's alright, I also have my own preparations, Lei Zhou thought to himself. Being able to rank second in Jiangnan province, he wasn't a brainless idiot who thought he was guaranteed to win this time, especially after the other party had broken a record recently. He had confidence in challenging Su Jingming, and naturally, he had prepared a trump card. Su Jingming, just deciding a winner and loser is too boring. How about we add some stakes? Lei Zhou stood up as Su Jingming approached. What kind of stakes? Su Jingming's eyebrows twitched.
All your credits.
Lei Zhou's rather handsome face held an undisguised hint of malice.
Of course, I'll also put up credits and great xia coins of equivalent value.
Whoever wins takes it all. An opportunity to get money for free, Su Jingming naturally wouldn't refuse. All right. To prevent any foul play, we'll both transfer our credits to Teacher Zhou's account. Combat between ability users was extremely dangerous.
It was common for someone to be severely injured or even die if they weren't careful and didn't hold back.
To prevent students from dying on the spot, there would always be a teacher with an auxiliary healing ability stationed in the arena area every day.
Today, the teacher stationed in the arena area was a female teacher named Zhou Yun. She was a 6th-order middle-tier ability user with a B-rank auxiliary ability, Healing Light. For battles between first-order ability users like this, no matter how fierce, she could rescue them. At the same time, teacher Zhou Yun was also the referee for this match. So, Su Jingming transferred all 370 of his credits to teacher Zhou Yun. Lei Zhou, besides transferring 50 credits, also transferred 3.2 million great xia coins. TSK, a wager worth 3.7 million. Truly extravagant. Both sides don't seem like easy targets. It was only because his testing site was so remote.
Shoyun, who do you think has a better chance of winning?
In a corner of the spectator stands, Song Shoyun and her roommate, Shi Dongxia, had also arrived.
Su Jingming, Song Shoyun said without a moment's hesitation. Her certain tone made Shi Dongxia blink in surprise.
Although they had only become roommates recently, she knew Song Shoyun usually thought things through before reaching a conclusion. This was the first time she had seen her so sure.
Really? I think Lei Zhou is stronger. He seems more likely to win.
Shi Dongxia was a fan of Su Jingming's looks, but in terms of strength, she leaned toward Lei Zhou. She also agreed with the rumors that Su Jingming had only won the top scorer title because of his easy testing location.
Song Shoyun, however, remained unimpressed by that logic.
The state has strict rules for the martial arts exam. You have to take it where you attended school. Su Jingming might have had an easier testing site, but he also didn't have access to the rich educational resources of a provincial capital. The fact that he came from the impoverished Jiangcheng and still took the top spot proves his extraordinary talent.
If Lei Zhou and Su Jingming swapped places, Su Jingming would still be a top contender in Ning'an City. But if Lei Zhou grew up in Jiangcheng, he might not have even made the top 100 in the province, let alone the top spot. Song Shoyun's eyes sparkled with intelligence.
Shi Dongxia was stunned. Right, people only focus on the testing sites, not the massive gap in resources. If the resource-rich Ning'an City was normal mode, then the impoverished Jiangcheng was hell mode. For Su Jingming to emerge from hell mode as the top scorer proved his immense power and potential. Just as Shi Dongxia realized this, a stir went through the crowd.
Everyone looked toward the entrance. Su Jingming is here.
She turned her gaze and saw a tall, lean figure walking in against the light.
Su Jingming's presence was undeniable.
Standing at 189 centimeters in a black battlesuit, he looked powerful and strong without a hint of bulkiness. His face was sharp and resolute, his eyes clear and cold. On his back was a thick, pitch-black spear, its sharp, blood-grooved tip glinting with a lethal chill under the noon sun.
His mere entrance, radiating such a powerful aura, silenced the entire arena. My junior brother's got style.
Once he starts getting results, I don't know how many girls he's going to charm, Lu Ming muttered from the back of the stands, feeling a bit of envy. A good build, good looks, and great strength, he was the ideal boyfriend for any girl at Magic City. In fact, many girls in the stands were already staring, some even taking photos.
Su Jingming's level has increased, Lei Zhou noted from the front row, sensing the change in his opponent's aura. But it's fine. I'm prepared too.
He wasn't a fool, he knew Su Jingming was dangerous, especially after breaking the record. He had a trump card ready.
Su Jingming, just fighting for a win is boring. How about we add a little wager? Lei Zhou stood up as Su Jingming approached. What kind of wager? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow.
All your credits, Lei Zhou said, his face twisted with blatant malice. I'll put up an equivalent amount in credits and cash.
Winner takes all. I won't say no to free money, Su Jingming replied. Fine. To prevent anyone from backing out, we'll transfer the credits to Teacher Zhou's account. Battles between ability users were dangerous, one mistake could lead to severe injury or death. To prevent fatalities, the arena always had a teacher with healing abilities on standby. Today, it was Teacher Zhou Yun, a middle 6th rank ability user with a B-class healing ability, Healing Light. For a fight between first rankers, she could save anyone no matter how badly they were hurt. Zhou Yun acted as the referee. Su Jingming transferred all 370 of his credits to her. Lei Zhou transferred 50 credits and $3.2 million. TSK, a wager worth $3.7 million. That's bold. Neither of them looks like they're playing around. If they lose, it'll be a massive blow. But a wager makes the fight more exciting.
The freshmen in the stands were buzzing. For new students, $3.7 million was a huge sum. Moreover, with the freshman competition coming up in 2 months, losing that much meant losing a massive amount of cultivation resources, putting them far behind their peers. Both sides enter the arena, Zhou Yun announced after confirming the transfers. Su Jingming and Lei Zhou stepped onto the 30 by 30 meter square stage, standing 10 meters apart. One held a spear, the other a large blade. Before we begin, I'll say it again, once one side surrenders or loses consciousness, the other is not allowed to continue the attack. If you do, I will intervene immediately, and you will face the school's harshest punishment.
Do you understand? Zhou Yun's expression was grave.
Both were top-tier talents, injuries were fine, but a death would be a disaster.
Understood, they replied in unison. Good. Prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. Start. The moment the countdown ended, Lei Zhou let out a low roar. Sullen hellfire. Pale white flames erupted from Lei Zhou, spreading across the stage. Sullen hellfire was an A-class natural fire ability. At Lei Zhou's upper first rank level, the flames burned with terrifying heat, causing the air to shimmer.
The spectators in the front rows felt like they were being singed and scrambled to the back.
Su Jingming. I'm taking back the honor you stole today. Flame slash. Amidst the scorching heat, white flames surged toward Su Jingming.
Lei Zhou lunged forward, covering 9 meters in an instant. He raised his blade, now wreathed in white fire, and swung it down with a heavy whistle.
What a smooth combo. He closed the gap and launched a slash instantly. That's a combination of a dash and flame slash, right?
His proficiency is insane.
That heat is terrifying.
The freshmen held their breath. A dash was a common C-class movement technique, but following it up immediately with another skill required incredible mastery.
Most people there couldn't have blocked that opening move.
As expected of the second-place scorer.
But on the stage, Su Jingming moved. Crackle.
With the sharp sound of jumping electricity, blue-purple cloud divine thunder wrapped around him like a shell, isolating the sullen hellfire. In the next heartbeat, his black spear moved. No one saw him strike, there was only a blur, followed by a loud clang of metal on metal that echoed through the hall. When the crowd blinked, the black spear had already parried the heavy blade.
He blocked it? He broke the move with a casual thrust? How is that possible? What kind of raw power is that?
The freshmen were gobsmacked. A battle technique combined ability and vitality for maximum power. Usually, you either dodged or used another technique to counter.
Su Jingming was different.
He hadn't used a technique at all. He had parried Lei Zhou's flame slash with a simple, raw strike.
To put it simply, Su Jingming had broken an ultimate move with a basic auto attack. This is impossible.
Lei Zhou screamed on stage.
Nothing is impossible, Su Jingming's low voice replied. You're just too weak. Boom. Lei Zhou's body suddenly doubled over into a C shape as a massive force slammed into his waist.
The white flames lost control and vanished. He was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming into the alloy cables at the edge of the ring before crashing to the floor, his face covered in blood.
Back in his original spot, Su Jingming, wreathed in blue-purple lightning, slowly retracted his spear.
That had been a simple whip strike with the shaft of his spear.
But because his spear strike was too fast, Lei Zhou couldn't react at all and was simply sent flying. With Lei Zhou's collapse, the spectator stands fell into a stunned silence. From the start of the battle to the end, Su Jingming only seemed to have struck twice, right? And the battle just ended like that? What happened to the big battle we were promised? What happened to Lei Zhou being stronger than Su Jingming? How did Lei Zhou get instantly killed instead? What the hell, refund the money. Chapter 55, Perfect Technique Combination, Victory.
Originally, everyone thought Lei Zhou would be slightly stronger than Su Jingming, or at least evenly matched.
But what was this situation?
The battle had only just begun, a mere few seconds.
Lei Zhou's technique was first broken, then he was directly sent flying.
This could already be called a crushing defeat, and a one-sided one at that. Lei Zhou had virtually no power to retaliate.
And was Lei Zhou weak? He was not.
His A-rank blazing hellfire ability, coupled with his proficient technique combinations, was something most freshmen present couldn't handle. And they were 100% certain that Lei Zhou also possessed other, more powerful combat techniques.
But was it useful?
No, it wasn't. Su Jingming, as his opponent, merely unleashed his lightning ability, and then 2 spear strikes completed the instant kill, without even using any combat techniques. For a moment, a single word popped into the minds of all the freshmen in the spectator stands: unfathomable. The provincial top scholars from other provinces in the spectator stands looked at the tall figure in the arena, their expressions solemn and wary. They realized that even if they went up, the outcome would probably be the same as Lei Zhou's.
This is too boring. My junior brother didn't even have to use 10% of his strength. Lu Ming, in the back row of the spectator stands, felt disappointed. With this level of strength, he dared to challenge Su Jingming? He's practically asking for death.
On the arena, teacher Zhou Yun, acting as the referee, also looked at the scene with some surprise. She hadn't expected Su Jingming's strength to be so much greater than Lei Zhou's. The winner of this match is. Just as she was about to announce Su Jingming's victory, Lei Zhou, lying at the edge of the arena, spoke weakly, "No, teacher, I haven't surrendered.
The match isn't over yet."
He then pulled out a blood-red pill from his pocket.
Blood-burst pill. Are you out of your mind? Zhou Yun's expression changed, and she quickly shouted, "This is just a match, not a fight to the death."
The wilderness zones had rare plants and herbs, and naturally, various elixirs could be refined from these natural treasures. The blood-burst pill was an elixir ability users used when desperate, boosting their strength several times after consumption. Of course, the side effects were also severe. One wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a month or two afterward.
"No, it's fine. I'll bear any consequences myself." The blood-burst pill was Lei Zhou's trump card prepared for Su Jingming, not to be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. However, Su Jingming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. "I have no choice but to use it. I'll give it my all. If I lose, I'll accept it." With a low growl, Lei Zhou swallowed the blood-burst pill. Although a victory obtained this way might be considered unfair, it was still a win, better than losing. So, the next moment, under the effects of the elixir, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from him. His blazing hellfire bloomed again, several times stronger than before, covering an area of 5 to 6 meters around him in a sea of white flames. Hey! Can you really take pills in a match? This is clearly a foul." Seeing Lei Zhou's renewed burst of power, Lu Wentao, his roommate in the spectator stands, couldn't sit still.
He quickly stood up to protest, which prompted many other freshmen to voice their agreement.
"Yeah, you can't take pills in a match, can you? Using external forces, is that still a fair match? Lei Zhou should be disqualified and lose directly, right?"
Although the freshmen hoped to see a more exciting battle, but for this kind of pill-taking behavior, they were also very resistant. Of course, most of those speaking up for Su Jingming were girls, including Song Qiuyun's roommate, Shi Dongxia.
"This isn't a formal competition." Zhou Yun shook her head from the arena.
Since no specific rules were set before the match, taking pills is within the permissible range. If Su Jingming had pills, he could also take them.
Practical combat training doesn't have too many restrictions. Who would have thought Lei Zhou would prepare a blood-burst pill, something only used when an ability user is desperate?
And it seems to be a blood-burst pill of no low grade, directly boosting Lei Zhou's strength temporarily to a second-order lieutenant ability user. This is trouble for Su Jingming now. After carefully sensing Lei Zhou's aura, Zhou Yun couldn't help but shake her head inwardly.
Lei Zhou, as a first-order upper-tier ability user, already had the actual combat power of a second order. Now, with the aid of the blood-burst pill, he had forcibly entered second order, and his comprehensive strength had probably directly increased to second-order upper-tier. Even Su Jingming, who performed so fiercely just now, might find it difficult to contend with such strength. However, what she didn't expect was that Su Jingming on the arena showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, he gripped his spear tighter, his fighting spirit burning even brighter. His battle intent actually increased?
His mental state is impressive. Zhou Yun thought, nodding inwardly.
What she didn't realize was that Su Jingming wasn't just fine, he was actually happy.
Finally, the fight wasn't just a grown man beating a toddler scenario.
Su Jingming's lips curled into a slight smile.
Sensing its master's mood, the purple cloud divine thunder around him became more active, crackling and jumping with intensity. Then, in a flash of light, he vanished.
He reappeared less than a meter in front of Lei Zhou. Thunder Flash.
This was an A-class movement technique that allowed for a sudden burst in any direction. At Su Jingming's middle first rank level, he could dash up to 20 meters. Closing a 10-meter gap was child's play.
Lei Zhou's pupils shrank.
He instinctively swung his blade. Su Jingming countered with his spear. This time, Lei Zhou finally saw the movement, but seeing it didn't help.
He couldn't change his move.
He could only watch as the spear collided with his blade.
I don't believe it. I've taken the blood burst pill. My strength is 3 or 4 times higher. I won't lose in a contest of power. Lei Zhou gritted his teeth and poured everything into the strike. He regretted it instantly. The spear and blade met with a metallic boom several times louder than before. A massive shockwave traveled up the blade, instantly splitting Lei Zhou's webbing and making his hands bleed. He was forced back 3 or 4 steps. What kind of monster are you? Lei Zhou stared at Su Jingming in horror. He had taken the blood burst pill. His strength had tripled. And yet, he was still being overpowered. Even worse, his enhanced sullen hellfire still couldn't penetrate Su Jingming's lightning defense. He had lost completely, both in physical strength and in elemental power. I can't go head to head, Lei Zhou realized. He quickly backed away, putting 10 meters between them. Then, he launched his long-range attack, Flame Volley. The sullen hellfire around him condensed into basketball-sized fireballs, which he hurled at Su Jingming in rapid succession. As a B-class offensive fire technique, each fireball would explode on impact, causing severe burns or even incinerating the target. However, for Su Jingming, protected by the purple cloud divine thunder, the explosions did 0 damage. The only thing they did was slow him down with their shockwaves. The bad news is, Su Jingming, the short-range warrior, is being kited by the mage. The good news is, the mage has no damage and can't keep this up forever. Once the pill wears off, it's over for Lei Zhou, the freshman observed. Lei Zhou knew this too. He desperately tried to generate more fireballs to break through the lightning barrier, but Su Jingming stood like a rock in a storm, unmoving. Damn it. What rank is his lightning ability? This is insane, Lei Zhou cursed. Logically, under the effects of the blood burst pill, his rank was temporarily boosted to lower second rank. An A-class fire ability at that level should easily break a first-rank defense. Just then, Su Jingming's low voice rang out. Thunder Spear. Su Jingming, still suppressed by the fireballs, reached out with his left hand. With a piercing crackle, a blue-purple spear of lightning condensed in his palm. He hurled it with a violent motion. The spear was incredibly fast, reaching Lei Zhou in the blink of an eye. He has long-range attacks too? Lei Zhou scrambled to dodge. The spear grazed his side, tearing his battlesuit and leaving a charred wound. The purple cloud divine thunder from the spear began to spread into the wound. Even a tiny amount of S-class lightning caused agonizing pain, like 10,000 ants biting at once. Lei Zhou nearly blacked out from the shock. But it wasn't over. Thunder Prison. Su Jingming pointed his spear. With a sound like 1,000 birds chirping, the lightning erupted. Endless blue-purple lightning spread down from above Lei Zhou, forming a lightning prison that enveloped him. A restraint-type combat technique. Lei Zhou's face turned grim. Restraint-type techniques were often very difficult to break through, and even if one forcibly broke through, it would come at a great cost. Looking at the terrifying lightning surrounding him, Lei Zhou felt that if he chose to forcibly break through, he would be the one to suffer. So, he simply recalled all his blazing hellfire, forming a substantive white flame barrier around himself. I'd like to see how long your thunder domain can last. Lei Zhou snorted, not believing Su Jingming could break his flame barrier. However, just then, Su Jingming on the opposite side moved. With a thunder flash, he directly covered over 10 meters, appearing in front of Lei Zhou. The flame barrier looks quite defensive, but I wonder if it can withstand my attack. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. The 2-meter-long black obsidian spear in his hand was already wreathed in blue-purple lightning. Chain lightning gun. The black long spear transformed into an illusion, continuously thrusting out, lightning flashing. And Lei Zhou's flame barrier, which he had placed so much hope in, was whoosh, instantly pierced through. How is that possible? Accompanied by Lei Zhou's terrified cry, the sharp spearhead, wreathed in terrifying lightning, rapidly enlarged in his pupils. I'm going to die. If I get hit, I'll definitely die. At this moment, Lei Zhou's will to survive was amplified to its limit. I surrender. I surrender. The sharp spearhead, glowing red like a branding iron with blue-purple lightning, stopped 1 centimeter from Lei Zhou's forehead, in his horrified gaze. Just as he thought he had escaped, the long spear suddenly shifted, thrusting directly into his right shoulder. A large hole was pierced in his shoulder, and his shoulder blade was directly shattered. The intense pain almost made Lei Zhou faint on the spot.
Su Jingming, on the other hand, retracted his long spear, his resolute and sharp face still calm and composed. The entire battle process seemed long, but from Su Jingming's counterattack with Thunder Spear to his final suppression, it actually only took 4 or 5 seconds.
By the time everyone reacted, Lei Zhou had already surrendered. The winner of this match is Su Jingming.
Zhou Yan noticed Su Jingming's actions but didn't say much, simply announcing the winner of the match. At this point, the freshmen in the spectator stands, having recovered from their shock, erupted into excited discussions about Su Jingming's almost perfect technique combination.
Chapter 56, Club Invitation, Dorm Mixer. A crushing victory, still a crushing victory.
In just 4 or 5 seconds, he actually unleashed 4 combat techniques in succession.
That's too exaggerated. Not only that, but the transitions between the techniques were incredibly smooth.
The blood burst pill had forcibly raised Lei Zhou's rank to second-order lieutenant, and everyone had originally thought Lei Zhou could make a comeback. Yet, it was still a one-sided crushing victory for Su Jingming. And the most terrifying thing was Su Jingming's mastery of the timing for unleashing his techniques. He remained still until he moved, then struck with the force of a thunderbolt. The continuous release of techniques left Lei Zhou with no chance to retaliate, ending the battle directly. And most importantly, he actually managed to stop the technique at the very end. This was the most terrifying aspect of combat techniques. After being unleashed, they were extremely difficult to stop. Even if one forcibly stopped, they would suffer a chi and blood backlash. However, Su Jingming stopped the technique as if nothing had happened, without any disruption to his aura, which left some students marveling.
Speaking of which, Su Jingming's combat techniques all look very powerful. They must be B-rank techniques, perhaps even more powerful. Lei Zhou's flame barrier didn't even last a second before it was broken. For B-rank techniques, that's impressive. The highest rank technique I've mastered is only C-rank. Indeed, Su Jingming's 4 lightning element techniques gave them a sense of power completely different from D-rank techniques. In the back of the spectator stands, Lu Ming, hearing the freshmen's discussions, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Others might not know the ranks of these techniques, but as his fellow disciple, how could he not know?
Thunder Spear, Chain Lightning Gun, Thunder Domain, and Thunder Flash were all A-rank combat techniques.
Asterisk for A-rank combat techniques. Junior brother, you really dared to choose them, asterisk Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. As Su Jingming's senior brother, Lu Ming had also received a combat technique list after becoming Yang Jintian's disciple.
Yet, he had only chosen one A-rank technique, Thunder Skill.
The rest he chose were B-rank and C-rank techniques.
It wasn't that he didn't want to choose higher rank techniques, but the higher the technique's rank, the more difficult it was to learn, and the longer the learning period. He naturally wouldn't choose too many high-rank techniques, slowing down his own progress. However, Su Jingming not only chose A-rank techniques but chose 4 of them in one go. Even more absurdly, he had mastered them all. How am I, a senior brother who spent over 4 months just learning Thunder Flash, supposed to feel? Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. With such an outstanding junior brother, he, as the senior brother, felt immense pressure.
Su Jingming, I admit defeat wholeheartedly this time.
The credits and Great Xia coins are all yours.
Also, regarding your aunt's side, I will also quickly resolve the issue with your aunt's side.
On the arena, Lei Zhou finally recovered from the intense pain. After taking a deep look at Su Jingming, he clutched his shoulder and painfully turned to leave the arena. He knew that this time, he had completely lost, and it was basically a total defeat. He couldn't win in his normal state, and he still couldn't win after taking the blood burst pill. Everything that had just happened had caused him a severe sense of defeat. Additionally, his shattered right shoulder blade would require a hefty sum to hire a healing-type ability user for treatment. And after 10 minutes, when the blood burst pill's effects wore off, he would immediately lose all strength. For the next 2 months, he would be bedridden for recovery. One step slow, every step slow. For freshmen who had just entered Modu Ability University, this period was the golden time for improving their strength.
2 months without cultivation meant he was practically half crippled.
Even if he could barely catch up later, he wouldn't be able to join the first echelon of freshmen.
Catching up to Su Jingming would be nothing short of a fool's dream. But did he regret it? Lei Zhou did not.
Before taking the blood burst pill, he had already prepared himself to bear any consequences.
He just hadn't expected Su Jingming's strength to be so monstrous. Student Su Jingming, congratulations on your victory.
Referee teacher Zhou Yan smiled slightly, then transferred all the credits and Great Xia coins to Su Jingming's account, including Lei Zhou's 50 credits and 3.2 million Great Xia coins. With this, Su Jingming's student account had 422 credits, and his bank account held 7.42 million Great Xia coins.
Gambling for money is really fast, Su Jingming shook his head.
The battle was over, and his grudge with Lei Zhou was also settled. And judging by Lei Zhou's appearance, he had truly been scared into submission. He probably wouldn't seek trouble again.
Casually slinging his long spear onto his back, Su Jingming leaped down from the arena.
Bang! Su Jingming himself weighed 120 kilograms, plus the 210-kilogram black obsidian spear on his back, totaling 330 kilograms. Jumping down from the over 1 meter high arena was like dropping a large iron block, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This made his roommate Lu Wentao, who was walking over from the spectator stands, twitch an eyelid.
Brother Ming, how heavy is your long spear?
It feels quite substantial.
210 kilograms, Su Jingming replied calmly. 210 kilograms? Lu Wentao's eyes widened. He himself only weighed 65 kilograms.
This single long spear was equivalent to 3 of him. Good heavens, no wonder Lei Zhou didn't dare to go head-to-head with you.
Who could withstand a 200-plus kilogram impact? Lu Wentao clicked his tongue in wonder.
He estimated that let alone Lei Zhou, even the provincial top scholars from other provinces probably wouldn't dare to forcibly take that spear strike.
Student Su Jingming, are you interested in joining a club? Suddenly, a girl who seemed to appear out of nowhere approached Su Jingming, asking with a smile.
This girl had a pretty face and a tall, slender figure. Her long, round legs under a black miniskirt were almost glowing white. Unlike ordinary girls, her makeup was very mature, making her look less like a university student and more like an elite professional woman.
You are?
Su Jingming asked, confused, as he didn't recognize her. Su Man, vice president of the Spirit Fox Club. Su Man smiled charmingly, handing him a business card with her name, position, and club written on it. Your battle just now was very exciting.
Our Spirit Fox Club needs fresh blood like you to join.
Su Man directly stated her purpose. Our Spirit Fox Club is one of the top-ranked clubs among all the school's clubs.
Our president is a third-order upper-tier ability user.
Besides organizing cultivation experience exchange meetings, we also regularly take club members to hunt fierce beasts in the wilderness zones to enhance their practical combat abilities. Additionally, we distribute resources regularly every month. In short, there are many benefits to joining our club.
I wonder if you're willing.
Su Man rattled off the many advantages of the club, then looked at Su Jingming with anticipation. This scene was also observed by some nearby students.
Spirit Fox Club? I remember they're an elite club, aren't they?
Yes, that's them.
I saw their recruitment announcement on the school forum before. But don't they only recruit second-order ability users? Why would they approach Su Jingming?
Do you think
Su Jingming's current strength makes his second-order status important?
I guess that makes sense. As a top-tier university, Modu Ability University naturally had clubs. But unlike the electronic clubs or Go clubs of ordinary cultural schools, Modu Ability University's clubs didn't require you to master any particular special skill. As long as you were an ability user, you could join.
Of course, some clubs set recruitment thresholds, such as requiring at least first-order captain or first-order major.
And those with recruitment thresholds above second order were called elite clubs. In such clubs, since the members were all strong, whether it was exchanging cultivation insights or hunting fierce beasts together, one could have a very good experience. The Spirit Fox Club, as an elite club, was a dream for many freshmen to join, but they suffered from not meeting the rank standards, not even qualifying for an interview. Yet now, the vice president of the Spirit Fox Club was directly inviting Su Jingming. How could this not make them envious?
Spirit Fox Club? Su Jingming's eyebrows suddenly raised.
He wasn't against joining a club, but he needed to learn more about what kind of club the Spirit Fox Club was. Su Man, your Spirit Fox Club has broken the rules. Just then, senior brother Lu Ming approached from not far away, frowning.
Senior brother Lu, I didn't expect you to be here. My apologies.
Suman's pretty face changed slightly, and after a hurried apology, she swayed her figure and quickly walked away.
Senior brother, what was that about? Su Jingming was a little confused.
Nothing, Lu Ming waved his hand.
Clubs usually only start recruiting freshmen after the freshman competition. This is a rule that all major clubs have long established. But there are always some people who try to pull strings.
I see.
Su Jingming understood. Clubs set this rule mostly to assess students' strength during the freshman competition before recruiting.
Of course, I can understand them. After all, junior brother, you're too outstanding. Lu Ming patted Su Jingming's shoulder.
Alright, the spectating is over. I need to head back to my dorm too.
See you, senior brother.
Su Jingming nodded.
Lu Ming waved his hand and also turned to leave.
Lu Ming, a third-order peak ability user, mastered the Lightning Element A rank ability, pre-lost True Thunder, and was also the vice president of the Elite Ashen Club.
Senior brother Lu Ming is even more charismatic in person than in his school photos.
Lu Wentao, who had the nickname Walking Encyclopedia, couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Lu Ming walk away. Modu Ability University had roughly over 4,000 enrolled students.
However, most were first order or second order, with no more than 200 reaching third order. As for the higher fourth order, while they existed, they rarely stayed at the school. After a moment of reflection, Lu Wentao then looked at Su Jingming.
By the way, Brother Ming, have you ever been to Modu City Center?
No, Su Jingming shook his head.
These past few days, all his time had been dedicated to training. He hadn't even left the school, so he naturally hadn't been to the city center.
Perfect, I haven't been either.
How about we go explore the city center tonight?
All right.
Su Jingming thought for a moment and nodded.
He understood the principle of balancing work and rest for long-term sustainability. After training for so long, he really should relax a bit. Furthermore, he was quite interested in Modu, one of Great Xia's most prosperous cities.
Great. But it's not much fun with just the two of us.
I can post a dorm mixer invitation on the school forum to see if anyone wants to join. It'd be even better if there are some girls.
Lu Wentao excitedly suggested.
As he followed Su Jingming out, he immediately pulled out his phone and started typing.
Soon, a post titled "Anyone Want to Go Explore Modu City Center Tonight?"
appeared on Modu Ability University's student forum. The post also stated his and Su Jingming's identities, and their plan to visit Modu City Center tonight.
Qiuyun, look.
Su Jingming and his roommate are going to Modu City Center tonight and are looking for companions. Qi Dongxia, who had already stood up and was preparing to leave the spectator stands, suddenly scrolled past Lu Wentao's post on her phone, her face lighting up with joy.
Qiuyun, let's go together. We can call it a dorm mixer.
Su Jingming, Song Qiuyun looked at the tall figure who had already reached the exit in the distance. Song Qiuyun, who was usually not very interested in such social gatherings, pondered for a moment, then nodded.
All right. Meanwhile, after leaving the training building, Su Jingming received a call from his aunt, Su Qingwan. Xiaoming, is everything all right over there in Modu?
Yes, everything's fine.
That's good, that's good.
Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you. Your cousin, Tang Qi, has been accepted into a school over there in Modu. Su Jingming could tell his aunt was in a very good mood, her voice filled with laughter.
Oh, which school? Linjiang Ability University. It doesn't seem too far from your Modu Ability University.
Linjiang Ability University is indeed not too far from here, Su Jingming said with a smile. There were 5 ability universities in the Modu University town, and Linjiang Ability University was one of them.
Its national ranking was also quite good, around the top 100. When will cousin Qi report to school?
The official reporting date is September 1st, but she wants to report early.
She just hasn't decided which day yet. Alright, when cousin Qi decides, tell me.
I'll pick her up at the station then. After chatting for a while, Su Jingming hung up the phone.
Teacher Yang Zhentian hadn't been at school recently, so he didn't go to the teacher's villa.
He carried his long spear into the second-floor training room and began his self-training. Meanwhile, downstairs on the first-floor sofa, Lu Wentao was both happy and troubled. He was happy because many people had commented on his post, wanting to join.
The troubling part was that there were too many people, and he didn't know who to choose.
This Chi Dongxia seems to be Song Choyun's roommate, right? Suddenly, Lu Wentao saw a familiar name in the comments, his eyes lighting up.
His eyes lit up.
In that case, let's call Chi Dongxia and the others. But 4 people seems a bit small, not lively enough.
Let's add 2 more. With that, Lu Wentao casually picked another dormitory from the message board. Chapter 57, Another Breakthrough, Ability Points and Celebration. Asterisk crackle. Crackle, asterisk.
In the second-floor training room of the villa, lightning flashed and faded. Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the floor, wearing only shorts, his eyes closed. Countless tiny arcs of electricity danced across his skin, his chest, abdomen, thighs, and calves. Wherever the lightning touched, his skin turned slightly red and took on a strange, resilient texture. This was the cultivation method for the S-class body tempering technique, the Thunder Eternal Body, using a specific method to apply lightning energy directly to the flesh to increase its strength. Of course, only a body that had its foundation forged could train this way, otherwise, it would be nothing short of self-mutilation.
Jingming. It's about time. Let's go.
Lu Wentao's shout came from downstairs. Su Jingming snapped his eyes open. A flash of lightning seemed to spark in his pupils.
Coming, he called back.
He withdrew the purple cloud divine thunder, stood up, and headed to the bathroom for a quick shower.
He pulled on a pair of tactical trousers and went downstairs. 6:40 p.m. Magic City Ability University Gate.
The university was located at the heart of the university city, sandwiched between several other institutions. Its grand gate always drew the eyes of passing students from other schools. Today, however, many female students were distracted by a young man standing by the gate. He was tall and lean, with sharp brows and bright eyes. He had a masculine, resolute look and an aura that set him apart from the crowd. However, intimidated by his powerful presence, many girls only watched from a distance, not daring to ask for his contact info. This was Su Jingming. Beside him stood Lu Wentao.
They had agreed to meet at the gate and head out at 7 p.m.
A moment later, 2 of the 4 people Lu Wentao had invited arrived. They were a pair of twin sisters who looked about 90% identical. Both had delicate faces, one with twin tails, the other with a single ponytail. They were about 162 centimeters tall and dressed in a cute style.
Twin sisters? Lu Wentao was stunned.
He hadn't expected his random pick to be so lucky. The 2 girls saw Su Jingming and Lu Wentao from a distance and waved as they hurried over.
Hello. I'm the older sister, Li Wanting.
The one with the ponytail introduced herself boldly. The one with twin tails giggled.
And I'm the younger sister, Li Wanyue.
She had a cute little snaggletooth when she smiled.
Lu Wentao. Su Jingming.
The boys introduced themselves.
Li Wanting and Li Wanyue instinctively focused on Su Jingming. After all, they were here because of him.
They had seen him in the arena, but they were too far away to see him clearly.
Now that they were close, they found his aura even more impressive than it had been on stage.
Of course, as students of Magic City Ability University, they weren't just mindless fangirls. They were here to network. Anyone could see that Su Jingming was on a different level from the other freshmen, his future was limitless. They weren't going to miss a chance to get to know him. If something more developed, they wouldn't mind, but their main goal was a connection.
As they chatted, Su Jingming learned that both sisters possessed the same B-class healing ability, Healing Holy Water.
It could treat various injuries, and their abilities could even stack to reach the effectiveness of an A-class ability.
So, if you ever want to form a wilderness exploration team, you should consider us, Li Wanting said with a sweet smile.
As support-type users, they had some combat ability, but it wasn't high.
They had to rely on teammates to hunt beasts in the wilderness. A powerful user like Su Jingming was the most reliable kind of teammate.
They didn't need to make a huge impression today, they just wanted him to think of them first when he needed a healer.
Sure, Su Jingming nodded with a smile.
The wilderness was dangerous, but it was full of wealth, beast meat, rare herbs, and more. Many students formed teams to earn money and credits. A balanced team, warrior, mage, priest, was essential for survival. Su Jingming didn't have a team yet, but making friends with healers was always a good move. As he was thinking, Lu Wentao looked ahead, his eyes lighting up.
Jingming, the last two are here.
Su Jingming looked over and saw two girls walking out of the gate. On the left was a girl with a graceful figure and a pretty face, wearing a floral dress that showed off long, healthy legs. She was beautiful, but the girl on her right was on another level. She had baby clear eyes, a delicate nose, and a small mouth. Her black hair was tied high with a red ribbon, exposing her pale neck. She wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, but her figure was incredibly curvaceous, a full chest and long, shapely legs. She had a strange, captivating contrast, a youthful, almost innocent face, but a body as ripe as a peach. She was the girl he had seen before, Song Choyun.
Good evening.
I'm Chi Dongsha, thanks for the invite, the girl in the floral dress said with a smile. And I'm her roommate, Song Choyun, the girl beside her added.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Su Jingming, he introduced himself.
Student Su, I don't think this is the first time we've met, Song Choyun said, her clear eyes blinking.
Seeing the slight blush on her face, Su Jingming remembered their eye contact at the freshman assembly.
Right, definitely not the first time. Alright, everyone's here. Let's go. Lu Wentao didn't waste time.
Jingming, you take Song Choyun and her friend. I'll take the Lee sisters.
They split into two taxis and headed for downtown Magic City.
The city had 5 main districts, and the university was in Jingan. While all 5 were bustling, they were heading for the most famous one, Huaihai Commercial Street. It was one of the top commercial centers in the country, selling everything from luxury goods to high-end equipment and potions for ability users.
It took about half an hour to reach the entrance. So this is Huaihai Commercial Street. Su Jingming looked at the sprawling, neon-lit district.
It was 7:30 p.m., and the area was alive with holographic displays and throngs of people.
He saw familiar names like Hanyuan Equipment and Lingxi Pharmaceuticals.
Lu Wentao, Song Choyun, and Chi Dongsha were equally impressed. The Lee sisters, who had been here before, were more composed.
I've been here before.
There's a snack street nearby.
Should we grab something to eat first? Li Wanting suggested. Everyone was around 18 or 19, so they preferred snacks over a formal dinner.
They spent over an hour stuffing themselves at the snack street before heading back to the main commercial area.
The selection in Magic City was far superior to Jiangcheng.
Hanyuan Equipment, which had a limited selection in his hometown, had every model of battlesuit and weapon imaginable here. They even had specialized versions of the black medicine spear.
Su Jingming was tempted, but his current gear was new and sufficient, so he held back.
Song Choyun, however, had no such reservations. She bought 3 sets of battlesuits as if she were buying regular clothes, spending millions in half an hour.
Su Jingming realized she was a serious little rich girl.
Friendships among young people grow fast.
They spent 4 hours wandering the street, laughing and talking. By 11 p.m., they took a taxi back to school. We're back. Bye.
We had a great time today, thank you, Song Choyun said with a smile as they reached her dorm. She wasn't usually one for hanging out with guys because her Dawn's Light ability made her intuition too sharp. She could always sense the burning desire in the eyes of most men.
Su Jingming was different.
His gaze held only appreciation for beauty, without any hidden filth. It made her feel comfortable and curious.
Su Jingming waved goodbye.
Once the girls were inside, he and Lu Wentao headed to their own villa.
Going out once in a while is actually pretty nice, Lu Wentao said, flopping onto the sofa. Su Jingming agreed.
The few hours of relaxation had done wonders for his mood.
But after tonight, it's back to the grind, Su Jingming thought.
True to his word, Su Jingming returned to his routine: dorm, classroom, villa, cafeteria. He was either training or on his way to training. Even the playful Lu Wentao was working hard, though he still went out every few days to maintain a balance.
15 days later, July 16, 9 p.m.
In the villa training room, Su Jingming opened his system panel.
Name, Su Jingming. Level, first rank middle stage, plus. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 467. Vitality, 351 Hz, plus.
Skills, Advanced Spearmanship, plus, Advanced Lightning Gale Break, plus, Thunder Eternal Body, Level 1, plus, Thunder Spear, Basic, plus, Thunder Flash, Basic, plus Thunder Prison, Basic, plus
Ability points, 1048.
It's time to break through again. It had been about half a month since his last rank up. Increasing his level now would still be fast, but not suspiciously so.
He focused on the plus sign next to his level. Ability points, minus 456. First rank middle stage dash first rank upper stage. Boom!
His aura surged. He had finally reached the top tier of the freshman class. He clenched his fists, feeling the powerful vitality coursing through him.
With a crackle, the purple cloud divine thunder manifested, its power clearly enhanced. Name, Su Jingming. Level, first rank upper stage. Physique, 527. Vitality, 421 Hz, plus. Ability points, 592.
His basic attributes had jumped by about 60 points. He noticed the plus sign next to his level was gone. He didn't have enough points for the second rank yet. I should head to the wilderness to hunt some beasts and restock my points, he mused. But first, let's push my current strength to the limit.
Ability points, minus 354. Thunder Eternal Body, level 1-level 2.
As his only S-class technique, the Thunder Eternal Body was his priority.
Everything he could ever need was available here in Magic City.
Even the Dark Medicine Spear had various specialized models.
Su Jingming was tempted, but since his current gear was new and still sufficient, he suppressed the urge to spend.
Song Shoyun, however, had no such reservations. She treated high-end combat suits like ordinary clothes, buying 3 sets in half an hour and dropping several million credits. Su Jingming couldn't help but marvel. Song Shoyun might look modest, but she was clearly a little heiress.
Friendship among young people grows quickly.
After 4 hours of wandering the Huaihai commercial district, they were all laughing and joking like old friends.
It wasn't until past 11 p.m. that they took a taxi back to the university. Su Jingming's group said goodbye to the Lee sisters first, then walked Chi Dongxia and Song Choyun to their dorm.
"We're here.
Bye.
We had a great time today, thanks for coming with us," Song Choyun said with a bright smile. She wasn't usually one to hang out with the opposite sex. Her A-rank ability, Dawn Light, gave her incredibly sharp intuition. Usually, she could sense a hidden, burning desire in the hearts of the boys who looked at her. But Su Jingming was different. She could feel his gaze, but it was pure, a simple appreciation for something beautiful, without any underlying greed. It surprised her and made her feel a genuine sense of liking toward him.
"Bye," Su Jingming waved back.
He watched as Song Choyun and Shi Dongxia disappeared into the building before heading back to his own dorm with Lu Wentao. "Phew, it's actually pretty nice to go out once in a while," Lu Wentao said, flopping onto the sofa. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. The few hours of relaxation had been a welcome break. But after tonight, it's back to the grind, Su Jingming thought. True to his word, after that night out with Song Choyun, Su Jingming returned to his strict routine. Dorm, classroom, villa, cafeteria. Every day was spent either training or on the way to training. Lu Wentao might have seemed cynical, but getting into Magic City University meant he had the drive too. He spent most of his time practicing, though he still went out every few days to unwind, claiming that a balance of work and play was the only way to last. 15 days later, on the night of July 16th, Su Jingming sat in the training room of his villa and opened his system interface.
Name, Su Jingming. Rank, Tier 1 middle rank, plus. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, plus. Physique, 467, plus. Spirit, 351, plus. Skills, Spear Technique, Advanced, Fist Technique, Basic, Thunder Javelin, Basic, A-Rank Chain Lightning Spear, Basic, Thunder Flash, Basic, Thunder Domain, Basic, Lightning Windbreaker, Advanced, Thunder Immortal Body, First Layer, plus. Ability points, 1048. It's about time for another breakthrough. It had been about half a month since he reached Tier 1 middle rank. Advancing now would still be fast, but not so fast that it would be impossible to explain. Level up. Su Jingming focused his mind and clicked the plus sign next to his rank. Asterisk ability points minus 456. Tier 1 middle rank dash Tier 1 high rank asterisk. Boom. In an instant, Su Jingming's aura surged. He had finally reached the top tier of the freshman class.
He clenched his fists, feeling the powerful blood flow within him. He was significantly stronger than before. The next moment, accompanied by the crackle of electricity, the blue-purple glow of the purple cloud divine thunder manifested around him. Its intensity had clearly increased. Satisfied, he checked his stats again. Name, Su Jingming. Rank, Tier 1 High Rank. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 527, plus. Spirit, 421, plus. Ability points, 592. Reaching Tier 1 High Rank had boosted both his main attributes by about 60 points. He also noticed the plus sign next to his rank had disappeared. It seems I don't have enough points to hit Tier 2 yet. He rubbed his chin. Asterisk, in that case, it's time to head to the wilderness to hunt some beasts and restock my points. But before that, I'll spend the rest to push my current strength to the limit. Asterisk. His eyes flashed as he selected another upgrade. Asterisk ability points minus 354. Thunder Immortal Body, first layer - second layer. Asterisk. As the only S-rank technique he currently possessed, the Thunder Immortal Body was his greatest asset. He felt the lightning energy weave into his very bones, tempering his flesh into something far beyond human. Once his level could no longer be raised, the next priority was naturally his skills. As an S-rank body tempering technique, the Thunder Immortal Body required a staggering amount of ability points to upgrade. However, the investment was well worth it. As Su Jingming pushed the Thunder Immortal Body to the second tier, he could feel a sound like rolling thunder echoing within him. His bone density increased once more, and his muscles became tighter and more refined. Su Jingming slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With the Thunder Immortal Body breaking through to the second tier, the third tier wasn't far off. The technique had 13 tiers in total. As an S-rank technique, it did more than just enhance physical attributes. Every 3 tiers unlocked a special ability. Reaching the third tier would grant him access to a special state, the Thunder God form. The Thunder God form was somewhat similar to the Thunderfire Cell activation Su Jingming had used during the martial arts college entrance exam, but it was a vastly superior version. Once activated, his movement speed, thrusting speed, and overall physical power would receive a comprehensive boost. He couldn't wait to see what the Thunder God form could do. Checking his system panel, he saw that after upgrading the Thunder Immortal Body, he had 242 ability points left. He spent another 178 points to raise his Chain Lightning Spear from basic to intermediate level. He had estimated it would cost 200 points, but because he had been training diligently on his own, the cost was reduced. This left him with a mere 62 points. His reserves were nearly depleted. He decided he would inform his teacher tomorrow and then prepare to head into the wilderness. Life at the Moto Supernatural University was both leisurely and comfortable. Between the various rankings in training rooms, it didn't look much different from a university in his past life. Yet, Su Jingming continued to push himself to the limit. The reason was simple: ever since he had crossed over into this world, he had been haunted by a sense of crisis. He feared that if the day came when the ferocious beasts breached the city walls, he wouldn't have the strength to fight back. Although there were powerful ability users tasked with protecting the citizens, Su Jingming wasn't used to leaving his life in someone else's hands. He wanted to be the master of his own destiny. In his past life, no one expected much from an orphan. People thought he would drop out after middle school like the other kids from the orphanage. But facts spoke louder than words. He didn't just finish high school, he fought his way through university and eventually earned a doctorate. Every step of that journey had been built on his own sweat and blood. Even in this new world, his resolve remained unshakable. This was the drive behind his grueling daily training. The next morning at 7:30 a.m., Su Jingming, who had already been training for over an hour, donned his battlesuit, grabbed his black medicine spear, and headed downstairs. Today was his practical training session with his senior brother, Lu Ming, so he needed to be fully equipped. Morning, Brother Ming, Lu Wentao greeted him from the living room, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He had grown used to this. To him, Su Jingming was like an ascetic monk, no, more like a pre-programmed robot that did nothing but train. Lu Wentao admired him, but 8 hours of training a day was his own limit. If he had to train from dawn to dusk like Su Jingming, he'd lose his mind. For freshmen like them, there were no real restrictions before the official start of the semester.
In a past life university, most students would sleep until they woke up naturally.
But Moto Supernatural University was different. Despite the early hour, many freshmen were already out on the dorm paths. Some, like Su Jingming, were fully armed, heading either to the wilderness or to their own training sessions.
As he passed Villa number 12, Su Jingming spotted a familiar, slender figure. It was Song Chuyun.
Since their trip to the city center, they had exchanged contact info and chatted occasionally. Their villas were on the same path to the exit. His was number 32, hers was number 12, so morning encounters weren't unusual. Morning, Su Jingming greeted her.
Noticing her attire, he asked curiously, "Are you doing practical training today too?" Ever since the freshman assembly, students had been scrambling to find personal mentors.
Most failed, but a few succeeded.
Song Choyun was one of the lucky ones.
As the top scorer of Sichuan province, her strength and potential were beyond doubt. Her mentor was the dean of the Element Academy, a 7th rank captain-level teacher who mastered the A-rank light element. Because of this, Song Choyun headed to the faculty villa area every day for guidance, just like Su Jingming. Usually, she wore loose training clothes, but today she was in a battlesuit with a longsword strapped to her back.
Unlike the bulkier male suits, the female battlesuit was tailored for agility, its silver-white material hugging her graceful curves and highlighting her lithe figure. Morning, Song Choyun replied with a sweet smile.
A senior sister is coming over today, so we're going to try some live combat.
I'm not feeling very confident about it, though.
Since they were heading in the same direction, they walked together. One was tall and ruggedly handsome, the other delicate and strikingly beautiful. They drew plenty of wandering eyes from other students along the way. By the way, Su Jingming, Song Choyun said suddenly, maybe we should spar sometime soon.
She had always been curious about why Su Jingming could emit an aura similar to a ferocious beast.
She hadn't asked because she thought it might be a private secret, but she figured a duel might reveal some clues.
Sure, Su Jingming agreed easily. But it'll have to be after I get back from the wilderness.
They parted ways once they reached the faculty villa district.
Senior brother, I'm here, Su Jingming called out as he entered the villa.
To his surprise, his mentor, Yang Zhentian, was there alongside Lu Ming.
Yang Zhentian sat leisurely on the sofa in a loose training robe.
Teacher, Su Jingming greeted him respectfully. As a 7th rank ability user, Yang Zhentian had his own training schedule. Usually, he trained in the mornings and only taught Su Jingming spear techniques and ability usage in the afternoons. It was rare to see him here so early.
Yang Zhentian nodded with a smile.
I heard you two were sparring today, so I thought I'd come take a look. He looked at Su Jingming with undisguised pride. He had watched the boy closely over the past month. Su Jingming was never late, never left early, and always put in extra work back at the dorms. Even when Yang Zhentian and Lu Ming weren't around, he never slacked off.
With an S-rank ability in such discipline, his rise was inevitable.
Yang Zhentian felt a wave of emotion. Even in his own youth, he hadn't been this hardworking. Furthermore, Su Jingming's progress was staggering. He had arrived as a mere awakened, yet in just 1 month, he had reached the 1st rank middle level. But as Yang Zhentian sensed the boy's aura more closely, his eyes widened.
Wait, your aura has strengthened. You've broken through to the 1st rank upper level?
I was just about to tell you, teacher.
I broke through last night, Su Jingming confirmed.
Also, my Thunder Immortal body has reached the 2nd tier.
The two pieces of news hit like consecutive bombs. Even Yang Zhentian, known by the nickname Yamayan for his sternness, was stunned.
Leveling up and body tempering were both grueling processes, yet Su Jingming made them sound as simple as drinking water. I told you, teacher, my junior brother is a total monster, Lu Ming said with a wry smile. It had taken him over half a year to move from middle to upper 1st rank, and a full year to reach the 2nd tier of the Thunder Immortal body after building his foundation. Su Jingming had done it all in a month.
Good. Very good. Yang Zhentian laughed, clapping Su Jingming on the shoulder. As a teacher, nothing made him happier than seeing his students' strength skyrocket.
Since we have a spar scheduled, let's see exactly how strong you've become. Yang Zhentian led them to the backyard, which housed a massive open-air training ground. Spanning over 500 square meters, the floor was forged from a specialized alloy that gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the morning sun.
I built this place with A-grade alloy. Don't hold back, Jingming. Show us everything you've got. With me here, neither of you will get seriously hurt, Yang Zhentian said with a grin. Understood, Su Jingming nodded. This was his first time facing Lu Ming, and he intended to give it his all. Of course, Lu Ming would be suppressing his own power. As a third-rank peak user, if he let his lightning run wild, Su Jingming wouldn't even be able to touch him before the fight ended. Junior brother, I'll suppress my strength to the second-rank lower level for this fight, Lu Ming announced. As a senior in his fourth year, Lu Ming had 3 years of combat experience over Su Jingming. Normally, he should have suppressed himself to the first-rank upper level to match his opponent, but Lu Ming knew better. If he did that, he would definitely lose, and the training would be pointless. Yang Zhentian understood this as well and didn't object. Both men gripped their spears and stood in the center of the arena. 3, 2, 1. Begin! The moment Yang Zhentian's voice fell, a flash of lightning erupted. Both men vanished simultaneously. They had both used the A-rank lightning movement technique, Thunder Flash. A thunderous clang echoed as the black and green spears collided in the center of the field. They were perfectly matched. What incredible power, Lu Ming was shocked. Even though he was prepared, Su Jingming's raw strength was on par with his own, perhaps even slightly superior. While Lu Ming was surprised, Su Jingming was purely exhilarated. Since completing the second tier of the Thunder Immortal body, he hadn't found anyone who could match him in a test of strength. Even the arrogant Lei Zhou hadn't dared to trade blows with him directly. Finally, he had an opponent he could go all out against. Chain Lightning Spear. Su Jingming shifted his stance. His spear, wreathed in blue-purple lightning, became a black blur as it thrust forward in a rapid-fire assault. Knowing the power of this A-rank technique, Lu Ming didn't dare take it head-on and dodge to the side. But Su Jingming was relentless. Thunder Prison. Blue-purple lightning expanded into a cage, trapping Lu Ming within. Immediately after, a spear made of pure lightning whistled through the air toward him. Kid, you really aren't giving me a chance to breathe, are you? But I'm not some freshman like Lei Zhou. White lightning, radiating an aura of supreme authority, erupted from Lu Ming's body. Imperial Decree True Thunder. The white bolts shattered the thunder prison as Lu Ming charged out, narrowly dodging the lightning spear. My turn. Wrapped in his A-rank lightning, Lu Ming grinned and launched a fierce counter-offensive. 20 minutes later, after a continuous barrage of high-level techniques, Su Jingming's purple plowed divine thunder was finally exhausted. After one last heavy clash of spears, Su Jingming backed off and stood at a distance. Pushed to his absolute limit and gasping for air, he lowered his weapon. I lost, senior brother. Lu Ming used a thunder flash to appear in front of him, his white lightning receding back into his body. He shook his head. I only won because I have a deeper pool of energy. You didn't lose. Even though he had suppressed his output to the second rank, he was still a third-rank peak user. His internal reserves were far deeper than a first-rank upper level could ever hope to match. Excellent. That was a spectacular fight, Yang Zhentian said, walking over while clapping. To be honest, Su Jingming's performance had exceeded his expectations. He had expected Lu Ming to win easily, but it had essentially been a stalemate until the very end. Lu Ming stowed his spear and patted Su Jingming's shoulder. Do you know what level your strength has reached now? What level? Su Jingming asked, catching his breath. Invincible at the second rank, Lu Ming said, his eyes bright. As Yang Zhentian's disciple, Lu Ming was a genius in his own right. Even at the second rank lower level, his experience and skill should have allowed him to sweep anyone below the third rank. Yet, Su Jingming had fought him to a draw. If that wasn't second rank invincible, nothing was. Su Jingming nodded thoughtfully. He finally had a precise grasp of his own combat power. As for the third rank and above, that was a different world entirely. It was only natural that he couldn't reach that level yet as a first rank. Alright, training is over. Let's go inside and rest, Yang Zhentian called out. Back in the living room, Uncle Fu brought over a tray of sliced fruit. This is the green spirit exotic fruit I acquired recently. It's perfect for clearing fatigue after training. Exotic fruits were rare plants with unique properties. Su Jingming took a piece. It looked like a cantaloupe but released a refreshing fragrance. As soon as he ate it,
he felt the exhaustion from the battle begin to fade.
I'm always getting treated to good things at teacher's place. I think I'll have to start coming here every day, Su Jingming joked. Ha ha.
As long as you come, I'll have exotic fruits waiting for you every day, Yang Zhentian laughed.
To a 7th rank upper level user, these fruits were trivial. After chatting for a while, Su Jingming turned to the main topic. Teacher, I'll be leaving the university for a while. I won't be able to come to the villa for training. What happened? Is there trouble at home? Yang Zhentian asked quickly.
No, nothing like that, Su Jingming reassured him.
He then said solemnly, Teacher, I plan to head into the wilderness. Yang Zhentian's brow furrowed.
The wilderness referred to areas outside the protection of the human military. Those places were swarming with ferocious beasts, and unlike the controlled environments of the college entrance exams, there was no rank-based zoning. You could step into the wilderness and immediately run into a 5th rank beast that would swallow you whole. The randomness and danger were extreme.
How long do you plan to be gone?
Until the freshman competition.
Yang Zhentian's eyelid flickered.
It was only mid-July, and the competition wasn't until early September.
That meant Su Jingming intended to stay in the wilderness for a month and a half.
The danger was self-evident. He wanted to talk him out of it, but seeing the determination in Su Jingming's eyes, the words died in his throat.
Fine.
If you want to go, then go, Yang Zhentian sighed. But remember, if things look bad, run immediately. With Thunder Flash, you should be safe as long as you don't encounter a 4th rank beast.
Every powerhouse is forged through blood and fire.
The crisis between life and death is the most efficient catalyst for growth. Though he felt Su Jingming could benefit from more training at school, he wouldn't stop him if the boy was determined to seek out real-world experience.
Thank you, teacher.
Su Jingming felt a weight lift.
He had been afraid his mentor wouldn't agree, but Yang Zhentian was surprisingly understanding.
Of course, he would have gone anyway. Ability points were the core of his system and the key to his rapid growth.
Which wilderness area are you heading to? Yang Zhentian asked. The Yuanxue City Wilderness, Su Jingming replied. Yuanxue? That's not bad, Yang Zhentian nodded.
Yuanxue was a neighboring city with a decent economy, and the highest-ranked beasts in its wilderness were usually 4th or 5th rank. It was relatively less dangerous.
Before Su Jingming left, Yang Zhentian and Lu Ming shared their wealth of experience.
Both were veterans of the wilderness, and their advice provided Su Jingming with invaluable knowledge he couldn't find in books.
An hour later, Su Jingming bid them a respectful farewell.
Teacher, since my junior brother is heading out, I might head back to the guild in a few days too, Lu Ming said as he watched Su Jingming's figure disappear.
So soon? Yang Zhentian frowned.
The war on the southwest front is heating up. The beast tide has broken through several cities, and the guild is short-handed. They've called me several times, Lu Ming explained.
The southwest? Yang Zhentian mused.
Although humans and beasts were generally in a stalemate, small-scale wars broke out every year. Lu Ming had joined an adventurers guild as a reserve member before graduating and often participated in their operations. Now that they needed combat power, a 3rd-rank peak user like him was naturally on the draft list.
Go then. You'll be moving with the guild's combat wing. If you see high-rank beasts, stay away. Let the high-rank users handle them, Yang Zhentian said sternly.
Including Su Jingming, he had 32 disciples, but nearly half of them had already died at the hands of beasts.
He didn't want to lose Lu Ming. Don't worry, teacher. It's not my first time in a war of this scale.
I heard Grandmaster Wang Lingyang is leading the team to deal with a pack whose leader is only 7th rank.
It'll be fine.
Lu Ming waved a hand and walked out of the villa, spear over his shoulder.
Meanwhile, Su Jingming called his aunt, Su Qingwan. Auntie, are you busy? Not at all, I'm out shopping with your 7th sister. What's up? Auntie, I'm going to be participating in a special school training program soon. My phone will be off for a while, so don't worry if you can't reach me. Oh, I see. Alright, Auntie understands.
The wilderness had no signal towers, so Su Jingming had to give her a heads up. He couldn't tell her the truth, of course, to spare her the worry. His cousin, Tang Chi, had also called recently saying she wanted to stay in Jiangqing a bit longer before reporting in September. As for the debt Lei Zhou owed his aunt's family, it had been paid in full 10 days ago. He had everything else ready, he could head to Yuanshui this afternoon. After hanging up, he checked the time. It wasn't even 10:30 a.m. According to his research and the advice from his teacher, he needed two things for the wilderness: supplies and equipment. Supplies were easy: a tactical backpack, fresh water, and energy bars. As for equipment, his current first-rank gear was fine for school, but for the wilderness, he needed the best he could get.
My physical stats improved a lot after my breakthrough yesterday.
I should upgrade all my gear. He could order online through the school portal, but it would take a day to arrive.
Since he wanted to leave today, he decided to go directly to the university equipment department.
He had heard they had some incredible items and wanted to see for himself. The campus was massive, over 40,000 acres. Walking across it would take all day, so he hopped on the campus shuttle.
The equipment department was in the southwest, quite a distance from the faculty villas. Ding dong! Arriving at the equipment department station, Su Jingming stepped off the bus.
Before him stood a sleek, 20-story building with expensive floor-to-ceiling glass walls.
On the side of the building, 5 large, elegant characters were written: Moda University Equipment Department. Dozens of couriers in university uniforms were loading packaged weapons and armor onto vehicles.
These couriers weren't ordinary people, they were first-rank ability users. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to lift the heavy gear, which often weighed hundreds of kilograms.
Even the equipment department is this luxurious, Su Jingming thought as he walked inside.
Hello, student. Are you looking to purchase equipment? A female staff member greeted him warmly. The service at Moda University was top-notch, the staff always had a smile. I'd like to look at spears, Su Jingming said. He needed a battle suit too, but the weapon was his priority.
Would you like a standard-issue spear or something more personalized? Let's look at the personalized ones first, Su Jingming decided. Standard-issue weapons like his black medicine spear were mass-produced. Personalized spears were unique works forged by master weaponsmiths.
While standard models were reliable and easy to upgrade, they didn't always fit a user's specific feel. Personalized weapons were more expensive but offered a better match for the wielder. Since he was heading into the wilderness, he wanted something that felt like an extension of his own arm. Right this way, please. She led him to the 13th floor. The elevator doors opened to a massive hall filled with 2-meter-tall transparent display cases. Each case held a spear, ranging from heavy and imposing to light and elegant.
Su Jingming's eyes lit up. As a spear enthusiast, this was paradise. Hello, I am Zhou Hai, the manager for this floor.
What kind of spear are you looking for? A middle-aged man in a suit asked warmly as the previous staff member stepped away.
I want something heavy, but it needs to be fast, Su Jingming said.
Heavy and fast were usually contradictory requirements for standard spears, but he hoped to find something special here.
Zhou Hai thought for a moment and led him to a specific case.
If you want to satisfy both of those conditions, there is only one option: the Dark Cloud Gale Spear.
That was why Su Jingming called his aunt in advance.
He couldn't tell her the truth, of course, to avoid worrying her. His cousin, Tang Chi, had also called to say she wanted to stay in Jiangqing a bit longer and would report to school in September. As for the debt Lei Zhou owed his aunt's family, it had been paid off weeks ago.
It was still early.
He planned to get his supplies ready and head to Yuanshui City in the afternoon. After hanging up, he checked the time. It wasn't even 10:30 a.m. According to his research and the advice from his teacher and senior brother, he needed two things for the wilderness: supplies and equipment. Supplies were easy: a tactical backpack, water, and energy bars. As for equipment, his current first-rank gear was fine for school, but for the dangerous wilderness, he wanted the best he could get. I just broke through yesterday, so my physical stats are up. Perfect time to upgrade everything. He could order online, but it wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. He wanted to leave today, so he decided to go directly to the university's equipment department. He had heard they had some great stuff. He walked out of the villa area and waited for the campus bus. The campus was massive, over 40,000 acres.
Walking across it would take all day. The equipment department was in the southwest, quite a distance from the faculty villas. Ding. Magic City University Equipment Department, *. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming stepped off the bus. Before him stood a 20-story building with a sleek glass facade. The words MCU Equipment Department were written boldly on the side. Delivery workers in school uniforms were loading gear onto trucks. These were students working part-time, and even they were at least first rank lower or middle stage, or they wouldn't be able to lift the heavy weapons. Even the equipment department is this fancy, he thought as he walked inside. Hello? Are you looking for any specific equipment? A female staff member greeted him warmly. Magic City University's service was consistent everywhere, always a smile. I want to look at spears, Su Jingming said. He needed a new suit too, but the weapon was his priority. Would you like a standard issue spear or something more personalized? Let's see the personalized ones first, he decided. Standard spears were mass-produced. His current black medicine spear was one of those. Personalized spears were crafted by weapon masters, each was unique. The former was reliable and easy to replace, while the latter could be tailored to the user's specific feel, though they were much more expensive. He wanted something that felt perfect for the wilderness. This way, please. She led him to the 13th floor. The elevator opened to a hall filled with transparent display cases, each housing a different spear. Some were heavy, some were light and agile. He even saw a 3-meter-long pitch-black spear. His eyes lit up. For a spear enthusiast, this was paradise. Hello, I'm Zohai, the manager for this floor. What kind of spear are you looking for? A middle-aged man in a suit asked. The waitress bowed and left. I want something heavy, but it needs to be fast, Su Jingming said. Heavy but fast standard spears almost never met both criteria. But he believed he could find it here. The manager thought for a moment and led him to a specific case. To meet those two requirements. Su Jingming looked through the glass. The spear rested on a delicate cushion. The shaft was a mysterious dark gold, etched with pale gold patterns that looked like drifting clouds. The platinum-colored tip featured 2 vicious blood grooves on either side. It was easy to imagine the lethal damage those 4 grooves would cause once the spear pierced an enemy. The dark cloud gale spear is 2.19 meters long. The shaft is made of high-flexibility D-grade alloy, while the tip is a harder C-grade alloy. The total weight is 260 kilograms. Most importantly, the shaft has been coated with a wind element film by a specialized ability user. When swung, the wind element significantly increases the thrusting speed. As Zohai gave the introduction, he didn't have high hopes that Su Jingming would buy it. Most spear users prioritized lightning-fast speed. For first and second rank users, a weight of 70 to 100 kilograms was usually plenty. 260 kilograms was something typically reserved for third rank users. However, third rank users usually wanted gear that was C-grade or higher across the board, making this D-grade spear an awkward chicken rib, useless to the weak and undesirable to the strong. Because of this predicament, the spear had been sitting in the display case for over a year. Zohai often wondered what the weapon master had been thinking. Forging such a spear seemed like a guaranteed way to lose money. Ability enchantment was a high-end technique that permanently fixed an element onto a piece of equipment, much like the technology used in spatial rings.